Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m., usually 5 p.m. Pacific. Sorry for our delay here, folks. We had a couple technical difficulties before the show. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki. She's back there somewhere. She's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. Some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. So now who's going to be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more, or do you want to marginalize me until I'm out of my moment? Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. That's $100 and up, triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. See the description for all other triggers and full details. We have channel memberships, to become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. You can also gift memberships. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab, go to twitch.tv/whatever, drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. We got merch, shop.whatever.com, stuff you can wear to not be naked, don't be a criminal, get some merch. Follow us on Instagram @whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM @whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. I never post. My last post is from April, so I'm not going to clog up your feed with bullshit food photos and whatnot. Check out my nonprofit, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. Any women who are considering getting a labiaplasty, shoot that page a DM, and I'll talk you out of it. Okay, if you can't catch the full shows, we have 3 Clips channels. Link for that is in the description. Go subscribe. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves, so please tell us your name, age, and occupation. Go ahead.
I'm Greta. I'm 18, and I'm a student at SBCC, and I'm a caregiver.
What do you study at CC?
Psychology.
Psych. Okay, what about you?
My name is Parisa. I'm 18, and I go to SBCC as well.
Gotcha. What do you study there?
I'm an English major.
English, okay.
I'm Sienna. I'm 18 years old, and I go to SBC as well, and I major in biology.
Sorry, did you say 18 also?
Yeah.
Okay, bio. Okay, you want to be a doctor or?
A nurse.
Nurse, got
Yeah.
it. You going to do the nursing program there or?
Maybe.
Gotcha. What about you?
Cool. Hi, I'm Lauren. I'm 33, and I have a background in corrections, and I'm in the process of becoming a special agent.
Hold on. It's saying that Greta's mic is not working. Nick? Greta's mic's not working. What number is Greta's mic? First mic is off. What happened there, Nick?
9 got turned off. It's on now.
Why was...
I don't know. I can tell you.
That's on... Nick, I'm already micromanaging way too much stuff behind the scenes. Like, you got to be the person to just make sure that, like, everything... Make sure all the mics are on. It's... Okay. What about you?
I'm Lauren. I'm 33. I'm in the process of becoming a special agent criminal investigator. 33? Yes.
And you special agent for what?
It's a state position.
Like with which agency?
This would be GBI, Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
Okay. And is there a specific thing that you're investigating or?
Crimes.
Crimes in general? Is there
crimes
like a
in general?
specific
So the
type of
GBI,
crime?
they would call upon the GBI to investigate certain crimes. Like local law enforcement would call upon them to investigate certain crimes.
Okay,
Yeah.
got it. What about you?
Hey everybody, I'm Courtney Ferris. I am 27 years old, and I'm the co-founder of Death to Digital creative agency.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Julia. I'm 29, and I am a consultant for a technology company.
All right.
Hey, I'm Steve, 26. I'm in Los Angeles. I got my political science degree. I do executive protection and entrepreneur.
My name is Madysen. I'm 18 years old. I'm a host at a bar. I work for the Whatever podcast, as well as a student at Santa Barbara City College studying business.
All right, cool. We're going to go around the table once more, so please tell us what your current relationship status is. So are you single, you talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, harem, I guess. I don't know. There's all kinds of interesting things. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in?
Does my mic work? Does this work now?
We fixed it. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. I'm single. I've been single for about 2 years, and I mean, I guess I'm friends with benefits. I have a little boo thing, but he doesn't live here, so.
Currently?
Yeah, so it's an occasional thing. But.
So you have a friends with benefits. You know what? I'll come back to. Well, I'll let everybody share before I get into details. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for like a month, and my longest relationship was 5 months.
5 months, okay.
I'm taken right now.
Taken?
Yeah. In a relationship.
Reese, this is pretty new though, isn't it?
Well, yeah, like a month.
Okay. So it's exclusive, committed relationship.
Yep.
Okay. So it's been 1 month. What's your longest relationship?
2 years.
2 years? Okay. Got it. What about you?
I'm single. I've never been in a relationship.
Single, never been. What's the longest period of time that you've like talked to a guy or?
Never.
30. You're 33 though, right?
33. Yep.
How does that work? How does that end up working?
It's great for me. I like it. And
Okay.
I enjoy my life.
I'm going to come back to everybody on their relationship situations. I just want to get everybody real quick. Go ahead. What about you?
I'm in a relationship.
All right. How long?
2 years.
2 years. Okay.
I'm single. I've been single for about 2 years, and my longest relationship is about 3 years. Was about 3 years.
Got it. Steve?
Single. Last relationship was, say, May 2022, so about a year and a half. And
Gotcha.
Longest, about 6 months.
6 months. Okay. And then Madysen?
I'm taken. I have a boyfriend. My current relationship is my longest relationship, and it's a little over a year.
Okay. Got it. So I want to come back to you. You're 33.
Yes.
Single. Have you've never even been on a date with a guy?
No. I've been on, like, maybe in high school, like, with guy friends, but it was never a date to me.
Mm-hmm.
No, I've never dated, never really been interested in dating.
Okay.
Just not ready, I guess. Haven't found the right person, not really looking.
Not
though.
ready at 33?
Not ready at 33.
When do you think you'll be ready?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Never?
Maybe. I don't know.
Are you religious or?
I'm not religious.
Not religious. Mm-mm. So you consider yourself agnostic or atheist or?
I would say spiritual. I mean,
Spiritual?
I believe in like a higher power, but I wouldn't say I'm definitely not religious.
What does it mean to be? You believe in a higher power, like Satan? Are you a Satanist?
Oh
or
God,
something?
no.
Okay.
No, like I believe in God. I'm just not. I don't go to church. I don't.
Right.
I'm not religious to that.
Okay,
extent.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
So okay, never dated. So do you consider yourself asexual?
I think I'm somewhere on that spectrum. I hesitate to use the word asexual. I used to say that I was asexual, but I hesitate to say that just because I feel like it's been kind of taken over by the woke mob, which I just don't want to be affiliated with.
Sure.
So I hesitate to say that.
So then you're a virgin?
Yes.
Okay. I think they're going to make a movie about you
Okay.
soon.
They
you know,
can.
the 40-year-old virgin,
Yeah.
you're getting there.
It's a great movie. I would love it.
Okay, so never dated, not even casually.
Yes.
You said in your pre-show notes to us, never been a priority for you. You've yet to meet a man that you would like to date.
Yeah.
Okay. But I'm sure, like, have you ever been on dating apps at all?
No.
Never been? Okay.
No.
Have you been approached by a guy who's been interested?
Yeah, of course. But I just look at guys, to me, as like guy friends. Like I don't know, just like, bro friends. Like I just like, I like hanging out with guys. But no, I've just never been interested in dating anybody.
Okay. And so do you think your standards are too high, or what do you think
It's possible. It's possible.
Okay.
But for me, I think it's just I'm very comfortable being alone. I'm really comfortable being by myself.
Sure.
So it would take like an undeniable connection to kind of like break me out of that.
Okay.
I think.
Do you want kids?
I do not.
Don't want kids.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you like getting attention?
Yes. Yeah, for sure.
Is there a follow-up to that question, or
No, I mean, well, I wondered because
is that why women date men for attention?
I think it's a perk.
Maybe not date, but talk to and seek
Sure.
the attention.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not like in a bad way. I mean,
Yeah, yeah.
you give attention to the man as well, but it's
Yeah.
a nice
Can you
little
tilt the mic up a little bit.
like that.
So yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, I think it's nice to have a little
Yeah.
two-way street.
Yeah, for sure.
Have you tried dating women?
No, I wouldn't date a woman. If I was going to be with someone, I'd definitely be a man. Respectfully.
You said in your pre-show notes, I feel like I could experience sexual attraction for the right guy, but it's definitely not something that happens often.
Yes.
So it has happened before.
No, I mean, no, not with anyone that I've
Zero?
met.
You've
not
never
with, Not
felt-
with anyone that I've personally met. Like, I might see a celebrity and like think they're good looking, but I've never, in person, I've just never really experienced attraction.
Never even a crush?
In high school. I mean, like early high school.
You've
but
never experienced.
I've never really, at least to the extent of me wanting to pursue something or
Wow.
date anyone.
Are there any celebrities now that you think are attractive? Like anything that comes to mind?
Honestly, very few. I like Paul Walker. I was a Paul Walker.
Paul Walker. Okay.
Yeah.
So you would have gone for Paul Walker.
Yes.
Rest in peace.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
So is it a physical attraction thing, you think, or
I think that's part of it.
more
I
of
also-
a connection, personality thing, or?
I think it's both. I think it has to be both. I mean, because at the end of the day, you could put me in front of like the most conventionally attractive man and like who's a millionaire. It just, if I don't feel like a connection, like a soul connection that it, like really is just like undeniable for me, like it's just not. I just wouldn't go for that. It's just not something that I.
Have
would
you
do.
ever had that experience before with any
No.
man?
Mm-mm.
So maybe
And I
are
might
you? I mean,
not.
it sounds like you're looking for something kind of ethereal that
Yeah.
might, in actuality, not even exist.
Absolutely, and maybe it doesn't. If it doesn't, I mean,
Just
I'm okay
nunnery?
with that. Yeah.
The nunnery for you, just
Then I don't know if I would go so far as to say nunnery, but at the end of the day, I mean, I'm not in any rush just because I don't want to get married and have kids.
right.
So I don't see like it isn't a priority for me. It's just
It would almost seem to me though, if you don't want to get married and have kids, then it almost seems like you don't need to have particularly high standards for a guy. Like, okay, that's not the right phrasing, but you know, typically, like if you're looking for someone to marry and have kids with, then there's certain criteria. Like, okay, well, what's this person's capability for providing? Are they going to be a good father? But those aren't really criteria that you probably necessarily care about, since you don't want to have kids, and I assume you have a good job and everything. So you're not looking for a provider, I'm assuming.
yeah, that makes sense. I feel like if I was going to be in a relationship with the right man, it would. I mean, I'd be looking for like a long-term relationship, so
Sure.
just no
Yeah.
marriage, no kids.
Just long term.
Yeah, long-term.
Yeah, you can have that without marriage.
100%. So yeah, no marriage for me, but
Are your parents still together?
no.
Divorced?
Yes.
Young? How young were you
I
when
was
they?
6.
6?
Mhm.
Do you think that had an impact on your
I'm not sure.
view on relationships at all, or?
No, it's a good question. I don't think so, honestly. It's possible. It's not something that I really look at as like a super traumatic event, so I'm not entirely sure.
Do you want a long-term partner, or do you plan on being pretty independent for the rest of your life?
I'm kind of in my like let go and let God era, honestly. I don't really know. I think if I were to meet somebody,
Wait, you're in your what era?
my let go and let God
okay.
era.
let go.
Let go and let God, baby. Let go and let God. I don't
Okay.
know. I feel like if I were to meet somebody, yes, I like if it was the right person, but
Let's paint what the right person is.
okay.
So physical characteristics.
Okay.
Let's do that.
Okay. That's hard. That's hard though.
How tall are you?
I would like 5'9", to 6.
No, but how tall are you?
Oh, how tall am I? Oh,
Yeah.
I'm 5'2".
5'2".
Mhm.
Okay, so you would like 5'9".
Somewhere, yeah, in that age.
Minimum height?
Yeah.
Okay.
Somewhere in that range, 5'10". something.
What other physical characteristic? Like, if
It's
you're
hard to
thinking of the
say.
man that you would eventually, after 33 years, that you're gonna go for, what are we talking here?
Man. I don't know.
White guy, Asian, black, Latino? Do you have a race preference?
I would say white.
White guy. Okay. Blonde, brunette, blue eyes, brown eyes.
That doesn't really.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter so
Doesn't
much
matter.
to me.
Muscular,
Yeah, I would like
thin.
muscular.
How muscular are we talking?
Not too, not like a
Steve over
beefcake.
here. Steve's
Not like a
pretty
beefcake,
muscular.
but-
Steve's got some guns.
Yeah, I mean, like, takes care of himself.
Okay.
Exercises.
What about dad bods? What do you think of dad bods?
dad bods? I respect it. I feel like
Respect it.
I respect the dad bod.
She doesn't like
I feel like for me, I mean, I like to take care of myself. I like to work out. So
Okay.
someone who works out and takes care of themselves.
Okay. Personality-wise, do you like
I would say like a really good personality, like
extroverted, introverted, loud, kind of more on the?
I would.
What's the?
I would say
Ambivert.
Yeah, I like the ambivert. Maybe like a little more outgoing.
Strong,
likable.
silent type, funny type.
What about artsy? Would you want artsy?
No, I don't think so.
No.
Went to art school.
You could be a stabilizing presence in their life.
The mad artist. I don't think I would go for artsy. But I mean, again, I'm not really
Question.
going for anyone. So.
As you've gotten older, has your expectations for a man increased or decreased?
I would say stayed pretty much the same. I think the only thing that's changed as I've gotten older is that I'm now more open to the possibility of being in a long-term relationship with the right person. I feel like
Whereas before you were
like,
more focused on career?
Yeah, like
Okay.
20s. I mean, as I said, like I'm not even in the career right now. I'm just like in the process of getting that started.
Sure.
So, yeah, I feel like 20s just went by so fast. Like, I don't even know what happened, but I just knew like I didn't want to be in a relationship like teenager 20s. I just
Okay.
wasn't into that.
Got it. And so you've never felt physical attraction for a guy, or was it sexual attraction?
No, not really, to be
Okay.
honest. No.
Not even one? You weren't like walking down the street. Where are you from again?
Maine.
You came from Maine?
I did.
Maine?
Maine. It's like the opposite end of
New
the
England, right?
Gotcha.
That's that New England?
It
That's
is,
New
yeah.
England.
It's the northern,
Maine.
northern
What's the capital of Maine?
Portland.
Portland.
Sorry, Augusta.
Augusta.
Yeah.
So you're walking
Sorry.
down Augusta. You haven't seen a strapping young, or I guess
I have not. It's not.
young.
That's
But
kind of rare to.
Yeah.
It's very rare to see like a.
to see a good-looking guy in
yeah.
public.
That's
don't
why when you
know.
find one, you snatch him and then.
What
you
about
keep
on a
him.
hike?
Height.
You're hiking.
I can't. I mean, I can acknowledge when someone's good looking. It's not that. It's
just-
I'm like, oh, like I'll be friends with him. Like that's like how I.
So in
I
your
just approach it
in
that
your
way.
33 years,
Mm-hmm.
you've never dated, never been intimate with a guy, never
Mm-hmm.
had sex. You're a virgin. Do you think maybe you could lower your standards a little bit?
I would rather not, Brian. I would rather not.
But do you think it's? I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the position you're in, but it's probably not it's certainly not the norm that you haven't you don't find anyone physically attractive.
Mm-hmm.
So could it be that you're just like holding out for this elusive unicorn person that's just never going to come? And
Yeah, it could be.
Are
for
you?
sure.
Would you be? Let's say you're like 45.
Okay.
Let's flash forward
Okay.
12 years, a dozen years.
Mm-hmm.
If it doesn't happen by then, are you just gonna like maybe just the next guy you see?
No. I would rather die a virgin than be with the wrong person, like 100%.
Rather die a virgin.
100%.
Well,
Thanks.
sorry, you repeat that. You'd rather die a virgin than what?
Then be with the wrong person,
Than be with the
or
wrong
or
person.
like pursue something with someone that I'm
But
not
the
feeling.
way
anything for.
the way it sounds to me, it's not that you'd rather die a virgin than be with the wrong person. You'd rather die a virgin than be with a person that's not perfect.
Well, I know perfection doesn't exist. I'm obviously aware of that. I mean, I don't think I'm perfect.
You're
I'm
not physically attracted. You're in 33 years. Haven't been physically attracted to any person. That's
Yeah, not
little
really. Not in
abnormal.
person, but also with that being said, I haven't been looking for that. I've been very like closed off to that. So
Okay.
I mean,
Did
as
you
I
go to
get older-
college?
I did, yeah.
what college do you go to?
I went to the University of Southern Maine.
What's the enrollment there? How many people go there?
Oh, I wouldn't know. I'm not
10,000,
sure.
20,000, 30,000?
Yeah, it's a big commuter school.
Okay.
It's pretty big.
4 years in college, not one hunky college dude, nothing?
No, no.
I think you're getting at what sort of unicorn you are. Like, I've never heard this ever in my life.
Her?
No.
Well,
never.
you live in LA, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, LA is like lost cause.
It's a bad time.
It's
Come to
a
me.
failed
Been
society.
here
in
a year
LA.
now. It's a bad time. I'm about giving up.
Yeah.
I'm ready to move out.
But she's not demanding. I mean, it's like
No.
she's not. It's just.
You're not hunting.
You're not prioritizing.
I'm not.
You're not
Yeah.
hunting. So I don't think that
Sure.
she's said she has a too high standard. I just think it's not a priority.
It's just not a priority.
Well,
I mean,
but I guess the thing that I get a little stuck on is, and do you think you're aromantic?
no.
Okay.
I used to say that, but I think, again, I feel like sexuality, romance are kind of intertwined. So like, I wouldn't even want to do anything with someone that I'm not attracted to. So I guess
Sure.
if you're looking at it that way, yeah. But
What about like a love movie? Or you know,
that's
like I
nice.
watched The Little Mermaid the other day. I watched the animated one.
What?
It's so nice when he fights for her.
it is. I mean, as I said, like I feel like
Do you
as
like
I'm
that?
yes, as I'm getting older, I feel like that's like growing on me more. But I don't know if I'm like there yet. But it's.
Are you like
growing
waiting
on
for
me.
your soulmate? Do you think there's like soulmate energy out there?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I think I don't know if there's like more than one for like everyone. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, there totally could be. I'm not like sold on the idea of like one specific person for one other specific person. But yeah, if I was going to be with someone, it would be with someone that I really had a connection with. Like I same with like friends. Like I look at friends like that. Like if I like connect with you like energetically, then you know, then we're friends. Great.
Do you drink?
I don't.
No drugs?
No.
No nothing.
Steve is falling
I'm
in love.
pretty
over it.
pure.
He's like, who's this unicorn? All these girls in LA,
I'm
man.
pretty pure, I guess you could say.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I don't drink.
Sure. Okay, I'm not going to grill you too hard, but
That's all right, you can grill
no,
me.
and there, I don't think there's. I'm just more curious than anything.
Yeah.
I'm not. It's certainly unique to hear someone in your situation. So okay, you've been single for 2 years.
Yes.
But you currently have a friends with benefits. You have just one friends with benefits, or you got because you know sometimes you hear people say I got a roster, I got a couple people, and I get you. You know you probably got some game. So like, is it just one?
I mean, I just have one like friends with benefits that's like keeps going, you know, stays the same. I mean, I'll go from here and there. I haven't really got with anybody recently, but he's like my consistent person.
Okay.
But you know,
Yeah.
Tinder's a thing. You find.
Well, you're
some-
on Tinder currently,
I
right?
am.
Okay, so it's not exclusive you and your friends with benefits thing.
No.
How often do you guys see each other? Once a week or?
No.
Oh,
he
less-
doesn't live here.
Okay, so
it's kind of when we have time to see each other.
where is he?
Not gonna say that.
Well, just Northern California, SoCal, out of state.
California.
Oh, okay.
Different part of California.
Okay. When's the last time you saw him?
Maybe like 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago? Okay. Have you hung out with another guy in the past 2 weeks?
No.
No?
But it's not because of him.
Oh,
it's
just nothing's
standards.
came about.
I mean,
Gotcha.
yeah, if there's a person, then I would, but
Gotcha. Well, we have some pre-show notes here from you that you provided. You said that you've dated alcoholics, schizos, hard drug addicts, and then you stopped dating men.
yes.
But you're currently semi-dating a guy. Friends
I'm
with
not
benefits.
semi-dating him.
Oh, it's
I'm
just-
not dating anybody.
Okay.
He's my little boo thing, is what I like to say.
You guys just fuck once or twice a month type of thing? Or
Yeah.
Friends with benefits?
Whenever I see him, yeah.
Okay. But then you stopped dating men.
Yes.
Let's see. Your first. This is your notes that you provide. First boyfriend had one ball,
Oh, yeah.
and you didn't realize till halfway into the relationship. Did it bother you when you found
No.
out that there was a singular ball?
No.
It upset you? Did it upset you?
No. I thought it was kind of funny that he had one
You
ball.
just didn't know. It
I
was a
just didn't
surprise
know.
to you.
I mean, if I'm being real, my first boyfriend, it was like the first like in life dick that I've ever seen. And I didn't
Oh.
really know the difference until I kind of took a better look and I was like,
Yeah.
damn, you have one nut down there.
What? How did he lose it in a tragic, in like a train
imploded.
accident? Imploded?
It imploded.
Is that a thing? Random ball
He
implosion?
woke up one day and it was giant.
Randomly when he slept.
Yeah, he woke up and one ball was giant, red and pussy.
That's a new
and
fear in
then
my.
He
fear
tried
unlocked.
to tell like his, guardian that.
Guardian?
Well,
Oh, he's
I don't want to exploit anybody here.
okay.
But yeah, his
Yeah.
person tried to tell him that something was up with this ball. They didn't believe him until later that night. He was like, "No, something's bad," and just big ass nut, and it
Big ass.
imploded.
Ball
Imploded.
implosion.
He had to get surgery, and he had to get
Can
it
the chat
removed.
Google if ball implosion is a thing? One thing I have heard of is there's something called testicular torsion, and it can happen while you're sleeping. The cord or something can get wrapped up or something, and then it can cut off the blood supply or something. It can happen I don't know. In any case, yeah, that's scary. So he had it surgically. That sucks.
Surgically removed.
Rip
Did
rip
you-
his ball.
Rip his ball.
Rip his one ball.
I mean, at least
but
he got
has
one other one.
He has one left, so
He's
that's
still
good.
doing good.
They call
okay.
him Uno.
So
Huh?
They call him Uno.
Uniballer.
I would
there
call
you
him
go.
Uno.
Wow.
Did you notice or did he tell you?
It took me a minute to notice, and then I looked and I was like, "Whoa, there's only one thing down here." He was like, "Yeah, my ball imploded."
What's it
And I
look
was
like?
"Damn."
Here, okay.
It just looks
Like one ball.
very one. Like
Okay.
you just right under just one
So,
thing
so
hanging
you
down.
said that you and your friend had a threesome with your neighbor the first month of moving into your apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
I did.
And you also, so you're, how many threesomes have you had? Because it sounds like you had a threesome with a couple and they gave you, what happened with that?
Chlamydia. They gave me chlamydia.
The threesome?
I mean, they were hot. They were.
The couple was hot.
They were married.
How did you find them? Was it on Tinder and they were looking for, what's it called, a unicorn?
Actually, my friend
Is that what
found
it's
him
called?
on Tinder.
Okay.
And then they know that like my dream bucket list was to, have a couple that's like obsessed with me and they just want me. And she found him for me. And they were great.
It was a guy
The
and a girl?
chlamydia, yeah.
They gave you chlamydia?
They gave me chlamydia.
That doesn't sound great.
They were great.
They were great. The chlamydia not so great, but
How did
I
you-
took those antibiotics. I got rid of it.
How did you find out that you had the
I get tested
that you
pretty
had VD?
often.
You get tested pretty often?
Yeah.
Were you symptomless?
Huh?
Symptomless?
Yeah, I
'Cause,
was.
yeah, majority-
It was a shock. I had a panic attack when I
Yeah,
got
like-
that email.
60 or
But-
70% of guys symptomless.
Yeah.
Good times.
I wasn't
Oh my
expecting
gosh.
it. They denied it even after I told them. But it
Did
was
you-
fine. They were hot.
How do you know it was from them though? Because I mean, maybe it was
Because-
a different hookup.
No, it was from them.
You
Well, I
You sure?
had my threesome with the neighbor boy before I had fucked them, and then I made sure that the neighbor boy got tested to make sure it wasn't from anybody else, and everybody
see.
else before was clean until them. So
Okay.
I
and
narrowed down my options.
How did you find them? They were on a dating app. Is
They
that?
were on a dating
Oh,
app.
and your friend.
My friend
okay.
found them.
Did your friend also?
No.
But your friend was like,
Gave
she's
them to
better
me.
suited for
Exactly.
this.
Exactly.
It was. Oh, go ahead, Steve.
How old are you now?
I'm 18.
And when did this happen?
Maybe like a month ago.
Okay.
Maybe 2 months, a month and a half. Maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Did you only have sex with them one time
Yes.
Just a
because
one-
of the chlamydia?
I think it's kind of like their thing. They don't like
Giving people
you know,
chlamydia and threesomes.
Well, when you're married, I feel like you don't want to keep doing it with the same person because then like things can happen. So I think
Keep
it was just kind of a
doing
one
what
time.
with the
Let's
same
have some
person?
fun.
How old are they?
They're older. They're
Like
in the
30s, 20s?
20s and 30s.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sounds predatory.
Not at all.
A little bit.
To give 18-year-old girls chlamydia without telling them?
Well, I don't
think
know.
little
I don't know if they
predatory.
knew they had chlamydia, but they said they got tested like every week. I don't really believe that, but they were hot. I don't really care. They were bad, so I had a great time. They had a great time.
That wasn't your first threesome. You say you like threesomes, right?
I do.
How many have you had?
5.
5 threesomes.
Mhm.
But was it each one was like with a different group of people?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And has it always been girl-guy, like a girl-guy?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, and has it always been couples, or just like you randomly will just fall into?
It kind of depends. Sometimes only one time it's been a couple that's like together, and then other times it's kind of just, friends.
Have you found them all on dating apps?
No. One of them, oh, damn, I'm really exploiting myself right now.
No, it's good. It's good. Please feel free to share.
One of them's my little sneaky link.
Sneaky link?
Yeah, my
current.
My boo, my current sneaky link. Yeah,
the friends with benefits.
That's what I call him. He's my sneaky link.
Okay, you had a threesome with him.
Yes, I did.
Okay, gotcha.
And then one with the neighbor, one with someone that is not going to be talked about, and then the couple. And then my first one was actually with my best friend's manager and my other friend.
You've had 5 threesomes?
I have. That's kind of the best of both worlds.
Welcome to California. Okay, so wait, so a couple questions here. So wait, how? Here, just guys, they're being open. Please hold your judgment, okay?
Sorry,
I'm not really judgment, more so jealous because I'm sitting here with a goose egg at 26.
Wait, what's a goose egg?
It's
0.
Fun.
Oh, 0 threesomes?
0.
Honestly, I'll tell you this.
Thing.
I haven't had any threesomes. A couple opportunities present themselves. Threesomes are overrated. I'd rather disappoint one woman at a time, to be honest.
See, I've heard you say that, but it's different when you're like a girl and you
because
like
you don't have to do anything
and
really.
dick. You get both of it at the same time, and it's kind of like heaven.
I'm just wondering if this is like the new thing that freshmen do. That's more I'm not judging. I'm curious because I'm like, is this what freshmen do now? They just that's the cool
I don't
thing.
think a lot of people like threesomes. I think it's just kind of personally me because
I didn't know.
It's more fun. You gotta have more fun.
It's more fantasized, I feel.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
With people around our age, I would say.
So, okay. How, of the 5 threesomes you've had, like, have they all been within the past, like, 6 months, pretty recently, or?
Yeah, first one was probably, like, 8 months ago. And then, since then, the rest have come. So,
okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. And let's see, we have some more notes from you. Let's see, the smoke shop story.
Oh,
what happened there?
Okay. You want the full story?
The Cliff Notes short plot synopsis version.
I was going to the beach. There's these guys that work at the smoke shop where I used to live. And one of them got my number, and I got his number, and we were going to hang out. And then anyway, I proceeded to get extremely drunk at the beach. And then he called me and he was like, oh, let's hang out. And I was like, oh yeah, let's hang out. I went and met up with them. And I guess I walked up to his brother, which was not him, but I thought it was him. And then I proceeded to go into the car with his brother and hang out. And I was all, oh, blah, blah, blah. And then he was like, no, that's my brother's name. And then, yeah, I proceeded to have some fun with his brother. And then he was kind of a bitch, though. He left me in a different city on the side of the road. But it's fine.
Well, so you were planning to meet up with Bobby.
Yeah,
his
Bobby.
brother, Billy. Mm-hmm. You got them mixed up, so you start talking to Billy. Mm-hmm. Bobby wasn't there, I guess.
No, Bobby was there.
Oh, just somewhere else.
He was right there. He just didn't say anything.
Okay, got it.
He didn't let me know. And then when I called Billy Bobby, he was like, no, Bobby's my brother.
And you were like, oh, that's cool.
And I was like, oh, damn.
I kind of like you too, though. So type of thing.
I didn't.
But you ended up hooking up with Billy.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you were too drunk to understand the difference between the brothers?
I guess so, yeah. Okay. I mean, I don't think it's anything wrong. I mean, I'm fine.
Oh,
I put myself in that situation. I was going with it. I was having fun, so I
thought from the pre-show notes, you had already hooked up with him, and then only after you hooked up, you realized, oh shoot, I hooked up with the wrong
I realized before
And then you went along. You went ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I
Let's
was
see.
very
You were dating a
carefree.
Marine. He tried to marry you, and then you stopped talking to him. What happened there?
I did date a Marine. I had a friend. We got into this clique of Marines.
What does that mean? She got into a clique of Marines?
We just met these Marines at a party.
She hooked up with all of them? What?
No, she didn't.
Oh, okay.
She's,
Sorry, I'm just hearing
she's
things.
a bitch, but we don't talk about that.
Oh, we don't talk about her?
I mean, we can, trust me, but I don't think that's the time.
Did you hook up with her?
Oh,
Because you're
hell
you're
no.
bi, right?
Huh? I am
You're
bi.
Yeah.
But I did not. But
What was the Marine thing? He tried to marry you? And
yeah, we met the Marines, and then I was talking to this one Marine. They all kind of wanted me.
They all wanted you?
Yeah, like
All
three
of
of
them?
them. No,
Okay.
three of them. Three
Sure.
of like the group. They were trying to get at me, and I was kind of turning them away because I didn't want them. They were older. And then this one, he kind of caught my attention. And then, yeah, he was like my little boyfriend for a second. I don't really call people boyfriends. They
Why is
call-
that? What do you call them?
I don't know. I have to feel like a certain level of commitment to be your boyfriend.
Whose phone is? Can somebody silence their phone? Was that
Yeah,
me?
that was totally me.
That might have been me.
No, it was me. I felt it.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay. It's all good.
But yeah, and then I couldn't call him my boyfriend. I guess I was his girlfriend. I mean, I called him my boyfriend, but with the air tags because I couldn't really do it, but I tried to.
Air tags?
Like
Oh, I thought you like
whatever that's called. What's that called?
used an air
quotes.
tag to stalk
No.
him or something.
Quotation marks.
Okay.
Air quotes.
Air
That's
quotes.
what I meant. And then yeah, he tried to marry me. He was like,
And then
make
tried-
me his background.
Tried to marry you?
Yeah, he was like,
then
I
you s-
want to marry you.
And then you ghosted him?
And then I said, oh, okay, bye-bye.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Can't
sorry.
do that.
What month did you turn 18?
January.
Okay. Okay. 18 and a half. Okay. A lot's happened.
A lot has happened.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you not
Too
like
much.
commitment? Like, are you just
She had a
not
fun
about it?
summer.
Very.
I don't know if I like commitment. I feel like I would. Like, I'm envious of relationships where two people are like very committed to each other, but I think I don't trust anybody to actually be that committed to me, so I just don't put myself in that situation where it's like full level commitment.
Could you be fully committed to someone, you think?
Yeah,
though? Yeah.
I could. It's just I don't trust people will to me, so I just won't even go into like a situation where I have to be committed because
What would
I
it
don't
take,
trust them.
like, for you to feel like trusting of someone enough to fully commit to you?
I don't know. I feel like we just have to talk for a while and like hang out for a while, and like I visibly see that I'm the only person that they're hanging out with, and they're not like going around being a hoe.
Have you
like
ever
everybody
been in a
else.
committed relationship before?
One.
That was in high school, though, I'm
That
assuming.
was in
right?
high school.
Did
Okay.
it give you
Yeah.
trust issues?
Yeah, he was a piece of shit. So
Do you think that's the reason why you're not willing
Probably.
to be committed to anyone now?
probably
Good times.
great times.
Good times. Good times.
Awesome. I'm sorry.
In your pre-show notes, you said you don't date anymore primarily because men are whores,
Mm-hmm.
your words, and cheat on women even if they're nice, even if the women are nice.
No, even if the men are nice.
Oh,
Yeah.
even if the guys are nice,
Even
they're
if the
cheating
guys are
and they're
nice,
whore. Okay.
I just by like what I've seen in other relationships and relationships like that I've been in, everybody cheats on everybody. Like there's no like people that are hard strong together, and if there are, it's like super rare.
Sure.
So I just believe, I mean, not all men are whores, girls are whores too. I mean, everybody is. Like, everybody cheats on everybody, and that's why I don't want to be in a relationship, because I just see all these other relationships around me where people are just cheating on everybody, and it kind of just lowers the anticipation of being in a relationship.
You guys are kind of her same age. Do you kind of agree with what she's saying a little bit? Is there a lot of cheating going on, a lot of infidelity, people sleeping around, that type of thing?
I think that 99% of men are gonna cheat. It's gonna be really rare to find.
99% men are gonna cheat.
99%. I'm like really fact on that.
Parisa, right?
Yeah, Parisa.
Do you agree, or?
I don't know. I'd say that just our generation is definitely a lot more focused on hookup culture. So like cheating is just a given to be more common.
I see.
Yep.
You said that all these men, they're cheating, right? Have you ever cheated?
No,
Never cheated?
no.
Just never? Okay.
That I just don't go in relationships
and
if
so-
I'm not ready to commit.
When you say men are whores, what does it mean to be a whore? Like, what is that like? They're just sleeping with a bunch of other women, basically, or
Yeah, like sleeping with a bunch of people, or
like looking to.
like looking to.
Yeah.
Like they're
always looking
like,
for it.
oh, I want to fuck this person. I want to fuck this person. You
Sure.
know, like they don't have to, but if that's all that's on their mind, then
Yeah.
that classifies as a. I mean, I'm not saying whores are bad. Whores can be nice people, but it's
Okay.
just a whore mentality.
there's a whore mentality. There's a whore, and this whore mind virus has infected men more so than women.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, yeah, I believe that just because I see a lot of more men cheat on women than I see women cheat on men. But
Okay.
I also know that women are just as likely to cheat on men
Okay.
as men are.
Do you, just using your own words here, do you consider yourself to be
A
hoe?
whore?
A whore, yes.
I'm not a whore. I
Okay,
don't think
hold on.
so.
Brandon Mills donated $99. Y'all can't judge, but
Yo,
I
thank you,
can.
Brandon. Appreciate it.
Ooh, you nasty. It's Joe Ever. I'm leaving California. How are men 304 when you've had 5 threesomes at only 18 years old?
Because I have fun with my life.
What is the definition of a whore? Just somebody who has a lot of sex with different people?
Yeah. I mean, no, not even. Like, if
Okay.
you have sex with a bunch of different people and, like, say you're, like, in a bunch of different relationships, I mean, I guess that's fine because you're trying to, like, work on it. But a whore is just somebody that, like, wants to fuck someone this night, every other night.
But haven't you done that a little bit? Maybe just a little?
I mean, not, like,
The
nightly.
5 threesomes, maybe?
5 threesomes. Threesomes are just, like, my go-to. People have go-tos.
Go to.
Yeah, if there's 2 people and they're down, I'm down.
I mean, me and Steve here, we've never. Wait, who here at the tables, and no judgment, but who here's had a threesome?
Oh,
Show of hands.
Woo!
Ever had a threesome? No threesomes? Anybody?
I mean, I feel no
Madison?
judgment.
Madison?
I
love it.
oppose.
Madison?
I have never had a threesome, and I probably won't for the rest of my life.
Okay. Okay. You know, 5 is pretty good.
You know, I'm being honest. I could
No,
have said 2.
I appreciate the honesty,
I
by the
could have
way.
said
Your honesty,
2.
because a lot of people, a lot of people would just either undersell or they would not be honest. But I actually genuinely appreciate your honesty because it makes for fun, raw, honest conversation. So appreciate it. Okay. You said that, okay, you said we should go back to the olden days where men opened car doors and actually bought women flowers.
I mean, if you're gonna be a boyfriend, you should buy your girlfriend flowers, or you should try to make some nice gestures. You should try to make some nice gestures to like people.
What should the woman do for the man?
I don't know, like the same shit. I don't know.
Oh,
The men don't have to do all of it. It's just you don't see dudes bringing a girl a bouquet of flowers anytime recently. I haven't seen that in ever.
have you guys seen?
I've never gotten
one
flowers.
of you had a note
Yeah.
on this that you also kind of felt the same way. Parisa, it might have been you. Let me check my notes about men. You wish things were more like the olden times.
I don't think that was
That
me.
might have been me.
Might have been you.
Yeah,
You might just be attracting the wrong men in your life.
I think so.
Yeah.
Has your boyfriend ever gotten you flowers in the 1 month that you guys have been dating?
Well, we've been talking since like February,
Mhm.
but on my birthday, he picked me some flowers.
Just one?
Yeah, those are the only flowers I've ever gotten.
It's a little better than
at
nothing
least
at
he
all.
picked them.
That's good.
That
Yeah.
shows like he's trying.
The effort.
Yeah.
Effort's there.
And flowers are expensive. You know, like if you're gonna get a nice bouquet, it's like at least $100 usually.
Or
you
like
could
I
get
find
a
my
$10
flowers-
one at
$20
You could
Trader
get like a
Joe's.
$10
$10 one
bouquet
from Trader
at Vons.
Joe's.
There's
That's
some
true.
cheap
I
flowers
did
out
find
there.
some cheap flowers. I
Yeah.
bought
You
some
can.
cheap flowers.
Picking
that
them's
looked
almost
very
cute.
nice.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I agree.
Yeah, Sienna, I think you said that modern dating sucks. I wish it was more like it was back back then.
Yeah. With no phones.
Yeah, before phones.
Yeah, no social media, no phones.
Okay. How do you think it was?
I think it was more quality time spent together.
Sure.
Yeah.
Before phones, before
Less
social
cheating,
media.
Less cheating.
Okay, I think that would have to be like prior, like sub 2005.
Like flip phones.
I think people started getting flip phones kind of. That's when I think there's the peak, is around maybe early mid 2000s. So yeah, and then ever since social media and cell phones, it's
really plummeted.
Steady, insane decline.
Yeah.
Last thing here with Greta. So, well, actually, going back to men should open car doors, buy women flowers. Is that before or after the 5 threesomes?
Both.
Huh?
You should always do that. Like.
But so you want guys to kind of like be more traditional, right?
Yeah.
But shouldn't women also be more traditional?
I mean, I don't think
to
they have
deserve
to be
that type of behavior?
traditional. I think they should just be like respectful and want to, buy you a bouquet of flowers and want to open your car door for you and do shit like that.
So,
like they don't have to be fully traditional.
So you're kind of talking about chivalry.
Yeah.
So men acting in a chivalrous, gentlemanly manner, doing these kind of gestures, opening the car door, getting flowers, like romantic gestures. Well, so men have changed insofar as they've stopped doing that. What have women either stopped doing or started doing differently?
I don't know. I mean, women kind of do the same thing. Like, I feel like women should also do the same shit as men. Like, they can both be whores before, but like if they're on a date together and they're like trying to do things for one another, the women should also
do what? But it's typically, I mean, typically when you think of open car door, that's a one-directional thing. The guy is opening the car door for the woman. It's not like, okay, the guy gets out of the car, opens the car door for the woman, then gets back into the car, and then the woman goes and opens the car door for the guy. It can only be.
It's just like a domino effect. You don't have to do that.
No, but it's not something. There's no reciprocity with opening a car door.
The girl's driving the car, they can open the door for the guy.
Well, wouldn't part of like being a traditional thing, the guy would pick up the girl? Don't you think?
You don't have to.
So it's her car.
It's just more of a respectful thing, not really traditional. So it's just like doing respectful, nice things that you want to do for one another.
Wait, so her car, but the guy opens her car door for her?
No,
I feel like it has to be the guy's car.
He should open the car door for the girl. If a girl's driving,
she should open the for the guy?
Yeah.
I don't know about opening the car door for the guy, but I think that like men expect women to stand by their side, show up as like a beautiful, presentable woman, and like the least they can do is open our door,
Yeah, if they want us to put our makeup on, look all cute, be like, "Oh yes, sir, thank you," like. Okay, open the car door for me.
I feel like ultimately, if you want a gentleman, you have to be a lady.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, no.
No.
Yeah.
What were you actually gonna say?
No, I had to think about it.
Okay.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Well, that's the thing. It's like this expectation for men to be gentlemen and for men to be chivalrous, but in order for men to be chivalrous and a gentleman, like you have to be a lady.
I think everyone should just be respectful.
Respectful. But why? But can't you be respectful without opening a car door or buying flowers?
Yeah, but like
you can still be respectful
in a way where like you want to do nice things.
Whose phone is that? Can somebody silence that? Is that my phone? Someone heard a ding, right?
It's Nick.
Huh? Nick, is that your phone?
My phone's on silent.
I think it was mine.
Just can you DND it? Just DND your phones if you can. Okay, so repeat what you're saying.
I just think people should be respectful to people and like want to do nice things for them. It doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. You should want to do the above and beyond for the person that you love and want to get them flowers and want to open the car door for them.
You said go back to the olden days. Do you think men should pay on the first dates and subsequent dates?
I mean, it'd be nice.
It'd be nice.
You don't have to, but it'd be like, yeah, okay. Cool. That's nice.
Sure. I mean, my whole thinking is, though, is like, I think guys are not particularly inclined to do those things because they see how, and look, both men and women move this way, but a lot of people are just like casually fucking people. And it's like, okay, I'm not going to go and open your car door and get you flowers and pay for your meal and do all these romantic things when...
Because you've had sex with another person?
No, not necessarily, but if the way you're moving in the dating marketplace, for example, if I was going on a date with a girl and like she fucked a guy like in the afternoon, I would not want to like pay for her date. I wouldn't want to buy her flowers. I wouldn't want to open her car door. I wouldn't want to do any of these romantic gestures because that's just like...
Well, then you shouldn't go on a date with a girl.
But how am I going to know?
You're mad that she fucked somebody an hour before, like in the
that's
afternoon.
wrong.
You just
That's
shouldn't go
wrong.
on a date with that person.
How would I know, though?
Well, how would you know if they did or didn't? You're not going to do it because
Right.
they possibly could have fucked somebody earlier that day, but what if they didn't? You don't know that.
You don't know. There's no way to know.
Exactly.
Well, I think the way you carry yourself can be an indicator.
Not necessarily.
So like you can't, but like if you go around going on dates with women and you're just expecting, oh, they had sex with somebody way before this, that's not okay, because what if they didn't? What if they're a virgin and they've never
Sure.
had sex with anybody, but you're going to be like, I'm not going to open your door, I'm not going to buy you flowers, I'm not going to be like nice and do anything like over and beyond for you because you could have possibly had sex with somebody before. That's just...
It's not possibly, like, it's just it's kind of the reality of dating. I would say look, I'm not saying that every single woman is sleeping around and currently dating 3, 4, 5 guys at the same time, sleeping with 3, 4, 5 guys at the same time. However, I think we can agree that there's a large portion of women and men that are fucking around, and I don't feel particularly inclined to do all these like traditional, like fall into my traditional gender roles while you're fucking somebody else. You can get my traditional gender roles when you're committed to me, when you're exclusive to me. But if you're not exclusive to me, I'm not paying for shit. Until I know I have your commitment, you're not getting any traditional treatment. You have to prove yourself to me. In the same way that men have to prove themselves to women.
Anybody want to like further things with you if you're going to have that mentality? Like you're not going to get shit from me unless you're going to prove that you aren't fucking
That's how
anybody
women
else.
operate, and I'm saying that men are allowed to operate in that
Women
same
don't
way.
operate that
That's
way.
exactly
Not all women.
That's exactly how women operate. Women are looking at men to prove themselves to them in a variety of different ways. It could be their physical appearance, it could be their personality, it could be what they're bringing to the table. That's how it is. So I'm saying I'm saying that men are also allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries, and not just kowtow to everything.
They don't have to feel like a pressure to buy dinner and do all this shit for a woman. But if every man walks around with the mentality like, oh, I won't do this for this person, I won't do this for this person because they could have fucked somebody earlier today and I have no clue about it, then all like romantic gestures are going to be gone, because that's just going to be the new thing where everyone's like, well, fuck this person. If they don't owe me this and they don't prove it to me, they don't get shit. Nothing comes out of it.
Well, I do think romantic gestures should be gone. Certainly, if you're going on a date with a woman and she like is fucking other men while she's dating you.
Well, if she tells you she's fucking other men,
I'd say most women would not be honest about that.
Well, then how are you going to assume that every person is
because
fucking
I would
person?
say more so.
Then women should just fucking assume that all men.
They
are fucking
do.
Other people.
Yes, women
I
do
don't.
assume that.
Not all women.
Okay, who controls access to sex, men or women?
Both.
Women.
Access to sex?
Yeah, who controls when sex happens, men or women?
It depends. Who's more dominant.
Has a guy ever made you wait for sex? Like you wanted to fuck and... Have you ever told a guy who you were interested in and he wanted to hook up, and you made him wait for sex?
No.
Okay, you've never made a guy wait for... So you'll just fuck first date. I'm not saying that's wrong.
No, I won't fuck first date, but like, I mean, I'll make...
Hold on, so
wait,
the threesomes... Well, hold on. The threesomes that you've had, you waited? Like you went on a first date?
No.
So
I can.
So you do
but
fuck
I don't
on the first
every time.
You do fuck on the first date.
I mean,
most threesomes,
most
it's
of
not
them,
like,
it's kind of like this is what the plan is. So it's not like we're going on a date. It's kind of like
yeah.
we just want to fuck.
Okay, so but you will hook
Yeah.
up with someone or
First
a group
time,
of people.
If that's like what was intended on.
Okay.
Not if like I'm going on a date with a person and I'm just gonna fuck them.
Can you speak closer to the mic? Speak into the
Sorry.
mic. Yeah, no, look, I mean, probably it would be better for like if, I guess the reason I'm hesitant to fall into my traditional gender roles is I don't want to feel like a sucker. I don't want to get played, right? So I don't want to be put in a position where I go on a date with a girl, I pay for the meal, I do all these romantic gestures, I get her flowers, et cetera, and then end of the date, 8 p.m., 9 p.m., whatever, and then she goes over to the guy's house who she's fucking, fucks him, who he never had to pay for a date. He never took her out. He's just some hot dude that she likes to fuck. So that to me is in order for guys to hold up their end of the deal when it comes to traditional gender roles and being a gentleman, women also have to move in a way that is deserving. Like women ought to curate men's desire to be gentlemen.
Yeah.
And that's not going to occur when we know that the way people are moving is pretty fucking scandalous.
But that's illogical, because if you say that women have to signal to men that they are a lady,
yes,
to trigger these gentlemanly behaviors, but then you're saying, but the predisposition is that no one is a lady because I'm not gonna, no matter how you present yourself, no matter what, I'm gonna assume you're not. Then that's a catch-22. So there has to be some give. You have to say that at some point a woman can present herself or
You're
prove
right.
in such a way that she's a lady.
I think the give ought to be on women to acknowledge that the dating marketplace is absolutely fucked up beyond all repair, and that you should give men leeway to not pay on the first date, because you recognize men don't want to feel like suckers and be paying for a girl. Because we had a girl 2 weeks ago come on the show. She said she set up 50 dates, or her plan was to set up 50 dates with 50 different men in 50 days.
But she didn't expect I watched her, and she didn't expect those men to pay for it. She was very happy to do 50-50.
I don't recall exactly what she said, but there is an expectation on men to pay for first dates, and I'm sure she would prefer if the guy was she was I'd say moderate or conservative, so she'd probably expect the guy to be provider, pay for the first date. So, and just like I told her, I'm like, okay, I'm date number 10 in the past 10 days, and you want me to pay for the first date? I'm gonna feel like a sucker. I don't want to feel like a sucker.
Have you been a sucker before?
Huh?
Have you been one before?
I think I have. I probably have. There's no way to know, because she's not going to tell you after the date, by the way, I'm at Chad's house and I'm fucking him right now.
Or maybe not that exactly, but you go on a date, you think everything's good, and then ghosted, or you just feel like you were taken advantage of. And that's
I've had that. I've paid for a meal, and then conversation's fine, just very pleasant, very respectful, and then
and your guard goes up after it, right?
Yeah. Absolutely.
So if you could create Brian's brave new world of dating, would it be that?
Well, I'm an authoritarian dictator in that situation, so you don't want my. But okay, I'll play along.
Men and women go Dutch on the first date, or you do a non-financial activity. The romantic traditional gestures can come into play, but they come into play like over time as you establish her loyalty and ladiness.
Yeah, that sounds amenable.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. It's just I don't want to really, not going to be a traditional guy with.
But you really don't believe that you can perceive a lady before by the first date? Maybe not instantly.
Well, there are some women where it's like very clear, okay, this woman's probably, it's hard, but this woman's probably permissive. And then I just wouldn't go on the first date to begin with. But there are some very unassuming women who you would never think who will play you.
Yeah.
And they could be shy, they could be introverted, they can be quiet, they could be talking to 5 guys at the same time, and you wouldn't know.
Yeah.
What's that fucking song "Gangsters Move in Silence Like Lasagna" or some shit. I don't know, but
baby.
I don't know what I don't know what I'm talking.
I don't know what lasagna is.
Last thing with you, Greta. So okay, you and I don't know if you had a response to anything I said, but you said that women are better. Eating pussy is what?
Better than sucking dick.
Okay, good time.
I mean, that's a preference for me.
Oh, that's fine. I don't
but
object
it's just
to that.
better.
Okay.
I don't
good for
know.
him. Okay.
More fun. You get to go different places, you know?
Got it. Okay. Let me quick question for everyone here on the panel, and we'll start with Madysen. We'll go around. Are your parents still together, or are they separated?
My mom is dead.
Sorry to hear that.
They're together.
My parents are still together.
My parents are divorced, but my mom's remarried.
Divorced. My dad passed away.
Sorry to hear that.
Still together, but shouldn't be.
Okay.
Together.
Divorced.
Okay. Did you say, how old were you when they split up?
I was 4.
4. Okay, got it. Let's see. We have something here for Sienna. Let's see. Your last relationship was in 2020.
Yep.
You haven't dated since until now. You broke up with him after 2 years because he was emotionally, physically abusive. He would get kicked out a lot. You'd have to sneak in. You'd buy everything.
Yeah.
You bought everything for him. What did you buy him? Did you buy him a PS5 or something?
But he would ask me to buy the PS5. He would ask me to buy, like, if we're going out to the movies, I'd pay. Food. If he wanted something, he would send me the link for it.
So you were simping for him?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, okay. So you would you begrudgingly buy shit for him? Like, would it cause arguments?
Yeah, he would get mad if I wouldn't.
Oh, he'd get mad if you wouldn't.
But
okay.
like, it's my money. Like.
Yeah. You'd buy almost everything. He would call you names. He wouldn't let you go outside in shorts or a tank top.
Yeah.
Okay. He left me for someone else one time, and I got back with him. So he cheated on you, or?
Yeah, he did.
Or he broke up with you and got with somebody else?
No, he didn't even break up with me. He
just cheated?
was texting her and sent me a screenshot of them texting, and didn't say anything after that. So I was just like, damn.
Okay. You said that he wouldn't talk to you if you didn't have sex with him.
Yeah.
How would that play out?
So like, if I went to his house and I think he would like expect sex.
Weren't you his girlfriend?
Yeah, but doesn't mean I have to have sex all the time with him.
Does being a girlfriend mean you have to have sex with him all the time? It's expected?
Well, I mean, if here's what's interesting, right? Obviously, if you don't want to have sex, 100% it should be consensual. That's not what I'm saying. But if you've asked a guy to be in a committed sexual relationship with you, and you've asked him to not sleep with other women, and then you start withholding sex or stop having sex, there is to some degree an expectation that if we're in a committed relationship, having sex is a component of a committed relationship.
No. Mm-mm. You can be in a committed relationship where you don't have sex with anybody else, but that does not mean every time I see you, you have to have sex with me. And then if you don't have sex with me, it's not withholding sex because I'm committed to you in a relationship.
It just means you don't have sex.
I'm not in the mood to have sex right now. You're withholding sex from me. That's not, no.
Well, there's degrees to this. What I would say though is if you don't match up in terms of if he wants to have a lot of sex and you don't, then one, I would say he's perfectly within his right to leave you. But it is kind of like if you're asking a guy to be committed to you and he has a certain sex drive and you're not prepared to fulfill him sexually, then that's your call. But
then he shouldn't be in a relationship with you. But if he knows you don't want to have sex 5 times a day.
But why do y'all push so much for commitment, but you're not prepared to sexually satisfy your partner? And I think that should go both ways.
It shouldn't always be sex though. Like it could be like in other ways.
You can be in a relationship without having to have sex every time they want to have sex.
Right, but I mean, there is to some degree, like, wouldn't you want to sexually fulfill your partner?
Yeah, but
when you're in the mood for it, yeah.
Yeah.
When you want to
When-
have sex,
Okay.
then yeah, I can sexually fulfill my partner. But if he wants to have sex 10 times a day and I had sex 1 time a day and I'm done, it's not like I'm sexually withholding
Well, then you
anything from
shouldn't.
him.
You just shouldn't be together. But
Well, then that's his decision if he's the one that wants to have sex more than that many times a day. It's not my fault for sexually withholding something from somebody. It's them having an issue with me not
right.
wanting
But
to
there
have
ought
sex
to
all the
be
fucking
there
time.
ought to be some acknowledgement of men's higher sex drive. Men,
I
generally
think that's
speaking,
an issue
have.
with the men, not
Yeah.
the women. That's not an issue with us. That's an
But
issue
if
with
you're
them.
okay, but part of securing commitment from a man is if you're going to be in a relationship with each other, you need to meet each other's needs. Like, see, this is one of the differences I think between men and women. Like, if let's say I'm the sole breadwinner in a family, and I'm providing for my wife, we have children. I can't just say, "Babe, I don't really feel like going to work today." Babe,
Work has
somebody
nothing to do with
somebody
sex.
somebody breaks into the house. I don't really feel like defending you right now. Can you, like, it's not about what I feel like and don't.
But work and breaking into a house has nothing to do with sex. Sex is something voluntary on both sides, where 2 people want to have sex together and they want to have a good time. I've had sex with people who have wanted to have sex and I didn't want to, but I still did it, and it is fucking insufferable. So
Right, you shouldn't
saying
do that, but-
exactly, but
But
you're
aren't you
saying that
saying
we're
that?
withholding sex from our partner if we don't. That's what you just said.
Doesn't that put a lot of like emotional distress on the girlfriend?
How so?
Because you're like, you have to.
I'm not okay. Look. If you otherwise have a good sex life and there's a couple days that you don't want to have sex, that's totally fine. Like, if you're not feeling well, you're feeling a little sick, you've got a headache, that's fine. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if it gets to the point where you're constantly starting to say no to your boyfriend and he wants to have sex, again, sex should be 100% consensual. But what I'm saying is, like, if you are not fulfilling your partner sexually, they are within their right to break up with you.
Yeah.
And they're within their right to feel upset that you're not meeting their sexual expectation in a monogamous, committed relationship where you've demanded that he only gets sex from you. Because hold on.
Devon Jackson donated $100. To the ladies, how long would your relationship last if every time you asked him for sex he said no, but every time he asked for sex it happened?
Wait, to the ladies, how long would your relationship last? If every time you asked him for sex, he said no, but every time he asked for sex, it happened.
It would not be a relationship.
Not very long.
I don't really get it, but not long.
We're going around the table on this. Go ahead.
Not entirely sure I understand the question.
Yeah.
How long would your relationship last if every time you asked him for sex, he said no, but every time he asked for sex, it happened? So only when he was in the mood.
Oh.
Is it possible? Like,
That's fine.
I mean, that's kind of.
is
like,
it okay? Like, I think
yeah.
it's okay to try to have sex if you're not in the mood. Like, sometimes I'll have sex if I'm not in the mood. I don't know. Like, you
mean-
can get into the mood.
If you expect your partner to fulfill your sexual needs and desires, your partner probably also expects you to turn her on. So, like, just because you're turned on doesn't mean she is. So it's like, do something that would turn her on. Like,
True.
create the environment that makes it work, and don't just expect your partner to fill 100% of your needs without your effort.
That's not really what
Sounds
we're
good.
arguing about, but okay. What about you?
Thank you.
I would technically be in a marriage, so that would be difficult.
What would be difficult?
If every time I wanted to have sex, he didn't want to, that would be tough for me. So we'd have to like go and figure that out.
Are
Okay.
you saving yourself for marriage?
Mhm.
Oh, okay.
Allegedly.
Yeah.
Look, again, everything should be consensual, but what I'm saying is that if you're in a relationship with somebody and they're constantly denying you sex, like turning you down for sex, that's a pretty valid reason to end the relationship.
Was that
That's
the
all I'm saying.
situation though?
What?
Like
Were you
saying no?
constantly denying him? Like, were you constantly saying no to him?
No, it was just
Okay.
constant all the time. So I like would get like, I don't want to do.
And
it
then
all
he
the
would
time.
get mad.
Yeah, and he would.
So that sounds more like it, not healthy. For him to get mad at her if they were you were having sex on a regular basis.
I would go over to his house just to hang out, and then he would like try something with me, try to go in the room, and I'd be like no, and then he would just go on the video game and not talk to me the rest of the time.
Yeah,
So
so
he would
that's
try.
not healthy.
So you said no, like because you just weren't.
Well, I don't always want to have sex when like he always wanted to have sex, and I don't always want to have sex.
Oh, okay.
16-year-old boy. That doesn't.
Yeah, that sounds very immature.
And he would use that like he'd be like, I'm a horny little like teenage boy. What do you expect?
How often
from
would
me?
you guys hang out?
Like 5 times a week.
Okay, I mean that's pretty regular.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's hard to say, but I mean, yeah. Steve, what about?
Yeah, it wouldn't last long, but I'm comparing, contrasting. I'm thinking of my recent situationship when I was in Miami for a bit, and I was basically living with her. I had a hotel that I was staying at, but we were just with each other, going to the gym 24/7. And a couple times she wanted to have sex with me, and I wasn't in the mood. And she would do the exact same thing. She would like go into her room, I'd be on the couch, and she'd do the silent treatment with me.
Well, that's not good.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, I just got done with the gym. We were there for 2 hours. Or not even that, like an hour 15. I'd normally go for a lot longer. And if I don't get my workout in all the way, like mentally, I'm not in a good place. So it's funny hearing your perspective and then think I had this same exact thing.
It's like okay to say no, you know, and nobody should be ashamed of saying no. I mean, there's obviously sexual incompatibility, which like if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But there's also self-pleasure. Like you can make it work if it's not all the time, you know.
But I think it also highlights the fact that people need a healthy way to handle rejection, because in that both cases, they both equally felt rejected, which means they felt hurt, which is totally fine and valid. But you need to process and deal with your hurt and rejection rather than blaming and thus in some ways attacking the partner, which is with the silent treatment, or I guess in both cases it was the silent treatment.
Well, look, again, it should be 100% consensual. I guess what I'm saying is, and it wasn't clear to me like how frequently it was, but like me personally, if a girl was constantly saying no, I would just probably be like, we're sexually incompatible. We don't have the same sex drive. Maybe we can try to make it work, but I think, because the biggest thing I would want to avoid in a relationship, and I would recommend men avoid in a relationship, is a dead bedroom. That spells like, that's a huge red flag for a relationship if you have a dead bedroom. So basically just never, you eventually stop having sex with your partner. And this is typically falls on the man wants sex, the woman doesn't. So it's something that men have to be careful of in a relationship, because that's not good.
Yeah.
So,
and the Bible says not to do that. It addresses both parties, but it says like you have to think about the other person and like be willing to share your body with them.
what does it say?
The verse itself is like, do not withhold something, like do not withhold your body from your partner. Your body is your partner's, and your body belongs to them and their body belongs to you. Something, I'm paraphrasing, but it's something.
Okay.
Does that mean specifically sex? Because from my understanding in the Bible, sex was only created for procreation. Now, we're obviously not talking about procreation. It would be, like recreation would be lust.
Can I look up the correct,
It does. We don't need to look it up. It's okay. But, yeah, okay, whatever. Let's see. We had... he tried to blow you up with fireworks, apparently. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe I can see why you weren't. He's trying to
break up with it.
Blow you up with fireworks.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. Look, I mean, just the final thing. Look, if there's a mismatch when it comes to sex, just break up. Like, whatever. It's fine. Find somebody else.
We should have.
Yeah. So you can't. Okay. I ended up breaking up with him because he started saying misogynistic things. It was just the last straw for me. What was he saying?
He was saying. Oh, I don't know if I can talk about it.
What?
It's one of the banned things.
Misogynistic things?
Well, it's about like what a girl's wearing and whose fault it would be.
Oh,
you're
I see what
asking
you're saying.
for
I see.
things
I,
because
yeah,
you're-
He
yeah, yeah.
started making like
I see what you're saying.
weight comments about me as well.
Oh, that's not very nice.
Yeah.
Turn off.
I'm
Why
sorry.
would you
I'm
want
sorry you
to
have to deal
do
with that.
Yeah, he's out of here.
Yeah. And he tried to blow you up with higher.
No, yeah. There's some things I can't say that he.
Yeah.
That's just the gist. Yeah.
That's a yikes. That
Yeah.
is a yikes. Okay. Well, I guess it makes a little more sense now. I was just assuming everything else. Okay, well, whatever. Okay, another funny story is when one time I went to Rolling Loud, I met One Take Jay. What happened there? They invited me. Oh, okay. And that's not too interesting. I don't think that story. So whatever. Do relationships work in college in this day and age? What counts as cheating?
Yeah.
What were your thoughts on that?
Well, I just wanted to get everyone else's opinion to like see who thinks like what about like relationships in college, because I've like heard people say that it's never going to work out. It's always going to be cheating because people are going out and all that. So yeah.
I feel like relationships work if you're both mature enough to realize that you're both in a committed relationship and are willing to put the efforts into keeping your guys' like values together, like making sure you guys see each other enough, having trust within each other, knowing you guys, like I said, basically want to be in a relationship with each other, because if not, then don't be in a relationship.
Yeah.
But I feel like they do work out if you're willing to sacrifice going out to parties and constantly going out to the clubs.
I think that you can still be in a relationship and go out though.
Disavow. No, if your girlfriend is going out, partying, going to clubs, that's a insta breakup.
Really?
Yep.
How
What if
so?
you're going
What
with
if
her?
you trust them?
I don't go to bars or clubs, so
What if you trust them? They just want to like dance with their friends.
that's an insta breakup.
Why does it make an
Done.
instant breakup?
Insta breakup.
But why?
Yeah, why?
Okay, all right.
I
here
guess
we
it's
go.
because men are going to be approaching you all night. You're basically.
But you can
You
still
can
say
trust
no.
your girlfriend to say no and
Yeah.
be like, I don't want that. I have a boyfriend. Why is it an instant breakup if they want
Because-
to go out and have a good time with their friends?
Because it's very different. There's
Different how?
there's a difference in experience when men and women go to these types of environments, typically where people are drinking, nightclubs, bars, parties, right? It's a very different experience that both do, and it's kind of similar to Instagram. Also, Instagram's kind of related to this. So, as a girl, if you go to a bar, club, or party, men are going to approach you, men are going to talk to you, whereas if you're a guy, you don't get approached by women. So we'll come back to it.
$2,124.89. Being a virgin is wonderful. I was one before marriage as well and am happily married. To the panel, I grew up where people thought being a virgin is wrong and constantly degraded me for it. Would any of you have shamed a person for choosing that lifestyle?
No.
No.
Jealous.
No.
No.
Liliana, would any of you have shamed a person for choosing that lifestyle? No, definitely not. Good for you. So, how do I articulate? Where were we? What was
going
your question?
going out, like
Women are
in
gonna be
relationships.
Yeah, this is well. Okay, so one, I don't go to bars, clubs, or parties. I don't drink. I don't do drugs. So it's just for starters. For me, it's a lack of symmetry. It's a lack of compatibility on that front. But I mean, it's just still a major red flag. Like for a girl who goes out and parties, like how often do you guys go out? For example,
Probably like 4 days a week.
4 nights a week. What about you?
5.
Same as her. We go out together.
Oh, you guys are friends, right? Or
Yeah.
housemates, roommates?
Yeah, roommates.
So 3, like what? Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturdays.
And you're drinking every night and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about you? How often do you go out?
Like go out like once a week.
Once a week.
But I mean, I do shit at my house, like with my friends at my house. But I
Sure.
don't like going to Isla Vista or none of that.
Well, my view is that going out to parties, going out to nightclubs, going out to bars, that's single people activity. So if you respect your partner, you don't engage in activities that are designed for single people.
But you can still be together and go there, and all the guys that come up to you, like there's gonna be guys that come up to you there because like that's what guys do there.
Right, which is disrespectful to your partner
But
because you know that.
they're not touching you or anything. You can just be like, okay, bye. Like I have a boyfriend.
Okay.
and but you
Let me
can
ask
go
you a
to
question.
a party.
Let me ask you a question. You guys said you all know cheaters, right? You
Yeah.
guys are cheaters?
Oh,
Women are cheaters too, maybe?
Sure.
Okay, question. Do you think when it comes to cheating, do you think alcohols typically can be fuck, what's the term?
What, inhibitor?
Like a conduit?
No, like a, sorry,
A factor or something?
contributing factor to.
I mean, yeah, but like it shouldn't be like an excuse.
It
'Cause,
doesn't
like,
mean that
if
you
you're
can't
cheating, you're
drink,
cheating.
And if you drink, you're going to be a cheater.
Yeah.
Like you said, most guys go up to women, like at bars and clubs and
Sure.
shit. A lot of those guys could also have a girlfriend, and they're out going up to girls. So it's the same with girls and guys. Everybody can be a cheater and can go out and talk to girls and talk to guys if
Right,
they want to.
but
It's just if you have that trust with your partner that you're going to go to a club and you're going to have fun with your friends, that it's going to be okay.
Is that why people only go to clubs, is to have fun with their friends? Like you don't do it to get male
it's a
attention?
If you're in a
You don't-
relationship, then you're going to have fun with
and
your
you're
friends.
going out with your single female friends who probably dislike your boyfriend for whatever reason?
That's not the case.
If you
though.
have right friends, they're not going to be like, oh, go cheat on your boyfriend.
Single female friends are pretty much the worst thing that for a
Well,
relationship.
then it's probably the wrong friends for the person.
Yeah.
It could
Because
be,
I've
but
had a
look,
bunch of single female friends when I had a relationship, and
Bad
they were very
influence,
supportive
really
of it,
bad
even
influence.
if they
They
didn't like my
don't-
boyfriend.
that's a bad influence.
They weren't sitting there, oh, go cheat on your boyfriend.
Look,
It's the right
if you
friends.
respect your partner, again, you just don't engage in activities designed for single people. And you can try to dance
No.
around
I
it all you
disagree.
want, but bars,
disagree
clubs, and
too.
house parties are very specific social gatherings.
social gatherings,
Social
not single
gatherings.
social gatherings. They're social
Yeah, but
gatherings for everybody. You
for
can't.
typically meeting people. That's how a lot of people meet.
To add
That's
to
how a
that,
lot of
Okay,
people
if I go to
meet.
Trader Joe's, if you go to a bar, nightclub, or party, have you ever gone home with a guy? Have you guys ever gone home with a guy after a party? It's okay. I've met a girl at a party. We hooked up,
Yeah.
right? You've gone to a party, hooked up with a guy,
No, not really.
girl.
I mean, yeah.
Have you met a guy at a bar, nightclub, or party?
And then gone home with them?
Yeah, into the mic, please. Go ahead.
Yeah, with the girl, not a guy.
With a girl. Okay. What about you?
Yes.
Right. I don't go to Trader Joe's and end up meeting somebody and fucking them like after we go get our
But
cucumbers.
There
at
are
Trader
that was
people
Joe's.
that go to
no.
Trader Joe's and they meet the person that they like and they go home and fuck them. It's not just a thing.
What,
You
what
asked
happens
us-
more?
There are
People
it doesn't
fucking
matter what
meeting at
happens
Trader
more, It matters
Joe's?
what
Yes,
happens in general. It's not
more so. Okay,
which
what?
happens.
That's like a
I have
What's the
depends
percentage?
on the
That's
kind of
literally
scene
when
that you're in.
Meet your
Your
husband at Trader Joe's.
That's like a thing women talk about.
We went home with the people when we were single, but not when we were taken.
But also, that kind of lifestyle where you are going out 4 to 5 days a week is not gonna make your college relationship succeed in the end.
You're going to go out
The
4 to
reason-
5 nights a week when you have a boyfriend, when you could be spending that time with him.
Well, he goes out too.
That
Y'all
sounds
not together?
dumb. That
No,
sounds dumb.
together, go out together with each other.
Look, if you as a girl want to go out and party and club and drink and do drugs while you're in a relationship, that's your call. My recommendation to men is that if your girl's doing that, she's not wifey material. You either just keep her around, you never commit to her, or you just break up with her.
Is it the same for girls whose boyfriends go out to clubs
If
and
that's a woman's
parties?
standard, then
no,
absolutely.
like for you,
Women
just
can
said your advice to men.
Yes.
If their girlfriend goes out to parties and
Sure.
clubs, they're not wifey material. Is it
Absolutely.
the same if a girl is at home and her boyfriend's going out to clubs and parties? They're not husband material. Is that the
Well,
same?
Is that happening?
If a woman
Yeah.
wants, I mean, I would say it's probably more likely. Well, it doesn't matter what's more likely, but if that's a woman's standard, like if she doesn't want her boyfriend going out to bars and nightclubs and parties, and that's a deal breaker for her, then absolutely, like, break up with that person or don't take them seriously.
But what if they don't care?
That's
He's not
that's your
He doesn't
call.
respect
The,
you.
the thing I would point out though is there's a difference, and this was what I was trying to get to before that super chat came in. Men and women's experience when they go out to bars, clubs, and parties is uniquely very different. So as a guy, if you go to a bar, club, or party and you just stand there in the crowd, there's not going to be a swarm of girls hitting on you throughout the night. Whereas as a girl, if you go to these venues, you're going to get approached. You're going to go get hit on.
Just say no.
Yeah, that's fine, but men and women flirt differently. Like women's game is not I'm going to go approach 10 guys tonight. That's not what you do. You put yourself in scenarios where you can get approached. That's how women flirt. It's not, okay, I'm just going to hyper focus in and approach 20 guys. You sit back and you let men come to you. So by putting yourselves in these venues where you know that's going to happen, that's disrespectful to your partner.
Just say no.
I mean, that can happen anywhere,
That's,
though. Like,
well,
it doesn't,
yes, but these are very specific.
it's not made for relationships or
It's
hookup
not,
culture.
yeah.
It's made to like drink and have a good time with your friends. So like,
No,
what happens if
bars, nightclubs, and parties
It's both.
are
It's, I think-
very specific social venues where people are meeting. It's not like I would tell my girlfriend you can't go to Trader Joe's and I would be upset if a guy hit on her. That I don't care. But if you're putting yourself in environments where it's going, like it's most likely going to happen, that's, I think for me at least, and I think it should be the case for a lot of men, that should be a pretty big red flag.
What about like the times when like the girl's friend has like a birthday or a upgrade in a job or something? So can she not go out anymore?
Well, it depends. Okay, so if it's an occasional thing, I don't have a major issue with that. But if she's doing it consistently, that's pretty
fair.
Like if she's got a birthday every couple months, me personally, I probably wouldn't care. If she gets fucking tanked, because I don't want a partner that's getting fucking shit-faced like that. I would want somebody who has some discipline when it comes to their drinking. But I mean, here's the difference, right? So women run passive game. Women don't approach men. They put themselves in positions where they could be approached by men. They won't DM a man. They'll post pictures of him, or excuse me, they'll post. I'm reading from my notes here. From this is a thread on Twitter from LDG. They'll post pictures to lure him into DMing them. So men are salesmen, women are marketers. So in a committed relationship, a man should stop pitching, and women should stop advertising, because that's how women. You don't pitch, really.
Are you saying we shouldn't post ourselves?
Huh?
Are you saying we shouldn't like post?
Whose phone is that? Can somebody finally silence that, please? Yeah, I think if you're in a relationship, you shouldn't be posting thirst traps and provocative photos on Instagram either. You shouldn't be going to the club. You shouldn't go partying. You shouldn't go to bars, etc.
Well, do you have no trust in them, or is it no trust in like?
No,
the
but
people?
what I'm trying to say is there's a difference, right? Again, men are salesmen, women are marketers. Okay, so you don't approach men. You put yourselves in positions where you could be approached by men. You're not going to DM a guy. You'll just post a picture, post a story, and then men will DM you.
Not all women.
It's a lack of respect thing.
Women could DM the guy.
Well, here's the difference, right? So we each utilize different strategies to get similar outcomes. So men, we do the approaching. Women, you put yourselves in positions where you can be approached, whether that's online or whether that's in person. So okay, most men, they're fooled into believing that just because their woman isn't also, can you please silence that? Their woman isn't also initiating conversations with other men, then everything is good. But she was never initiating conversations to begin with. That's not how most women operate. We each utilize different strategies to get similar outcomes. So men will approach, women will put themselves in positions to be approached. So we as men, if we're in a committed relationship, we should stop talking to women to give up our edge. But women never stop putting themselves out there. That's why most women already have a replacement for you after the breakup, instantly. She never stopped marketing herself. She's been generating leads the entire relationship.
What if she just thinks she looks good, so she's gonna post it?
That's cool, but I mean,
it doesn't.
It's so
Always
funny
mean that
because
they're
you said
looking for someone.
you said that you wished we went back to the old times when there wasn't phones and social media.
Yeah.
You want to keep your edge. You want to be
Well,
able
I'm
to
not-
keep your edge when it comes to dating dynamics. You want to tell men, stop approaching women, but I'm going to keep putting myself out there to be constantly generating leads.
Well, what if that's not your intention?
It does. Your intention or not is kind of irrelevant.
Well, just ignore all the people that try and get at you.
Your intention's super relevant, I
Yeah.
feel like. I mean, it's okay to
Not
learn
really.
from your mistakes. And, like, if your boyfriend doesn't like it and you've posted a provocative photo, then hear him out, respect
And
your
delete
man,
it or
and
something.
don't post that.
Yeah.
But women do reach out to men, like,
That's
a lot.
no, that's exceedingly rare.
It's
No.
maybe for some men.
Okay, we'll go around the table. How many DMs have you sent to men? Into the mic, please.
I don't have a number. Like,
How
I don't
many?
know. A couple.
How many?
10, maybe.
How many DMs have you received from guys? Hundreds?
Not hundreds. Probably like 50. I don't know.
Okay, so 1 to 5. What about you?
I haven't ever sent it to a man, but like I have sent it to a woman, so like it's different. But I've gotten a bunch, so
How many DMs have you gotten?
I don't know how many.
Like, it doesn't. You don't have to give me like set.
Just a range.
Just like more than 100 DMs.
On Instagram, no. My account's private.
How many on Instagram?
I don't know. 50
20?
-ish. I keep it pretty private.
Okay, what about you?
Probably like 5 to 10.
5 to 10. You've messaged the guy.
Yeah.
How many DMs have you gotten on Instagram from like just guys? Over 100?
Probably.
Okay. What
I've
about-
never DM'd a guy like that.
Have you ever gotten a DM on Instagram?
Yeah.
How many? Over 100?
I don't think so.
Okay. What about you?
I personally have not DM'd a guy, but my boyfriend gets a lot of DMs from women. So it's like, just because I don't do it doesn't mean other women don't.
Yep.
And he doesn't really
How
necessarily...
many? Okay, but so you've never DM'd a guy. How many DMs have you gotten from men?
Tons.
Oh, how many?
I don't know.
Thousands? Hundreds?
Yeah.
Okay, so 0 to hundreds. What about you?
I have not DM'd a guy, and I've probably gotten 100.
The reality. Okay, or Steve, we'll have you come. How many DMs have you sent out?
I've sent some DMs.
Did you get DM'd by girls?
Rarely.
Rarely.
It does happen, but it's
pretty
going to be
rare.
a fire picture. The algorithm's going to love it.
Right.
And honestly, it's mostly because I've already interacted with that person, not just a one-off
Just like
person
a
that I don't
cold
even know.
DM. Sure, Madison.
Yeah,
What about you?
It's rare.
I've gotten hundreds of DMs, and I've probably sent
You're hiding
2.
behind the mic.
2 in my life.
Okay, so you were saying what again?
That men do get DMs from women.
It happens.
And
It happens, but it's just not
So,
to the
but what-
extent that women
Yeah.
are getting DMs from men.
Yeah, but you can't expect your man not to, like, or your man can't just expect you to never post a beautiful photo of yourself because men will like it. Like, that's a
Yeah.
man's problem.
Well,
Those guys.
it depends the type of photo. If it's like a thirst trap,
Yeah.
frankly, would be better if a girl's Instagram was on private. But this whole comparison between men and women get way more attention online than do men. Like, you take an average guy, he's never getting a DM in his life. And take an average woman, she's getting hundreds of DMs if she has like 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 followers on Instagram.
Most relationships don't come from DMs, though. Like, some
Right,
do.
but we're talking about getting sexual attention.
That's going to happen when a woman walks out of her house.
Okay, so but what's the point you're trying to make here?
That the man can't, like, I agree with you. Your woman shouldn't be posting like provocative photos if that makes him uncomfortable. If it doesn't, whatever. But respect your man, but don't control your woman.
Well, what you call controlling, I call having a boundary.
That's okay.
It's not about controlling.
You were
Go
gonna
ahead.
speak. Go ahead.
I mean,
No,
if
it's-
you might think it's about.
I do think that's slightly control. Well, it depends. Like, your boundary's cool. Like, I don't think it's like okay
It would never. I mean, I would hope that a girl just gets this.
Yeah.
Like, she just. I don't want to have to like try to explain this to a woman, but it's some people have bad habits, I guess you could say, but it would never be a controlling thing. I would just break up with the girl, or I would just never take her seriously. So if you
I feel
want a
like that
guy to
should,
take
like-
you, if you want a guy to take you seriously, act in a way that a guy will take you seriously.
Could she not post, like, if you and your girl were at a pool party, could she not post a picture with you there? Because it's a
I wouldn't
thirst
go
trap?
to. I mean, you're asking the wrong guy about this. I wouldn't go to. A
Or
pool
like you're
party,
on the
but-
beach with her.
Well,
I'll
okay,
answer that.
there's differences though, because there's like you're with 3 of your girlfriends and you're in a bikini and you're just doing like a normal pose, and then there's the pose where you're looking over your shoulder, you're sticking your ass out, or you're like in doggy position basically, and these chicks are like, you're looking down fucking Main Street. Yeah, that's a little provocative.
I agree, and I feel that's
And
a
some
fair
women
boundary
post
to have.
photos like that, and
Yeah.
hey, look, whatever, do you, but I'm not going to take you seriously in a long-term relationship.
That's fair. It's a fair boundary. It's not controlling.
Steve, were you going to have something?
No,
on
it's
this?
pretty much just what you said. Like, if I'm with my girl at a pool party, the picture that she's posting, it's not going to be something flying off how sexy she is. I know she's sexy. And that's all that, that is all that matters. Okay, we're going to keep it a little bit modest, at least for the picture posting.
Yeah. So like, would you take a picture with her and like post it?
Yeah,
like,
maybe standing straight up and looking.
What if she's kissing you and her butt's showing? Is that too much? But she's kissing you.
But why does she need to show her ass off?
Because she's kissing you. Like, you know what I mean?
Oh my God! Look,
I want her ass to only be seen by me if we're in a committed relationship.
So no one at that beach or pool party can see her ass either.
It's different when you're flaunting it on Instagram, hunting for likes, attention, follows.
I agree. But yeah,
I'm not gonna control and say you are gonna wear a 1960s swimsuit one piece. I'm not gonna do that. I mean, it is the 21st century, but
it's not. For me, it's not about control. It's about having boundaries and standards. I'm never gonna say you can't do this. All I can control is what I do. So you want to go do it? Okay, we're no longer in a relationship. I'm not going to take you seriously in a relationship if you are engaging in these activities that I view to be that's single girl behavior. Look, when a woman says that you're controlling, toxic, insecure for not wanting your girl to go party 4 or 5 nights a week and get drunk and put herself in these sorts of situations, that's basically essentially just shaming language. You're trying to shame men out of using our masculine instincts to keep her out of positions that put the relationship at risk. There's absolutely no reason that a man should allow his girlfriend to put the relationship at risk. And I do think it's the case that if you're going out and partying and getting drunk and being around these kinds of people in these kinds of environments, you are putting your relationship at risk. So
I can see why you would think that. I think that in a way, like, you obviously have to have that communication with your partner, and just like a job, you have to have qualifications to be in a relationship, because it turns into marriage and it grows into a family or whatever that becomes. So to respect your partner's boundaries is not to be controlling, but to have that communication with your partner and see where they lie, where you lie. Like, before you even get into it, like, I won't be with you now, 2 years later, that's where it becomes a little controlling.
Question for the whole panel here. Would you be okay with your long-term monogamous boyfriend going to the strip club?
Yes.
You'd be fine with that?
Yeah.
No.
Why not?
Well, he's like seeing all the naked bitches.
Don't you trust him?
Yeah, but I feel like the strip club is different than going out to the club. Like
there's a less likely chance of those strippers having any interest in fucking your boyfriend than the men at the nightclubs that you're going to wanting to fuck you. All the guys in the club at the party want to pursue you sexually, romantically. The men that go to nightclubs, none of the strippers want to fuck them. They think they're a joke. They think they're clowns. They have no respect for the guys that go to strip clubs.
Mm-hmm.
But why? He's just going out to have fun with his boys.
Well, because would he pay money, like, for them? Like, spend money on them? Or
Yeah,
just,
there's
like,
probably an entry fee. Maybe he has to buy a drink.
Or is he like...
But don't you trust him?
But that's, like, different. I don't think
How's it different?
Because
he's
that's
not,
like me.
He's not trying to fuck the girls. He's just going out for fun with the boys to the strip club.
Well, when I go out to clubs, I'm not, like, getting, like, aroused by other guys, like, dancing on the stage.
Okay.
Yeah.
But don't you trust your partner?
I guess.
What about you?
That's a good question. I think if it was a regular thing, I would definitely have a problem with that. I think if it's just a bachelor party or something like that, probably wouldn't have a problem with it.
Yeah.
But obviously no, not a regular. No.
Look, here's the thing, right? It's a specific environment that I have an issue with. It's not necessarily it's certainly not the going out in public. There are both men and women who go out with the intention of getting laid. Nobody goes to Trader Joe's with the intention of getting laid. There might be some dorks out there who are like, I'm gonna go pick up some chicks. But like most women, most men are not going to these environments with the intention of getting laid. So, I mean, have you never gone out to a party, bar, or club hoping to maybe meet a cute guy?
Yeah.
You've never hoped to like meet.
I
I'm
have
going
when
out
I'm
tonight.
single.
Yeah,
Huh?
when I'm single.
When
When
you're
I'm
single.
yeah,
Well,
that's
sure.
But not when I'm
an
taken.
intention sometimes, not every time. But
Yeah.
if I am in a relationship, I'm not going out to a bar or club and being like, I hope I can find some guy that's going to think I'm hot.
Yeah.
I'm going out to have a good time with my friends.
Dance.
But
I have a question. So this is about fidelity, right? Like the woman's fidelity to the man and her honoring and having and like honoring his boundary. So my question for you, Brian, is if a man is watching porn, is that the same? I mean, should a woman not expect that he is not watching that? A girlfriend, should she expect that he's not watching that? Because I think the spirit of infidelity is there.
I would argue it's pretty different, but if as a woman you want to date a guy that doesn't watch porn, that ought to be a conversation that you have with someone, hopefully early on in the relationship. If that's an expectation for a partner, I think that's totally okay. And I would encourage men, I would actually think it's probably better for the sake of your relationship to not be consuming porn. Now, I also think this sort of almost brings it back to a previous conversation we were having. If you don't want your partner watching porn, you should sexually fulfill your partner so they don't feel the need to watch porn.
Okay, but I think there's lots of guys.
Because men who are sexually fulfilled by their partners
I
are not going to be
disagree
as
with
compelled
that.
to watch porn.
I disagree with that. I think that you can 100% fulfill your partner to the point
Sure.
that they don't, like,
Some
you
men
are
have
more
addictions.
desirous
Yeah.
than they are, and they'll still want to watch porn every day or like every other, like, you know.
As a woman, I think it's 100% respectable if you have a preference for dating men who don't watch porn or rarely watch porn, whatever it may be. That's 100%.
Would you go so far as to say a self-respecting woman should expect that her boyfriend does not watch that?
I don't think you would be lacking as a woman if you as a woman didn't care about your boyfriend watching porn. I don't think there's anything wrong with you as a woman if you don't care if your boyfriend watches porn, but I don't object to a woman having a preference to date a man who doesn't watch porn.
Okay.
That's totally fine.
I just wonder.
It's probably better for your relationship to
I
find
agree.
a guy who doesn't watch porn.
I agree, because I think that, like, you're pretty, like, that's your boundary, but you also are promoting it to men that you think that they should be concerned if their girls are going out to bars and all that and, and having girls' nights.
I think that's way worse for the relationship than men watching porn.
How so?
Because the guy watching porn is not going to fuck any of those girls.
Sure.
So there's degrees to infidelity. If you consider watching porn cheating, then that's not as severe of cheating as going to bars, clubs, and parties, and potentially.
So if we did a risk analysis, right? Sure. Is there a greater risk that she could be taken and some guy talks to her and woos her, or the girl gets too drunk and she ends up going home and there's a big scandal? Yes. But I think that, like, if you look at the statistics and you look at all what behavioral scientists are saying and all of these experts about watching porn, there's much more evidence for that as being a detrimental behavior in the long run than going out and going to a bar. So
he's literally looking at naked women versus you going and having a drink with your
So
friends.
it's lower risk, but it's much more, I think it's more easily justified. And so then it becomes and it grows and it accumulates. And so I think that's actually more toxic than this maybe high risk, high reward.
You think it's more toxic for men
behavior.
to watch porn than women to regularly go out to bars and clubs and parties and drink?
At the very least,
While in
I
a
think it is
relationship?
equal.
I think
it is equal.
How is it there? I'm not saying that. I've already not even conceded. I don't think it's good for men to be watching porn while in a relationship, for the sake of the woman and for the sake of themselves.
But so what?
But
Okay.
it's way fucking worse when it comes to the disrespect for a girl that you're in a relationship with to be going to the club multiple times a week.
Okay.
That's way more disrespectful to your partner in various ways, because men care a lot about respect, right? So while your boyfriend watching porn, that's something internal within your relationship, but you going out to nightclubs, that's also not only disrespectful internally in your relationship, that's something that other people, your social circle, will become aware of, and that can be disrespectful on top of it. If I'm dating a girl and my close male friend or some guy I'm trying to close a business deal with sees my girlfriend at the club acting like a fucking arsler, yeah, then like that looks bad on me. So it's both internal and externally impacting the relationship.
Okay, but so let's deal with the internal first. So these women at the panel, they all just said, I can go out to a bar, and correct me if I'm wrong, I can go out to a bar and say no to guys and say, no, I have a boyfriend, and respect my boyfriend. Am I right? Okay. So they all say that, right? So we have to assume that their mentality is good, is positive. And then you're saying a man who's watching porn, it's harmless. So
I'm just failing, like,
he could say, I'm not cheating.
With you. I agree with you. Porn is bad, but you're just trying to... we can talk about all kinds of things, comparatively speaking. We can have a conversation about porn, but right now we're talking about going out to bars and clubs.
I know, but...
This is a separate conversation.
But here's my point.
What's your point?
So if you think that even though they say their intention is pure and is fine... But you're saying, well, I think that indicates maybe you're not ready to be in a legitimate, like, long-term relationship because it shows that you want something that is conflicting with your long-term goal. I think the same thing could be said about a man who's watching porn. In the long term, it conflicts with the long-term goal of being in a healthy, stable relationship.
Okay, so what is your point?
So I'm just saying that
porn is bad. I agree. What's your point?
No, my point is that if you're gonna be so harsh about the detriments of the single woman's behavior, the woman's behavior when she goes out and into a social setting, then I think the same expectations should be held. The men should be held.
Women
to
can
the
watch
same
porn too, by the way.
And I would also so men or women, when it comes to watching porn.
The difference is when going to a nightclub and a bar, it would clearly be cheating if the guy approached a woman, right? But there's some debate over whether it's just cheating to put yourself as a woman in an environment where you know for fucking sure men are going to hit on you. You're going to get male attention. I think that's cheating. Off rip.
Okay. So if you
it's disrespectful to your partner.
But
don't you think it's disrespectful to your partner to watch porn?
Not necessarily.
Why not?
Because that more so just comes down to one, it's not gonna, okay, you can go to a nightclub and sure, you're 100% faithful to your boyfriend, you'll never cheat on him. Cool. However, the fact that you're going to that environment, people cheat in those environments. People get drunk. Even if it's not your intention, have you ever had a girlfriend or a guy say they made a mistake? Oops, it was a mistake. Fuck, I was really drunk. My bad. Have you heard of that? If you're watching porn, again, I'm not saying that porn is wonderful within and again, there's probably degrees to it. If they're porn addicted, that's really bad. If they watch porn occasionally when you're out of town, I don't think that's the fucking crime of the century, okay? But a man watching porn, even if he's porn addicted, is never gonna cheat on you because of that. He's never gonna go fuck another woman. He's never gonna go fuck a chick in a dingy fucking bathroom at a nightclub because he watches porn. If you put yourself in an environment like a nightclub or a bar, actual physical infidelity can occur.
Isn't watching porn putting your mental state in an environment where it's okay to look at other naked women, therefore allowing yourself to maybe think it's okay to talk to other women,
absolutely,
flirt with other women, kind of getting into that?
So you're saying you think watching porn is as bad as your girlfriend fucking another dude?
That is not what I'm saying,
Because
and you're taking my words out of context.
But,
What I
but
am
you're
saying
you're
is that
trying
if you're
to
going
make a comparison. No. You are trying to make a comparison between watching porn and a woman going to the nightclub or bar.
But the point here is that
But what I'm
is
saying,
in the mental state.
if you take each of them, you put each of them to their maximum negative outcome. The maximum negative outcome for a man watching porn is he's porn addicted.
Okay.
The maximum negative outcome of a woman going to a bar or a nightclub is infidelity in that environment.
I said high
In
risk.
other
I
words,
said it was high risk for sure. Okay, but what I'm saying is,
I don't. You're just arguing to argue. I don't know what.
I'm not arguing to argue. So here's what I'm trying to say: that the whole purpose was about if we take the general mindset of the average girl, she's in a relationship, she goes out to a bar. We can assume. You're trying to assume you're saying that it's worse than a guy who's looking up porn. It doesn't even matter if he's porn addicted.
It is worse, yes.
But that mentality. So why is? But if we're assuming that because going to a bar does not
Murder is worse
necessitate
than physical
an actual
assault. Murder is worse than slapping somebody.
But you
in the
can go
face.
to a bar, and just because it's a possibility that could happen, it doesn't mean that actually happens. So let's say they go to a bar, nothing.
If you were married, would you go? Like, let's say you were married, would you regularly go to bars and nightclubs?
No, but I
So
also
what are you
would
arguing
expect that
for?
my husband would not be watching porn.
That's fine. That should be something that is established early on in the
My
relationship.
donated $99. None of you are credible sources for dating advice, considering the fact none of your relationships have had a longer shelf life than a banana. None of you are ready for a relationship if you can't see going to single gatherings for the red flag it is.
I just think we should hold them to the
and
same
just
standard.
to respond to Mize, the purpose of a nightclub, bar, or party is to provide a venue, typically for single people, to meet each other. If women just wanted to hang out with their friends, drink cocktails, dance with each other, and avoid the exhausting approaches of single men, they'd stay in and not just, and you just stay in.
Or they go to a painting class or brunch or something where you're not indulging in a social environment to
Absolutely.
get drunk.
Girls' night in, I assume that'd be a much more enjoyable experience. You don't spend as much on drinks. You get to eat whatever snacks you want. You can dress however you like. The company is pleasant, and you can discuss all the things that you'd like to talk about with your friends without blaring music and drunk people and crazy flashing lights. If you go out to clubs and bars, like, you're looking for attention from men.
I also
not
feel like
looking
it
for
can
attention.
affect a woman's mentality, because when you're in this party environment, there's also things like alcohol involved. There's intoxication. Have you ever been approached by a guy and you've said no, right? You've probably been approached by a man and you've said no. Has he ever come back and tried talking to you again? No, don't go running home to your boyfriend saying, oh my God, this guy tried getting at me, because you're putting yourself in the position where that's able to happen to you. And then it fucks with your mindset too. You're like, oh, fuck men, men are gross, blah, blah, blah. But you're also putting yourself in the position to be approached by men to do that to you.
Look, I'll just say this. Gentlemen, don't be in a serious relationship with a woman who doesn't realize the importance of limiting their own behavior to protect the relationship. That's it. Do you have more?
No.
I would say, ladies, same thing. And if he's watching porn, look out.
This is just a whataboutism.
I think that puts the relationship in danger. You talked about behaviors that put the relationship in danger in the long
you're
term.
literally
I think
fucking
it does.
hijacking the conversation by trying to talk about porn. We can talk about porn, but you're trying to discredit my stance on the don't date people that regularly go out to bars and nightclubs by saying porn is bad. I don't disagree with you, but you're literally hijacking the
I'm not
conversation.
discrediting.
Madysen, can you read that?
You conflict reality with fiction. That's B crap. Guys that blank porn stars make 0.5% of all men. There's a 99.99% chance that an average guy never fucks a porn star, but here's a 99.99% chance of his girlfriend flirting with a random dude while clubbing.
And Hector Rodriguez, no, I never was into clubs.
She's trying to say that the guy occasionally watching porn is as bad as a woman going out to nightclubs and bars and parties while in a long-term monogamous committed relationship and putting herself in an environment where she knows she's going to get approached by other men.
She doesn't know.
Yes,
It's
don't
not
be naive.
100%.
Don't be
I've
naive.
gone to a club and I've never gotten hit on.
Don't be naive.
It's
No,
not
it's not all
naive.
the
Not
time.
every single girl gets hit on.
Yeah.
The fact that you're putting it on all women that they get hit on when they go out to a club, it's not real.
It's pretty real.
So the guys
No.
that night didn't have the balls to go and talk to you, but they were looking and they were thinking, but they
Okay,
didn't have the courage to
then
do
why
it.
is that my issue if a guy looked at me and thought I was cute? I put myself in a
We're not
position
saying
where
it's
people
your
could think
issue.
I
It's
look
the
cute.
issue with the environment.
But it's an issue with the guy having his girlfriend go to a bar and somebody, even if they didn't talk to me, they're still going to be like, oh, well, someone looked at you and they thought you looked cute, so you shouldn't have gone out.
No, I'm saying
like-
that's a one-off. That for your situation, you went out and no one hit on you. That's a one-off.
Exactly.
Correct?
But that
Normally
happens.
they do hit on you,
Not normally. It doesn't happen every time.
but it does.
And for a lot of people, it doesn't happen at all.
That's kind of a cap, but okay.
It's not a cap.
It's
No,
totally.
Do you
it's
know
not.
every woman? Do you know every girl
Is that?
that has gotten hit on? No. There are many people that have not gotten hit on.
Yeah.
If you're out at a club and you hold up a sign that says, I want to get laid, you're going to have a line of men walking up to each and every one of you. If I do the same thing and I hold up a sign that says, I want to get laid, I'm also going to have a line, but full of men. No woman is going to come up to me and say, oh my God, me. Because who controls sex?
Women.
Correct?
Yeah.
I think I think the going to bar, like if you're in the mindset of wanting to be in a long-term healthy relationship, should you be going out to bars all the time and doing the things that you do when you're like a young single woman? No. So I completely agree with your argument, Brian. I just think that if we're talking about the mindset of fidelity, which I think at the core of your argument is that, because you talk about respecting your partner and that's the impetus for not doing that behavior, then I think that it's also important to like talk about a thing that can be more put men and women more equally, which I think in this case would be male porn use. Because you're right, a man going to a bar is not going to be treated the same way that a woman going to a bar would be. So it's just not fair.
Right, but very, very simple. Just, I mean, don't date men that watch porn. The difference is, I don't think any man here is going to object to you having a preference or a standard for not wanting to date a man who watches porn.
Okay.
That's perfectly reasonable. No woman is going to push back on you on that. No man, I mean, I'm wondering if I've heard somebody say you're insecure as a woman if you have an issue with your partner watching porn. It's certainly, I've maybe heard that. However, you're certainly not going to get as much pushback for your standard or preference as men are for not wanting a partner who doesn't go to bars, clubs, and parties. Men get shamed for having their preferences. Whenever a man has a preference, standard, or boundary, it's you're insecure, you're a misogynist, you're controlling, you're insecure.
You think
Did I
you'd
already say
get that, especially if you like make it clear that you want a relationship? Like I can see that if you're
Yes,
like
women shame men's preferences, standards, and boundaries all the time. Men are not allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. It's almost always met with some kind of shaming language. You're controlling, you're insecure, you're et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. And Hector Rodriguez, no, I never was into the club life. So, to your point.
Look,
Am I allowed to talk to these people?
One sec, we'll get to those. Look, I think I'm gonna give the dream world hypothetical scenario. It's been so long time since I've done it to probably try to maybe drill into why men would care about this and try to put yourselves in men's shoes. Ultimately, just look, don't date women who put their relationship at risk. Or I do not date women who will put our relationship at risk. So I'm going to give a dream world hypothetical scenario to some of you. Hold on, let me pull it up here. I have it written down. One sec. So we're going to create, let me see if I got a noise here I can play that. Well, I don't know if I have one. No. That's not really what I was going for, but whatever. Okay, dream world. So we're going to create a dream world. Since let's be honest, unless as a guy you're super famous or like insanely attractive, girls just do not hit up guys like in the example that I'm about to give. So in the real world, the vast majority of men who got to parties, clubs, bars, straight up would get ignored. if they don't make the first move. So pay close attention, especially you, Sienna, especially you. So would you be okay with your long-term monogamous partner going to a nightclub, bar, or party type environment where throughout the course of the night, he's going to get approached, flirted with, and sexually pursued by numerous attractive women, some of which are more attractive than you and could potentially be a better partner than you? These women are buying him drinks, getting him drunk, and enthusiastically want to sleep with him that night and steal him away from you. And there's a little more extra to it. You're gonna tell me you'd be okay with that?
If I trust him, yeah.
If I trust him, yeah.
Yeah, but I also feel like it comes down to like what some of that stuff is, because I feel like if you're going out and you're in a relationship, you shouldn't necessarily be, I don't know, accepting drinks and playing into it. But I think that if you're going out and you're turning things down, then there's no issue with that.
Okay.
I would not be okay with that, but I'm also not about that life, so I don't.
Sure.
I mean, it's hard to speak to, but
Okay.
yeah,
All right.
I would not be okay with that.
I also wouldn't be okay with dating a man that goes out constantly and drinks and has women constantly hitting on him to boost his ego, but I would be okay with trusting my partner to go out and have a fun time with his friends.
I agree.
I would be very not okay with that.
Madysen?
I'd probably not be okay with that either. And I feel like it's like everyone's saying, like, trust your partner, and obviously no matter what in your relationship with anyone that you are committed to, you should have trust in your partner. You just can't trust other people, you know, like you don't know what other people are gonna do to your boyfriend. Like you could easily have them swipe your boy and kiss him or whatever, but like it's like not in your control.
That stuff has happened in front of my face before.
Yeah.
Because women are kind of crazy sometimes.
Yeah, exactly.
So it does happen.
And men are crazy too. So
Yes.
The thing for me is like I would trust him and be fine with that if that's what ended up happening, but if he knew he was going out and that is what was going to happen, if he like was aware of that, then I'd be like, okay, don't do that. But if he went out, just going out to be with his buddies and a bunch of girls are flirting with him, it's kind of not his fault for going out. It's not because he went out, everybody's flirting with him. It's other people's wanting to get with him. And if he is secure enough in a relationship and I'm secure enough in a relationship, then he will be able to be like, no.
Well, I think part of it is you guys obviously go out and party, go out regularly. You said you will go out 4 or 5 times a week. So obviously you're going to want to defend the behavior that you yourself are engaging in. But the whole point with the dream world hypothetical scenario is try to have you see, because men care, it seems to me that men care much more about this than do women. And you often think men are more controlling about their partner going out into these types of environments. Again, the point of the dream world hypothetical scenario, what I just tried to paint for you is that's what we are contending with when our girlfriends, our wives even, go out to these types of venues. Men don't get the same level of attention that even an average woman gets when going out to these types of environments. Because again, men are the pursuers, women are the pursued. So like the difference of attention is absolutely insane between men and women. It's totally different. So that's why men have a much more vested interest in trying to date women that don't put themselves in situationships that put their relationship at risk. Like that's just our masculine instinct to protect you and protect the relationship. It's not, okay, whatever. I'm not going to convince them. Okay, whatever.
I also feel like if you are in a long-term committed, like monogamous relationship, your main priority shouldn't be going out to party 3 or 4 days a week. It should be being able to lift each other up, try to make each other better people, try to push each other to climb the corporate ladder, just do things like that, and actually thinking about your future financially.
I feel like you can do
school.
both and still be healthy.
I think that's
but
true.
Yeah.
there's priority.
Yeah.
Do you know what I
Definitely.
mean? Like,
Absolutely. Me and my boyfriend,
There's-
like our work is literally partying. Like we go out and we're with the DJ or with the artist or whomever, and that's what it is. Like, we're there to get the content of the party, but we do it together.
That's your
so-
work too, though.
Yeah, but we
So
still
it's
have
not like-
fun, but we're also together.
Yeah.
So I think both are definitely doable, but there's
And
more meaning behind it.
if my boyfriend ever said don't go out, I just wouldn't go out. But
Oh, there you go. Cool. Sweet.
except for raves,
We got
I'm
the
not
answer.
giving up raves.
You're not giving up raves?
No.
Ooh, that's a tough one.
Yeah, that's my hobby.
You wouldn't what?
I wouldn't.
Give up raves?
I really wouldn't give up anything.
You wouldn't give
but
up
I'm
anything?
also not ready
Into the
to
mic,
be
please.
in a committed relationship. But
Okay.
also, if I had a boyfriend, and I'm not saying I'd go out and party every single night, but if
Okay.
I did, prioritize our relationship, do everything, and our relationship was number one, and I wanted to go out one night with my friends, and he was like, "No, boys are gonna hit on you," I'd be like, "Why don't you have trust in me that men can come and hit on me?" And I will just be like, "Oh, yay." Like, no, I'll be like, "No, I have a boyfriend. I don't want that." And if I go out one night, and every time if I want to go out, which is not even a lot, and they're going to be like, "Oh, no, you can't do that. I don't trust that." And even if they give the excuse like, "Oh, it's not you I don't trust the men," it's you initially don't trust me to say no to the men. And you're just like putting it out that someone's gonna hit on me 100% when you don't know that.
See, we're operating from a framework of people being perfect actors. So, can we all agree that people make mistakes? Do you acknowledge people cheat? Cheating
Yeah.
happens, right? Under what circumstances do you think infidelity is more likely to occur?
Versus
Is
what?
alcohol involved? Are they're constantly meeting new men? Because if you're constantly tempted, then
I think
I
if
mean,
you're
it's
cheating,
definitely
you're not.
Look,
alcohol.
yo,
It's
the
a
reality-
mentality you have on it. It's if you have a mentality like, I don't want to be with this person. I want to go out and talk to people. I want to go get drunk and flirt with people.
That's not
I
somebody
want to
you
go on
want. Okay.
Instagram and search and go look for hot dudes and comment on their profiles. Like, it's a
sure, there's other
mentality.
ways you can cheat. There's other ways you can cheat. But,
Exactly.
But you're trying to make it out to be like it's a trust thing. It's just also a respect thing too. Like if one of my guy friends sees you talking to another dude, like I feel like most girls aren't going to be like, if a guy comes and approaches you, they might not like instantly, nope, get away, boyfriend. Like that might be kind of rude. You might talk to him. Or maybe that guy is one of your girlfriend's friends, and so you're not going to fucking right away, you know? So look, you're just putting yourself in you're putting yourself in a position where infidelity is much more likely.
I see what you're saying, but
You've never like heard stories of like people going out and partying, and then you see like maybe you have experiences. You said men are whores, men are cheaters. Where do you think they're cheating? It's probably they're going out.
everywhere.
Sure, they can cheat everywhere, but they're probably going out to the bar, to the club, meeting a girl at a party.
That's
You've
not
never
every
heard of,
time,
oh
though.
shit, I was so drunk. Blah blah.
It
blah.
happens,
Oh my
but
God.
people
It was a
also
mistake.
cheat on their phones. People cheat
Absolutely,
going to different
sure.
people's houses. It's not just
I think if you're a cheater, you're a
This,
cheater,
it's not-
and it doesn't really matter like where it is. You're gonna cheat.
Yeah,
you're
but
gonna
there
cheat.
you can put yourself in
like
positions
I'm not gonna cheat just
for
because I'm going out
temptation.
to a party.
Yeah, but it's very. Here's the thing. Like also,
I mean, it depends on the person, I guess, but like.
yeah, but you're putting yourself in positions where temptation is much easier. Add in, like people make really dumb fucking mistakes when they drink. You put alcohol into the equation. It makes it much more likely. Also, when like, let's say your relationship is a little, maybe it's a look. People have rough patches in relationships. Things can get better, but in that time period, if a fucking good enough looking guy steps to you, he's got some fucking game. Like the top G, if he steps to you, okay, we'll see how the relationship goes.
I think
That shit
sounds
happens
like
all the
trust
time,
issues.
huh?
Like-
that sounds like trust issues.
Yeah, I think you should trust your
You
partner.
should trust your person that no matter what rich, tall, handsome dude comes
You're
up
right.
and talks to them,
I should just
no matter
I
what
should
you're-
just trust my girl. Oh, she's just going out to the club. Oh no, she's just hanging out with her male friend alone. Oh, we were just cuddling.
There's a
Oh,
difference.
it was just a
There's a
blow
difference.
job.
Cuddling,
It was
and if
just a
they're
blow
going
job.
and
It
hanging
was
out
just
with their
anal.
male friend
It was
alone.
just anal.
There's a difference between all of what you said after they're going to the club. There's a big difference between going to a club and hanging with a guy friend alone and sucking his dick and cuddling with him. There's a huge difference between both of those.
It's
and
an
the fact that you
escalation
compare
ladder.
going to a club means, oh, she's gonna go suck some dude's dick, is totally different. And that's trust issues. You don't trust that you're going, like the person that's going to the club is gonna be faithful.
So,
But I
so
think
you
that
don't
shows
believe
he
in
cares about
any
you.
boundaries. You believe there, so long as
No,
you
I
trust.
believe boundaries
Hold
are
on.
good.
So long as you trust your partner, you cannot have boundaries in a relationship. So you would be fine with your boyfriend hanging out alone at 10 p.m. with a female friend, which he, by the way, he used to, the ex-girlfriend, but they're just friends now. But he's going to hang out with her
No.
alone at 10 p.m. You would-
No. But that's not him
What-
going
you have
with,
trust
to the
issues.
club with his friend.
Why
No,
don't
it's
you
not.
trust him? He tells you he would never cheat on you. He tells you that they used
And
to
that's
date.
the difference between boundaries. You have different boundaries. Going to a club and with your
Yes.
friends and drinking and
That
having
is-
a good
that
time
is
with your
bad.
friends is
That's a
different than
bad-
I'm going to go hang out with my ex-girlfriend
No,
at
but
10
you-
p.m.
okay.
at night. There's two different things
Yeah,
to
that's
that.
very different.
But here, okay, I'll give this example again, right? Men and women, we flirt differently. Men are salesmen, women are marketers. So in a committed relationship, again, men should stop pitching. Women should stop advertising.
But just because we're going out to the club doesn't mean we're advertising. I can see why
It
you'd
is,
say,
though.
No, I
You're
see why
putting
you'd
yourself
say-
in the position to
yeah,
meet
we're putting
guys.
ourselves in the position,
Yeah.
but we're like, you should trust your partner enough to know that they're not gonna pursue that.
But that's the equivalent.
But
that's
if-
what you need to give up. If you want, look, there's plenty of men that are, I mean, you were in a relationship with a guy who had an issue with it, so it's clear to me that other men clearly have this boundary. But if for the health of your relationship, like, you ought to probably give up going to bars and clubs and parties. What do you, if,
I just think it's fun. Like, I have fun when I go out.
yeah, I think fucking a new girl every week
But
is
I'm
fun
not-
too.
I'm not,
but if
like,
I'm in a
just doing
committed
it just to
relationship,
fuck.
I'm going to give that up because the commitment and my partner is more important than my self-serving fun.
Okay, yeah, I can. If someone asked me to not go out, I wouldn't go out. But I don't see why. Like, I can see why it's a problem for you, but like, I think that in the broader like spectrum of it, like,
because men and women are not the same. You're still putting yourself out there. It's
You're
disrespectful.
putting yourself out there if you are on Instagram and you post a picture of yourself and you're public.
Yeah.
That's putting yourself
Sure.
out there.
That's
That's
like
the
Yep.
same exact thing.
It is.
So
Yep.
if you have a girlfriend, she can't be public on Instagram and post a
It
picture
would
of
be
herself
better.
because
It would
she's
definitely
putting
be
herself
it
out there
would be
for guys
better-
to see.
It would be better if she was on private, yeah.
And if she
and-
wasn't,
and not,
that's
like-
a boundary that can't be crossed.
And not having like a really big Instagram preference, yeah, that or presence, that would be a preference for me, yeah.
Oh.
And not like posting a bunch of thirst trap photos.
I think
and
there's just
here's my
very
ass.
different views.
And never posting
which is
me.
fine.
yeah,
That's
But
fine.
it's just very different.
And is it any wonder,
relationships.
but is it, you might think my position on this is toxic and controlling, but is it any wonder why so many people have so much difficulty finding and keeping long-term relationships? People are clearly unhappy with the current state of dating and relationships, yet here I am offering a solution. And no, I still want to engage in these behaviors that, quite frankly, are not conducive to long-term relationships.
Well, there's a big problem in dating these days, but the number one reason is not clubs and not bars. That's not the reason why people are cheaters. It's the mentality of a person to not be faithful to somebody.
Well,
It's
I
not
do
because of
wish
what
I
they
knew
do.
this. I do wish I knew this, that men think this way. Because in my last relationship, my ex did not care about any of these things, and we broke up. And
Didn't
now
care about what?
he didn't like.
Well, yeah, but you
sometimes there would be business school socials, and he was travel. He was traveling for a time,
Okay.
and like he was not pressed. And I didn't know that it meant that, but it like probably indicates that he didn't care as much.
Right, but from what I gather from what you've said, it doesn't sound like you're constantly going out to bars and
I'm not,
clubs
but
and
like there
parties.
was like he encouraged me once to post a bikini pic, and stuff like I don't know. So if I knew, maybe it would be more of an indicator to
Honestly,
me that.
but here's the thing: most men have been so. In the current social climate, most men have been absolutely bullied out of having any sort of preference, standard, or boundary. Again, men constantly get shamed for articulating or even having anything that could be viewed as controlling or insecure.
Mm-hmm.
This is the destruction of men's impulse to be protectors in the relationship and protecting relationships from attack, essentially. So
True. I've gone out in the streets here and interviewed probably over 50 girls and asked them this question, like, would you be opposed to a man telling you you can't go to bars or clubs or parties? And their only answers are, he's insecure, he's controlling, or he has a small dick.
Chase.
That's the only 3 answers I've
I'm gonna
ever
get a couple
gotten.
super chats in. Oh, whoops. Hold on.
7 Deadly Simps donated $100.
Hold on.
Do any of you consider yourselves
Wait.
feminine?
I'll wait until the other girls are back. Sorry, Deadly. I'll re-trigger that. Okay, we have Hearn. Can you, Julia? Do you want to read this?
Brian, holy cow! I've been here for 5 men. The woman in the black and blue shirt has got to be clinical insane. Great grammar. The way she's justifying the other chick's relationship, I deal with crazy people all day.
Bro donated $99.
Hold on.
Brian, you're always saying that male guests don't contribute enough to the podcast, but last week you had Brandon Tatum on, and I feel that he contributed immensely. You should have him on more often.
He's cool.
Is that a shot at me? Slightly.
I don't know, but yeah, first off, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Brandon was awesome. He was kind of a curated guest. He obviously has a YouTube channel. He's been doing YouTube. He has experience public speaking. He has experience doing content creation. So I'm not saying that all men are not prepared to like come on and contribute to the conversation, but I think it's hard for some men who, not all men, but like for some men to come on and they just don't have experience debating this shit. And honestly, for some men, it's really hard in this current social climate to actually basically share their position on this stuff, because again, it's going to be met with like some sort of, it's going to be met with contempt. Typically, like men are not allowed to be kind of upfront with some of their stuff. Yo, what's up, D-Mize?
Donated $99. Brian, my guy, these 18 to 22-year-olds aren't going to get what you're trying to say for another 5 to 10 years. Their wildly selfish lifestyles won't be able to comprehend
They're
a
in the
mutually
bathroom,
respectful
2 of them anyways,
partnership.
by the way.
They're in their party phase.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's when you're young, you're in college, it's fun. I get it. But the reality is, when you're in a relationship, like, I don't think going out and partying is particularly for men or women, because women will feel a certain type of way if their boyfriend's going out all the time and they're staying in. They're going to feel like, okay, he's probably, doing hood rat shit or whatever. So, I don't think it's conducive to a healthy relationship, but it is what it is. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So this one, I deal with crazy people all day for sure. Get checked. Jesus, this first chick is gross. Rip.
Not very nice.
Okay. What's the deal with the 2 girls? They went to the bathroom together. I don't know what their deal is.
It's just like the club. Stick together.
Yeah. I can tell you as a Marine veteran, they definitely saw you as a way out of the barracks and for the... Oh, I think this is for you. Mm-hmm. The Marine guy who wanted to get married.
I for sure agree with you. I mean, you also don't know the relationship. All you know is that he wanted to marry me. And I'm not going to speak anymore on it, but it was also definitely so they could get that benefits and that house. And I was not trying to do that.
All right, there you have it. Billiam the Mars, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, wait, fuck.
I've been waiting for this one.
Hold on. Here, I'm going to trigger this because it's probably going to fall off. Sorry, guys, I'm going to
7 Deadly Simps donated $100. Do any of you consider yourselves feminists? If so, why? Also, 777 decillion 777
Okay.
no million 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777
Yeah, thank you, Seven Deadly Sims. Once they're back, they're back. I'll
777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,000.
Okay, I'll go after you, Nick. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. All right, the girl in, let me see. Or wait, did I miss
Do you want
this?
me to read this one?
You missed the first woman's
Oh, you addressed
parents.
this earlier.
The girl in the blue dress loved to club life and later in life cry about, but where are the good guys at?
I do cry about where the good guy's at, but I did not club earlier in my life. So.
Okay. Greta, do you want to read this one?
I do.
He's going in on. Oh my god.
Dude, this first woman's parents need to be fired immediately. They failed her. I could write a thesis on her disgusting debauchery behavior and thought process. No dude is taking her seriously ever. Also, the lady in the middle with the black top is a babe. She has a boyfriend.
Thank you.
Do you have a response to her, and do you want to
I
talk
have a
shit
response. First of all, don't talk on my parents. I have a wonderful mother who is the most supportive person. I may not have parents. My father is not in the picture, but that can be somebody who failed me. But please do not talk on parents, and they will not be fired. My mom is my favorite person, and I don't need a dude to take me seriously because, like I said many times, I am not looking for a relationship, and I know I'm not in a mindset to be a committed relationship right now. So thank you.
There you have it,
Shout
folks.
out to mommy. Love
There
you.
you have it, folks. We have Jeremy Golden, single woman behavior. This broad confused herself. Stark IQ differences showing they pretend like it's no big deal. Exclusivity is practically all we want from you. Don't play dumb and abuse it. Word. Thank you, Jeremy Golden. Appreciate it. Nick, did you show this one or no?
No.
Is there perspective? Thank you, American men. Appreciate it.
You want to pull up Twitch?
Yeah, pull up Twitch really quick. Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. Lunar, thank you for the Prime. Darkman, thank you for the Prime. Ghost Ninja, thank you for the Prime. Get Off My Lawn, thank you for the Prime. Matthew, thank you for the Prime. Guys, twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub. All right, let me get back to our notes here. So, okay, we had... Wait, hold on. Okay, that girl's... No. We got everything with this. Okay, where were we? Can you be in a relationship and have an OnlyFans or be a stripper? That's from Sienna. So are you thinking about starting a OF or becoming a stripper, or what's going on?
Well, I don't know.
Is that cheating? Is that related to the cheating thing? Like, is that cheating?
As long as the guy's fine with it, I don't think it is. But like,
Okay.
yeah.
Brian, did you address the question about the feminist from 7?
Oh, that's right. Yes. Okay. So he asks, I'll trigger the first part, then I'll skip it because it's going to be obnoxious.
7 Deadly Simps donated $100.
Oh, and then Benja.
Do any of you consider yourselves feminists? If so, why? Also, 777
We'll go around the table. Do you consider yourself a feminist? If so, why?
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm like a very girl's girl. For the women, they've been, yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I think there are definitely a lot of inequalities that like feminism addresses. So like I do consider myself feminist.
A lot of inequalities. I'll come back to that. Okay. What about you?
Yeah.
Yes. What? Why?
Well, that's just how I was like raised. I was raised like going to like the women's marches and all that, and because women are discriminated against.
Women are discriminated against. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll come back to that. What about you?
I do not consider myself a feminist, at least not what it means to be a feminist today. So no, I would say no.
Okay. What about you?
Yeah, I think that the term feminist has gotten totally out of control, so it's hard to say yes and no, but I do think that women should all love women and men should respect women and women should respect men, which is, I think, ideally what a feminist is.
Okay.
I'm a first wave feminist, so I would say that I believe like what led to women's suffrage in 1920s, but then the second wave in the 70s, I don't align with those values.
Steve, what about you?
No.
Madysen, what about you?
Same answer, sir. I wouldn't really consider myself a feminist or call myself one.
I will come back to this. I need to go. Shit, that girl just went, so I need to go use the bathroom. But we'll come back to the feminist thing really quick. Bender the offender, I have the conviction that if she cheats, I no longer care about her. What it tells me is that she was expecting that the relationship was not going to last and did not take it seriously. Therefore, I do not care about her anymore. Bender the offender, good to see you, man. Thank you. I assume this is related to like the going out and partying thing. I just almost wonder if a girl is going out like 3, 4, 5 nights a week and she has school during the day or work during the day, when is she going to have time to hang out with me? Like, that's what I'm thinking.
I still do. I still hang out with my boyfriend.
I think her boyfriend goes out with her.
Sometimes.
That's just a recipe for disaster, though. I mean, going out with your girlfriend.
Why?
I just think
I think that when you're with a guy, no guys approach you.
Yeah, but if a guy does approach you, then
just say no.
No, but it's like, I think it's a lie. Honestly, from a security standpoint, and Steve, maybe you can talk about this. And have you done any bouncing at all, or?
Yeah, I was a bouncer in Virginia Beach for a little bit, Navy Town.
How long were you a bouncer for?
About a year or so.
A year?
Yeah.
I think it can be a liability to go out to like venues where people are getting shit-faced drunk with your girl, because if when dudes get drunk, when girls get drunk, stupid shit fucking happens, and your girl's gonna look at you to intervene if any guy is disrespectful towards you. And like, I don't know if sometimes you see these videos, like, if a girl has, if a girl is a motor mouth, she's gonna get you fucked up. Like, if a girl is, especially when she's drunk, if she's a loudmouth, she's gonna put you in positions where she's gonna get other guys are gonna fuck you up.
Facts.
Like,
are you meaning like if
it's so fucking common for a guy to, well, I shouldn't say common, but it definitely happens. If a girl's out with his girl, and if she's a loudmouth, she's like a loud person, she's gonna get like, and she starts talking shit to some dude or some shit, like she's gonna get her boyfriend fucked up.
Yeah, but I don't.
Have you seen that? Have you
ever hear a guy say, "Hey man, control your girl, and then what happens next? They get a little bit chest bumping, like it's
that's
primitive.
never happened
It's like
to me.
lions barking up at each other, roaring at each other, and then what happens? They're gonna fight.
That's never been the case for me.
Well, as a bouncer, I saw it every single night.
Well, I think it depends on the.
You go out, you party to IV, right?
Yeah.
Do you guys live in IV?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on, you see fights all the fucking time,
Yeah,
right?
there's fights, but
a lot of violence.
The type of fights that starting are in IV though are very different from what's going on at clubs and bars.
Yeah,
so
I would agree with that.
How so? It's just some dude bump into some dude. Oh, you bumped into me. Fuck you. Then I don't know. It's bullshit usually. But what are you saying, Maddie? How are the fights typically? I got to get up. Continue.
Well, I guess the scenarios are a little bit different. I mean, I don't know an exact example, but the kids here aren't fighting as much as people at bars and clubs. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
So there's like, it goes to a certain
age difference
extent.
as well.
Yeah, there's definitely an age difference. And I mean, I feel like a lot of people in IV that are partying are a little more fucked up, and everyone kind of knows each other, or like everyone's around the same age, so it's not like we're gonna start this big fight for no reason.
Yeah.
And everyone goes to the same parties here every single weekend. You know faces around IV. When you're at a bar, it's like you're seeing different people kind of every weekend, so you're a little bit more willing to start something with someone knowing that you're never gonna see them again, if that makes sense. I don't really know though.
And there's just cops here all the time.
Yeah.
Like it'll
True.
shut down a whole party if someone gets in a fight. So like people kind of know better than to like start a fight, because like if one person fights at a party, the cops come, they see alcohol, like the party's done. So It's not the same.
That's another big difference.
I missed it, but whatever.
Oh, I
So-
I thought you were listening to the music.
Wait, okay, with the fighting. Oh, recently there was this really interesting clip. Maybe Nick, if you can find it. It was maybe you guys have heard of it, Subway Karen or something. What was it?
I think I've seen it, but I can't remember right now.
It was very recent. Karen tells German tourist to go home to his country. Do you guys, can you pull up the chat? Maybe they know. I think it's the Subway Karen? Can we get these girls water? I think they're thirsty.
Yeah.
Nick, do you have it? Give me some.
Commuter train Karen.
Commuter train Karen, I think that's what it's called.
Is it? Yeah.
No, I'm asking you. I don't know.
I think so. Hold on, give me a second to pull it up.
It was on a train or a. Chat is not helping us.
Oh, I thought you meant at like Subway sandwich shop.
Oh, me too.
Not like an actual.
Yeah, it was the one on the train.
Wait, so what happened there?
Was it?
Oh, no,
I don't know
haven't
if this
seen
is the whole. That doesn't. Is there? There's a longer version. Can you start playing it though?
Yeah.
How about you get the f out of our country? Do not.
Chaos erupted on a
This
New
is.
York
Can you find? No,
area
no, no. Pause.
train
Pause. Pause.
after a
Pause.
blonde
Pause.
woman
Pause.
appeared
Can you find us the actual video? It's like it should be 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Do you guys chat? Do you guys know what the title is so that he can find it? That is the clip. That's the clip. But I'm trying to like paint a scenario where you'll see what I'm talking about. Actually, hold up. Karen Rage Train. Do you have it, Nick?
I'm looking for the full video.
Nick?
Yo, I'm looking for the full video.
Okay. Nick?
What?
Come on.
I'm trying to find it.
I think he's looking for the full video.
I don't have like an uninterrupted video here.
Where are you searching on YouTube or on Google?
I'm on YouTube. You
Okay.
want it on Google?
Hold on.
They're
I'll find it.
They're all news stories. Like, I'm trying to figure this out.
One sec. Hold on. Oh, great. I don't know if I'm going to be able to find this. Hold up. Can we? Okay, just forget it. Just forget it, man. We need to get it way faster than that. If you can find it, find it. In any case, I'll tell you what happened. It's better to just fucking watch it. I don't know. Has anybody seen the clip that I'm talking about?
She's just
No.
clearly acting out and making her man, putting him in a situation that he doesn't want to be in, basically.
Well, it's more than that, but I'm trying to articulate this whole like.
I think I got it.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead.
On a train in New York, this Karen had a heated argument with a young German man. In the midst of their argument,
The
she
fuck
told
is
him
this
that he should
voiceover?
leave the country. She expressed her frustration.
Can you skip
by
forward a
saying
little
that
bit?
The migrants did
Is
not
this whole
belong
thing?
there. Calm down.
Are you German?
Good. Do you know how to just mouse? Fuck. Like it's press play, but you like just go forward 5 seconds by using the arrow key. No, but press play. Go forward a little bit.
Breathe. So fucking scared.
Breathe.
No, get the fuck up.
Breathe. Do not do this.
Okay.
Breathe. Do not do this.
Go
Breathe. Do not do this. You're gonna get arrested.
forward just a teeny bit. Forward just a little bit.
Stop.
Forward.
Listen to me right now. He's not doing anything. He's not doing anything.
Let's forward a little bit.
He's not.
Okay, forward a little bit. Forward a little bit. Keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going.
Do not stand up.
Try to find a scene where you see the boyfriend. Okay, there's the boyfriend. Go back to when the guy stood up.
I'm an immigrant.
Okay. Okay, pause it. Okay, this woman's clearly drunk. They're on the train, right? When you're drunk, you're acting ridiculous like this. Now, luckily the guy who stood up wasn't violent, and Steve, maybe you can weigh in on this. In that scenario, that girl is with that guy. The guy's gonna go fuck up the boyfriend.
Was he?
No, not in that scenario. Not in that. Luckily,
because I didn't see it. He wasn't getting in the middle of it. in a real life scenario, yeah. The guy's you're bucking up to a female, so that's a big no-no. Not only is a female, it's your girl. That's your traditional value, your traditional role to step in and defend her.
No, but what I'm saying is that the girlfriend is drunk. She's up in this dude's face.
Right.
Now, that's putting the guy that she's in the face of in a position where, like, she's with a guy. Now, if it escalates, it could put either one of them in a scenario where they're going to have to, the two men are going to have to fight because the girlfriend is acting up.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. So that's just a scenario of why it's not good to go out with your girlfriend and she's going to get drunk and she's going to put you in a bad situation like that.
But not all girls are like that.
I'm not saying all girls are like that, but it is something to be aware of as a guy if you're going out with your girl.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't know on a first or second day, hey, let's go to the club.
Yeah, but I have a boyfriend and we know each other and he knows I won't do that.
Okay,
so I
but
think
for
it's
other
fine.
people.
Yeah.
In general.
But not in my case.
Okay, all right. I don't know why that's...
Okay, roles reversed. What if another female gets up in you or your boyfriend's face doing the same thing?
I do what I gotta do.
Okay.
Like what?
Samsara donated $99. Just give up, Brian. You should know by now there is no convincing 304s. You can take a 304 from the streets but can't take the streets from a 304. When will they realize Maddie is a good rep of values and class a man wants, although maybe a bit young?
What's a 304?
Yeah, what's a 304?
It's definitely in the area code. Definitely in the area code, I think. I don't know what I'm confused. I'm just as confused as you guys.
A 304 like a hoe?
Oh, is it?
I think so.
I don't
That's
know.
what I thought too.
Why?
Pretty sure.
Is that like a new term?
I don't know.
I see it on the
Is that
show
like
all
a
the
new
time.
thing?
I think so.
I don't know. I just
don't
thought
know.
it was an area code.
I feel like I
Isn't
learned that
like
from the show,
Florida?
though.
Isn't that a Florida area code or something?
I'm pretty sure it's a hoe.
Shit,
like, okay, it's on a
That's news to
calculator.
me.
On a calculator, if you write 304,
upside
You're
down.
so right.
Yeah.
No, yeah, it's.
How do
yeah.
I know that? I'm old.
Because we did that.
No, yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
Do you get it, Brian?
like if
I get it now.
They're so clever.
They're
smart.
It is kind of smart.
Oh, it's fine. We don't.
West Virginia.
Oh yeah, West Virginia. That's what I was thinking.
I was there last week.
Sorry to hear that. That
was
sounds
beautiful.
depressing.
It is, yeah. It's really beautiful.
All right, let's see our other notes here. Are we caught up on chats really quick? Did we do this one?
No, it's for me.
Okay, go for it.
Oh, it doesn't
if you wanna
matter
read
about
it.
how the relationship was, LOL. His intentions were to get an extra $300 in a month in base housing. I was an NCO, and I've seen Marines do that many times. He was playing you, LOL.
Don't the women get benefits too, though?
Uh-huh.
Right? If they marry?
Um,
There's like some spousal benefits.
You know,
I don't know.
I'm just going to let this Billiam Themers or whatever he goes by. You can think what you want as being a former Marine, but when I broke up with him, he was crying, and he did not want to leave me. And
He was crying?
He was crying.
Were you more or less attracted to him after the crying? I mean, you were breaking up with him. But
Honestly, like less. Just
I mean, yeah,
it's
that
not
checks
trying
out.
to be mean.
That
you
checks
know?
out.
He was a nice person. He was great. I
He
was
cried.
not trying.
How long were you dating him?
Like a month.
He
or
cried
no,
at
maybe
a
like a
month?
month and a half.
Yikes.
I'm just saying. But
That's.
he could have been playing me. I mean, I know he wasn't. But
Maybe I'm just
you
jaded.
can think.
Crying after a month. I don't
Sure.
know.
What can I say?
It's not
You just
good.
have no feelings.
Oh man.
I had some feelings for him.
Oh no, I was talking about
I was gonna say.
Oh yeah, I'm
There's
cold.
some there.
I'm cold and heartless
But I
over
just
here.
didn't like. I'm not a relationship girly. Once the marriage and we're gonna get married in a year came out, and I was his background screen. I just I couldn't do it. So I was being nice and I let him go.
In the end, do
That's
you want
beautiful.
a long-term relationship? Like, do you want to get
kids?
married? Do you want kids?
I want kids. I wanted kids like, you guys. I'm gonna get clowned on for this, but I wanted kids like 4 years ago, which is kind of I know I was getting that look. 14.
That's 14.
I wish I could have like
She
a
wanted to be a
2-year-old
teen
by my
mom,
hip right
guys.
now.
She wanted to be a teen mom.
I did. That was like, I mean, I've
That
been
was
a
her
nanny my
dream.
whole
It
life.
was
It was
entertaining.
my
It was
dream
her
when I was
dream.
younger. And
Can't hate on
now
somebody for
I
being a
want
dreamer.
to have a baby by at least 20. So
You want to have a baby by at least 20?
Yeah.
Is that before? How many more threesomes do you want to get in before that happens?
you know,
Like another dozen or
whatever
so?
comes, whatever.
Couple
Not a
dozen?
dozen.
What?
Please.
Look, you said you love threesomes. I'm
I
looking
do,
out for you.
But hey,
I want you to have all your heart's desire.
I will. But
I wish you well in your threesome endeavors. You should.
Thank
You know
you.
what? Why don't you throw in an all-girl threesome? Never say never.
oh, I would not say
You,
never.
Parisa. You like women, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you could.
What are
Maybe
you
you
trying
guys
to do?
could.
Matchmake right
This is
now?
this is the whatever matchmaking service.
You know, I think it needs to be like a consensual, talked about.
What?
Oh, this would be fun. This would be fun. This would be fun. Thing.
Yeah.
Not just you're gay. Why don't you join a threesome with her too?
I mean, why not? You know, it's not a bad idea.
You know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. All right. We have a question here for Sienna. Sienna says, "Is there a difference in a girl's body count versus a guy's body count?"
Yeah, because I was watching one of your podcasts before and I saw it got brought up, so I. Yeah.
So, what are your thoughts on that?
I don't think it's different.
You don't think it's different? Okay.
What does everybody else think?
I agree. It's not different.
I think it's different.
I think it's different, but I think it's different. That's it.
Based.
I don't think it's different.
I don't think it's different, but I want your opinion on this.
Yeah, I
Oh,
want to see what you
my,
have to say.
me and my hot takes here. And when we say it's different, like, what do you guys mean? Are you saying that that it's both fine for men and women to have a high body count, or it's equally undesirable for men and women to have high body counts? What are we saying here when we say it's not different or it is different?
Well, usually people are like, girls with high body counts, like, ew, and then if guy has a high body count,
Sure.
it's fine.
Okay.
Because he's a guy and
Why
it's
is
a different
that?
anatomy, I guess.
Why do people say that?
I don't know. I'm trying to get your guys.
People say that because girls, I guess, get worn out or stretched out or
No,
whatever
well,
the fuck
okay,
people say, and that it goes inside and that guys don't. So it's just more okay
that's-
for guys to have a higher body count. But why? You
Well, that's
said it's
bullshit.
different. So I want to know why it's different.
I think it's different, and it goes down to the key in the lock theory. You know the key in the lock theory?
But I heard this in middle school.
Yeah, and it's prevalent.
Middle school
It's
opinion.
prevalent. You got a
What
key.
is it?
You got a key to your front door. It only opens the front door, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's a good key. If you got a key that opens up a lot of different doors, I might be butchering it right now. That's a skeleton key.
Yeah, you could do
I
it right.
think I don't use this analogy very frequently because I feel like people aren't really receptive to it. But essentially, a lock that can be opened by many keys is a shitty lock, but a key that can open many locks is a master key. That's the analogy. I don't think it's not very convincing to people that on the other side, so I usually avoid using it. But there is certainly some truth to it. So there's a couple different things, right? I think generally speaking, and I don't know if a woman doesn't want to date a guy with a high body count, that's totally fine. So it's not, for me, it's not I don't have a double standard here, but I do think it happens to be the case that generally speaking, men care about this more than women do. Men are more attracted to women who are non-promiscuous, especially for long-term relationships. Men are have a much more vested interest in this. There's a bunch of practical and intellectual reasons I can give you, but the primary thing is that I believe it comes down to evolutionary psychology. There's something called paternity certainty, paternity uncertainty. So if a woman sleeps with a bunch of men and she gets pregnant, actually here, I'll change it up. If a woman has 10 husbands and they're all sleeping with her, you don't, at the same time, and she gets pregnant, there's no way for the men to know who the father is. Now, of course, in the past, keep in mind, I'm making this argument from an evolutionary perspective. Obviously, starting, I believe, in the 1960s, we started doing, or was it 80s? In any case, we have DNA testing today. That's something fairly new within the past 40, 50, 60 years. This new invention of ours that we can test for DNA does not undo hundreds of thousands of years of evolution in our psychology. So whereas if you compare a woman who has 10 husbands and she's sleeping with all of them, you don't know who the father is. A man who has 10 wives, you know who the father is and the mother is in all those scenarios. So that's basically what it comes down to. Men have an evolutionary basis for having a stronger interest in a woman who is non-promiscuous, who is not sleeping with other men. So that's primarily why I think men care more about it.
I can see
also,
that.
and the other argument is it's much easier for women to get laid than it is for men to get laid. So something that is easy typically does not garner respect, whereas it's like for a guy to get laid, it's harder. So other guys will put a little, like if you're a guy and you can just get a bunch of women, that maybe says something about your riz or your charisma or your game, or you're just you're high status in some way. Whereas any woman, like an average woman, even a below average woman, it's very easy for them to get laid. Whereas for men, like a below average man, that's rather difficult for him to get laid. So pretty much any woman, if she was so inclined, how do I frame this? Any woman, if she wanted to, could be a slut. Any woman. Not any man can be a slut. Not any man can be a stud. I guess that's the other term, but.
Facts.
Okay.
Any woman could be a slut.
I don't really get how that.
I agree.
You don't get which one?
How
with
can
the
not
evolutionary
any man not be a slut?
Because girls are more
Really?
selective than guys. So, like, a guy will have to be super attractive or have a lot of things going for him in order for a lot of women to want to sleep with him. Like, in general. So, like, the guys that tend to get a lot of women, usually they're probably at least they're an 8 or above. Or maybe a 6 or 7 with some great riz and all that, or they have very well-paying jobs, or they have something. They have to have these other factors, whereas, a guy who is a 9 or a 10 will sleep with a woman who's...
Do you disagree? I think you were saying that you think it's just as easy for men to get laid as it is for women to get laid.
Yes.
Nick, put it on her, please.
I'm sorry, I was reading the chat.
Yes, I was. Just, in my opinion, a girl can go, if they want to fuck whoever they want to, they can do it.
Same with a guy?
Same with a guy. I mean, it just has to go for the standards that they're going for. Like you said, a guy can fuck a 6 or a 4 or whatever. They just have to go for that type of person, and they could have just as high as a body count as a girl. They could be just as much as a slut as a girl. It just depends on who they're going for.
Is the girl going to say yes?
Is the guy going to say yes? If I go up to any guy and say, oh, I want to fuck, is he going to say yes for sure? That's not, that is not true. Not every girl gets every guy to say yes. Not every guy gets every girl to say yes. It's
at a much
both
higher
playing
rate.
fields.
At a much higher rate.
Depends on who you're going for.
No, not really. Like, we had a woman on here who was like overweight, not particularly attractive, and she was like, yeah, I fucked 5 dudes in a day. Like,
Exactly.
for
that
a
one
guy,
dude could have fucked 5 women that looked
that's
like
not,
her
no,
in a day.
that's not how it works.
It could have worked. Why not? Why is that not how it works?
Are you really this oblivious
No,
to
but
the
that
differences
guy
between
could
men and
have
women?
fucked
Which guy?
5.
Which
one
guy?
of the guys that fucked that woman. The
do
5
they look
guys.
like?
I'm
that
talking
fucked
about
her.
her looks equivalent.
Okay. Exactly.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm not even gonna play so much on that. An average woman has the equivalent sexual optionality as a A-list celebrity. So professional athlete, actor, musician. An average woman. Just pull any girl from Santa Barbara City College, UCSB. If she wanted to, she could fuck a new guy every single day of the week. Can you genuinely sit here and say that you think if I could just pull like an average guy from Santa Barbara City College or UCSB, that he could fuck a new girl every single day of the week? Really?
If he goes for the right girls, I feel like he could. Not every single
So you're saying if he
guy.
goes for women who are less attractive than him,
if he like sections out women that are more his type or that he is more their type, yes. I'm not saying it's every single guy, but it's also not every single woman could find a dude to
So you
fuck
think
every
any
single
guy
day.
could be a slut?
Yeah.
It's because the statement I made was any woman, if she wanted to, I'm not
Yeah.
saying they're inclined to, but if they wanted to, could be a slut. But I don't think any guy, if he wanted to, could be a slut.
I disagree.
Boy, okay.
I feel like everybody.
Are you familiar with the term incel?
No.
You've never heard the term incel?
I mean, I think I've heard it, but I don't know what it means.
You got to speak.
I think I've heard it, but I don't know what it
So
means.
someone who's involuntarily celibate. These are typically men.
Okay.
Like they try, but they just cannot. You don't have any guy friends who like struggle with women?
A lot of people struggle with women, and a lot of women struggle with men.
No, but
Like-
strictly speaking, getting laid. Most women do not struggle when it comes to getting laid. You have that on lock. Women do struggle when it comes to dating and relationships and having long-term relationships. Sure. I think both men and women struggle when it comes to dating, but if we're talking about purely just getting laid, just having sex, you think it's just 50, like totally equivalent?
Maybe it's not totally equivalent. I'm just saying men can be sluts just as much as women can be sluts.
Sure, but that's not what I was saying. I was saying that any woman could be a slut. Not any man can be a slut. Okay, let's set our definitions, right? Let's say the definition of being a slut is sleeping with a new guy every single day, or a new person every single day of the week. I think most women, if they're on a dating app, could probably do that. I would say most men probably can't do that.
I agree with that. But I'm just saying
So what are we
that
arguing about here? Okay.
we don't have to argue. I'm just saying that you said that any woman could be a slut and
Yes.
not any man that can be a slut.
Yes.
But if it's with a dating app, yeah. If a woman wants to go, because women normally are the ones who like start sex and are like, okay, yes, I want to do this.
Women start sex?
Or they're the ones, whatever the fucking
Control.
word is.
They have the control.
Sex. Thank you.
Bingo.
But I'm just saying, they're the ones who normally control it. So yes, if a woman's on a dating app and she gets with this guy, she's going to be the one that's going to be like yes or no most times. And so with the dating app, it's different. But I'm just saying that I feel like any woman has just as much any chance to be a slut as a guy or whatever.
I think she's saying believe in yourself.
Yes, thank you.
I think she just
You
proved
can do
Brian
it.
right.
You can
I think you guys kind of agree, but like
I'm not like trying to fight you on it. I'm just saying that I think everybody could be a slut and they all have equal opportunity to be a slut.
Well, then you're just totally oblivious to the difficulty with which most men have when it comes to getting laid. Maybe you're just only looking at the top percentage of men that have it a little bit easier when it comes to getting laid, but I think you're really underestimating the degree of sexual optionality that women have. And I'll repeat it again, an average woman's sexual optionality, like if we're trying to do comparisons here, An average woman has the equivalent sexual optionality as a male celebrity. So a professional athlete, a musician, an actor, like A-list celebrity. These are men who are of such a high status that they have that degree of sexual access. But most men are like an average man, average guy, the guy you see when you walk into CVS who's working behind the cash register. He's not running through chicks. He doesn't even have the capacity to do that, even if he was really trying hard. Whereas women, you just show up, basically. You could just get on a dating app if you wanted to. Well, I'll open it up to the girls, right? If you wanted to get laid tonight, do you think you could with a new guy? You might not. That might not be something you want to do, but do you think you could?
No.
Oh my God, this girl's so full of shit. Okay. You don't think you could get laid tonight with a new guy?
No.
What about that conversation with the brothers? You met them the day of, and
is it like just Santa Barbara or anywhere? Then yeah,
so
anywhere in the world.
You're currently on a dating app, right? You're on Tinder.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying how many matches do you currently have on Tinder?
I don't know.
Hundreds.
Maybe.
You're saying like there's not guys messaging you asking if you're
yes.
DTF?
Maybe I can.
But are your standards too high for that, so they're all no's to you? You know, is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
Like,
it's also just like, yeah.
Right, but could you get a guy of equivalent attractiveness level as you? Could you sleep with him tonight? It's 8:15 p.m.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. What about you? Do you think if you wanted to, do you think you could get laid tonight by a new guy?
Yeah.
Into the mic?
Yeah.
She wants to say no to like fight me on this.
Well, I mean, yeah.
You mean no, but you mean yeah?
Well, I don't want to, but yeah.
Well, yeah. No, I'm saying I know you're in a 1 month. Is it really a situationship?
No, it's not 1 month. It's basically like February, March, April.
They've been talking since February, but they're official for 1 month.
Okay.
That's 9 months.
I thought when we messaged you, you said you were in like a situationship.
No, I did.
Or maybe I got you mixed up. Maybe I got you mixed up. Okay, so you're in a relationship.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you were single though. Like, come on.
Okay.
You could probably get laid tonight.
Yeah, probably.
You've been on dating apps before?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I know you're a 33-year-old virgin over here.
I suppose I could.
You probably could. What about you?
I have a boyfriend, but I think all women can definitely easily get laid because men are easy.
Yeah, men are easy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's very easy for women to get laid. It's comparatively harder for men to get laid. You disagree?
No,
you're
but looking at me to disagree.
No, but you disagreed earlier. You said
you changed my viewpoint.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Did you have something, Sienna?
No.
I don't know if I actually did change your viewpoint though.
All I was trying to say is that men can be just as much as sluts as women.
If they tried hard enough.
But as you said, if any guy wanted to go fuck a girl tonight and they probably couldn't, any girl probably could. So I'm agreeing. But I'm just saying that in all, I think men are sluts just as much as women are.
I think men have the desire, but it's not clear to me if they have the capacity or the capability because of the relative difficulty that it takes. Because like most women, like it's not, and we've done this experiment. Like you could go out on the street as a guy and ask 100 women, "Hey, I think you're cute. Would you like to hook up tonight? Do you want to have sex tonight?" Like they're all gonna say no. Whereas like a woman goes out and does that exact same experiment. We've done it. We did the video on it. She's gonna get like anywhere from 30 to 50% of the guys that are gonna say yes. So, or same thing with a dating app. Like most women are gonna want something. Take me on a date first. Meet up with me first. Some women hook up. Like I get it, but it's gonna be for most guys. That's why. Let me ask you a question. When you want to have sex, is there any luck involved?
What do you mean luck?
Like, does it require luck? Like if you wake up one morning and say, I'd like to have sex today with a new guy, would it require like with certainty, don't you think it would come true? Like
not
if
100% of the time.
Well, if you made an effort, like if you were on the dating apps or like, hey, let's hang out, let's hang out. Whereas most men, like we could send out 100 messages on a dating app, hey, do you want to hang out tonight? Like,
yeah,
there's no guarantee. But most women, if you wanted to, like you could almost with certainty get laid. Also, let me ask you a question. When it comes to rejection, do you reject more men than do men reject you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, so all those guys you're rejecting are also getting rejected by all the other women too, most likely. So, whatever. Good times. I'm trying to think. But so your thing is body count the same? That's kind of where we stemmed from this conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think I kind of already went over my reasoning, why I think it's different. So, do you object? You think men should not judge women on their body count? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like past is in the past.
Past is the past?
Yeah.
Huh, okay.
I don't think we should judge anybody on their body count, but it's also important to note, like, if you don't want to date someone with hundreds of people that they've slept with, that's totally okay too.
Well, that kind of, you're kind of contradicting your prior statement.
You don't have to date them, but to judge them and make them into a bad person because they explored their sexuality isn't necessarily right either.
Well, do you think it's judgmental for a man to judge a woman and not want to date her because of her body count?
No, I don't think that's judgmental. I think that's making your own boundaries.
Well, what's the difference between? Do you think? Okay.
I guess like shaming.
Are you saying?
And then having preference.
If I was to say the following statement, I would not date a woman who has a high body count. Is that being judgmental?
No. Calling her like a slur is, though.
I don't think it's judgmental.
I don't know. To some extent, I feel like it is because I don't think that it should necessarily matter.
Mm-hmm. Body count shouldn't matter. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
I think it matters, but it's also like self-serving me to say that because
Sure.
You're at 0.
I'm trying to think how I can frame this. Would it be judgmental for me to recommend to other men that they should not date women with a high body count? Is that worse than just my own internal personal preference? Would it be worse for me to say, hey, other men out there, I don't think you should date women with a high body count? Is that a bit
if
more
you think about it, like, men have really high sex drives. So it's like those men with really high sex drives, your compatible partner is a woman with a really high sex drive.
Well, there's a difference between high sex drive and high body count.
Yes and no. Like, someone with a high sex drive who's not in a relationship will most likely have a high body count.
A woman could have one sexual partner and have a sex drive, high sex drive.
Yeah, but then you're dating and you're in a relationship at that point.
But I'm failing to see the connection between. So if you have a high sex drive as a man,
and you're single.
If you have a high sex drive as a man, you should pair off with a woman with a high body count.
No, not necessarily, but you shouldn't put her down or tell other men not to, because if their sex drives are that high and they're looking for a woman with a high sex drive, what do you expect?
That's an interesting point, Brian. Do you think that if a woman has a low body count, she has a low sex drive?
No.
No?
It doesn't correlate.
It doesn't. There's no correlation.
That's fair.
Okay.
I don't.
But the
I just
possibility
wondered.
is there too for the higher sex drive with the higher body count.
Yeah.
Like, it makes sense.
That's true.
I'm
So
not-
you just assume she has more self-control.
I don't think I'm willing to. A woman having a high sex drive is not a compelling enough reason for me to date or pursue a woman with a high body count. So.
Okay.
I also wouldn't date a man with a high body count, so I don't disagree.
But this whole judgmental thing. So kind of judgmental for a guy to not want to date a woman with a high body count. For you, I think most of you were like, but I think some of you were like, yes, it is judgmental to tell other men to not date women with a high body count.
Yeah, because you're going out of your way to be like.
I'm not being mean about it. I'm just saying, hey, that's probably not a good bet for.
I don't think that's judgmental. What's judgmental would be like, oh, I'm not going to date you because you have a high body count. Like if you're saying that directly to someone, that's what's judgmental.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that this comes down to the shaming language that is often met with men's preferences, standards, and boundaries. Insecure, controlling, you're judgmental. Again, men's preferences, standards, and boundaries are always going to be under attack. Nobody has any issues. Nobody bats an eye when a woman says, I want a guy who's this tall, I want a guy who's this fit, I want a guy whose dick is this big, I want XYZ in a partner, I want a guy who makes this much money, I want a guy who's funny, I want a guy who's charismatic. But when a guy says, I don't want a girl with high body count, I want a woman who's feminine and pleasant and who's gonna bring me peace and all these things, it's always, I want a woman who doesn't go out to bars and clubs and parties, etc. It's always met with some sort of shaming language, contempt, etc.
I can see that.
Women tell other women all kinds of reasons why you shouldn't date other men. Women have all kinds of preferences, standards, and boundaries when it comes to the men that y'all date. Y'all have I'd say women, I think we can all agree, I hope we can agree on this one. I think women, probably for biological reasons, because if you get pregnant, it's evolutionary psychology, because of the higher burden on women when it comes to selecting a mate, selecting a partner, I think women are biologically more likely to be selective. They're more selective and they're more picky when it comes to who they date, who they sleep with. So women have long lists of things that they want in a partner. But when men have a couple things that we care about, oh my God, judgment.
I think it's fine to have preferences as a guy. I think everyone should have like preferences and standards and boundaries.
But why is it judgmental?
I don't think it is personally.
Why is it judgmental?
What? To not.
You said it's kind of, or I think it was so why is it judgmental?
I just feel like it's okay to have boundaries with certain things, but it depends what the topic is.
Yeah, body count.
I feel like in regards to something like body count, there's so many circumstances and stuff that plays into it, and a lot of the logic and the rhetoric behind supporting not wanting a woman with a high body count is kind of just like a lot of misogynistic stuff. Like, I don't know, like the whole key in the lock thing, or like saying that like there's more value in certain things like that. I just feel like the whole perspective behind it is all kind of like wrong.
Well, yeah, and what is a high body count? Is it 5? Is it 20? Is it 100?
Yeah,
like,
it's also
it's all
like,
personal.
Yeah, it's all like
guess.
different to everyone too.
Yeah.
I mean, why is it misogynistic? How is it misogynistic to care about a woman's body count?
I think it's misogynistic to say that like there's a difference between the weight that a woman's body count holds and a man's body count, because I think that at the end of the day, like, sex is sex. If a man is having sex with a woman, it holds the same weight as like a woman having sex with a man.
Well, but okay, this comes back to, and again, like, I don't think it's misogynistic to use an analogy to try to better articulate or communicate a point. I think the reason that it's judged differently is because the ease with which that men and women can get sex. So again, and I'm prepared to have a debate on it, but you guys haven't given me much pushback. So my position is that it's very, very easy for women to get laid. Comparatively speaking, it's hard for men to get laid. If you have arguments to counter that position, I'm prepared to hear them. But if you're just going to allow me to assert the position, and I haven't heard any contrary opinion, if it is the case that it's harder for men to get laid and it's very easy for women to get laid, then it does lend itself to the view that if something is difficult, that's going to be revered to some degree. That's going to be impressive to people. Whereas if something's very easy, that's not impressive. So that's why it's like for men who get laid a lot, which is, it's a rather difficult thing for men to do, that might be viewed as like, wow, you have game. But women need not have game or money or status or even be physically attractive to just like have constant sex. You just need to make yourself available and you can get laid. So for a man to get laid, he needs to be bringing something, either his personality, his looks, his status, or something, his riz, his game. Women don't need game. You don't need game to get laid.
I feel like that's oversimplifying it though for women too, because I feel like it seems like you're more under the assumption that like every woman can get laid, but like I have like known like so many people, like women who are my age, who are literally like virgins, and it's not by choice. Like it's simply because like there aren't options for them, and there's like genuinely like nobody that's pursuing them, and like they'll put themselves out there, they'll go out with me, it's like the same things. I just think that it's all situational, and then bringing shame into something that depends so much on a situation is something which is just unnecessary in my opinion.
Are those people you're referring to, would they say they're heterosexual, or would they say they're a lesbian?
I've seen it all like sides of the spectrum on sexuality.
Because it's interesting if you're a lesbian, and it's harder for a lesbian to get a woman to. If it's harder for lesbians to be sluts than it is for like heterosexual women to be sluts, that's kind of a twist. Because the idea is women are more selective, and so if you're pursuing women, then it
sure,
would
I see what you're saying. Well, and what is interesting to me, so you're saying women that, I mean, what I would say is that, again, we're not speaking about relationships, because we're speaking about strictly just getting laid, getting sex, right? So you're telling me that there are 18-year-old women that to me, it's not, if they wanted to get laid, they could. They're just waiting for the right guy. They want to find the perfect guy or some shit.
But like genuinely, like I don't think you understand. Like no play. Like I'm telling you, like because there are genuinely girls out there which like I would say do struggle with finding guys who are interested in them, and like do they have any guys in the friend zone, these women? No, I would not say so. I think it's genuinely like a lack of interest, and I think
are they on dating apps?
I'd say that I've known women who have actually like genuinely tried to put themselves out there, and it does not work. I just feel like the issue is being like overly simplified, and then bringing shame into an issue that's being overly simplified.
Well, here, I'll come to that in just a sec.
Samsara donated $99. Crazy how every 304 knows a 304 who can't find a man of get sex. I wonder why.
What?
Can't find a man of get sex?
Can't find a man or get sex.
Can't find a man or get sex. I'm wondering why. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, I would say because these women are young, they're 18. I mean, it could be because obviously, like some people, that's around the time people first start dating. I know some people will start dating in high school and stuff, but I mean, you're still living with your parents. You're at home. That obviously can complicate things.
How many people do you know?
Do I know?
Yeah, you're what, 34, right? How many people have you come past? Millions, probably, right?
Thousands, yeah, a ton.
How many people have you come across in 18 years of life?
Into the mic if you're gonna.
I don't know, probably like.
You would say a lot less than.
I would say like
what,
700.
14 years of experience, right? I'm 26. I've been to 30 countries. I've seen a lot of people, but being 18. The pool of people that you're interacting with, it's a lot smaller than someone that's a little bit older. If we can kind of think that way.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I think the thing is that I don't know what the average age of people like losing their virginity is, but like I'd say like most women, if you're a virgin, like your primary goal probably, some women just want to lose it. I get that. But I would assume that the girls that you're saying are struggling to even get laid, they are probably, one, not down to just hook up immediately. I assume they want to build, they don't want it to just be a one-night stand, so they probably, I mean, you know them better, right? Do they want to just fuck any dude?
I just feel like a lot of these girls, it's like they're like actually looking for like just genuinely somebody who's interested in them, and there's nobody that's interested. It's not about like fucking, it's like somebody who's actually like interested, like to pursue that.
But
and there's
so,
like nobody that's interested.
But so the conversation we're having is strictly about getting sex, getting laid. And if their standard is, well, I want a boyfriend.
Well,
I
but
want
there's
a relationship.
nobody interested in having sex with them. That's what I'm saying. Like, there's nobody that is pursuing that and like trying to like make that happen.
So you're saying that,
and then like their attempts are like not working out.
You're saying of your female friends, there are no guys even pursuing them for casual sex. Are they open to casual sex?
I'm just
hooking
saying
up?
I've met people who like
You've
that
met
is
people.
the case.
I thought
like,
you said friends.
Like, yeah, like friends who.
Can you show me a photo right now of the girl?
I'm very curious to see a photo. I'm very curious.
Can you show me a photo? Because
No, I won't show you.
No, not on the camera. Just show me right here.
No.
Why
I
not?
know of a girl that knows of a girl.
She knows a girl who knows a girl.
That
like
knows another one.
No, I've just genuinely like known people, and I feel like it's not. I don't know. I feel like bringing like their looks into it and then like shaming them for that is like a whole other thing. Or
I'm
being
not
like, oh,
trying
this.
to shame them.
I know, but like bringing their looks into it. I just think my stance on the issue is that there are genuinely girls who do struggle with getting laid, and I think that simplifying the issue down to saying
it's so impossible. It's just
I mean,
like it's
not
impossible
impossible.
to struggle.
It's not impossible. Impossible is a strong
No,
word.
it's like you. A below average girl can go download a dating app. Within a 24-hour period, you have 100 messages of guys who are down to fuck. This whole, I'm sorry to call it bullshit on this, but like they just really haven't tried. You just download Tinder. You don't have to message any of the guys. They'll message you. You have 100 guys that are DTF within 24 hours.
One picture. 100%.
You said they're on dating apps. Either they're way too picky, their standards are too high, they're waiting for love, they're waiting for a long-term relationship. I don't think most women want to lose their virginity to a one-night stand.
I mean, yeah, that's true, but like
Okay,
I think
but we're talking-
it's situational though.
Right, but if we remove like the obviously, like I feel like for most women, they probably don't want to just, when it comes to losing their virginity, they probably want to lose it to a guy that they at least somewhat care about and that he somewhat cares about them. So if we remove that cohort of people from this discussion, because we can talk about these like exceptional cases, but like if you take group of people that have had sex, yes, it's harder for men to get laid than it is for women to get laid.
So what are you saying? So you're saying that, I mean, I would agree that it is harder for men to get laid than women, but I don't think that there's like a very stark difference.
There's a huge difference. A huge difference.
I'd say it depends on like how attractive you are, because I'd say that if I'd say my stance on it is that if there's like an ugly man and an ugly woman, I think it would be equally as hard for both of them to get laid.
No.
But if it was an
not.
attractive man and an attractive woman,
we have to find this
it's
clip.
different.
Nick, can you find the clip? It's I'm gonna see if I can find it. It's I'm trying to think. It might be on my Twitter. 6 dudes one night. Oh God, I don't know if that's it.
Whoa.
Yeah. Okay. So just in YouTube, 6 dudes one night, and then there's a whatever second clip.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, that's Madysen. Madysen was on that episode.
My very first whatever episode.
So I would actually argue that the difference as
got to a point where
hold on, we'll let this come through and
Bender the offender donated $99. Noodle-haired over here is trying to claim that here female friends are incels. You do realize that since they control sexual access, they decide when to lose their virginity.
First of all, I love noodles. I love noodles, girl.
I mean, honestly, I just think that the whole, like, my stance on it is just that I wouldn't say that they're, like, I don't know. I just think that there's not a stark difference in, like, how hard it would be for, like, an ugly woman and an ugly man.
Pete Lillab donated $100. Hi Brian, I loved whatever 10 years ago. Thank you for making a great comeback with this channel by making these very relatable podcasts. Can you bring Andrea back? None of these chicks have asked 100 guys for sex. Bring OG Andrea back if for real.
We could pull up that video maybe, but yo, Patelli Lab, thank you, man, appreciate it. I actually invited Andrea to come be on the podcast, but it's not going to happen. Nick, can you play the video, por favor?
Yeah, is this the one?
Yes. Go for it.
Point where like I was 19 and I got kicked out of my house because I was like bringing over 6 dudes a night. Like it just was never enough. Enough was never enough. So yeah.
What? Wait, 6 dudes a night?
For like a consecutive week, yeah.
So 6 times 30? Wait, my math is dog shit, by the way.
Yeah.
And how were you meeting these guys?
Usually dating apps. I have like a hard time approaching men. I usually just wait until they approach me.
So like, would you slot them in like 7 p.m., 8 p.m., 9 p.m., 10 p.m.?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
And then I would even,
No, go ahead.
I'd say I would even like have like my backup guys to where it was like, if this guy didn't come tonight, then I would invite this guy. And then if he did come, if the first guy did come, then I'd tell the other guy, oh, I'm busy, like I can't, make it or whatever.
You can pause it, Nick. So that was a woman we had on the show. She's pretty average. She's actually, I'm not saying this to be mean, she's overweight, just as a statement of fact. You heard it from her mouth. She was, for a week straight, 6 dudes a night. My math was off on that. What's 6 times?
Too many.
It's been a minute since I took calculus. Okay. That's an average. Like her male. Could you pull it up? Again, we're not going to watch the clip. Oh, did you close it out or? Okay. Her male looks equivalent. So like average looking dude who's overweight. You have to be fucking Post Malone, or like, you have to be, I don't know how rich and famous you have to be to fuck 6 women a night while being her looks equivalent. But there's not just like overweight, average looking men that can do this.
Rob Kardashian.
I'm not saying this to be mean to her. We're having a conversation about it. As a very matter of fact, she's an average looking woman. She's overweight. I'm not making fun of her for her weight. It's just a statement of fact. She's got a lovely pink sweater, okay?
Great personality.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean,
Clearly.
Yes. So her male looks equivalent. I don't care. I don't know what universe it is not sleeping with 6 women in a day. Your 18-year-old friends, 19-year-old friends, whatever, that are virgins, if they wanted to, could get laid tonight. But they probably want something more than just to get laid, which is good. I think that's fine. But we're having a conversation about the judgment, the differences when it comes to judgment with body count, and you saying that there's it's kind of about the same, like an average guy or a below average guy, and the below average women are going to be able to get sex at the same rate is just.
Well, why do you think that now, like, it should be like that a high body count is undesirable for because I get what you're saying, that like there is a certain level of like praise that may come with like a man, like, of like, let's just say a lower look standard who can pull to that extent. But like, why would you say that now a woman should be shamed for having a higher body count?
I don't think.
Or
well,
like
let's
less desirable.
Sure. I think it's important we define our terms. Should she be shamed? Is shame such a bad thing? But I mean, because how else do you do if we let me ask you a question, right? Is hookup culture bad?
Yes.
We'll go around.
Yes and no.
Honestly, like some aspects of it, but it's unavoidable, so.
It's unavoidable?
Yeah, like with today's day and age, I feel like.
But maybe we can reclaim the culture. Maybe we can take back the culture and start shifting things towards people valuing relationships, towards people valuing monogamy, towards people valuing not just having a string of casual sexual partners that don't give a fuck about you, and actually returning to a point where if you have sex with somebody, at the very least, they should like you. At the very least, they should want to pursue something more.
Amen.
Do you think is hookup culture good or bad?
Both.
Okay, all right. Why is it bad? What are the bad things about hookup culture?
I'm in like the air just because like personal preference.
Are you a juggler? Can we get her some balls?
Yeah.
That was some like juggling.
No.
You have very good technique. You should become a juggler.
Thanks. But I don't know. I'm just in there because like.
Keep going.
You're making me lose my thought. Just because like it's all personal preference. Like you could want to be in a relationship and not hook up with a lot of people, and then there's some people that gain a lot of validation from that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do any girls here want
I don't like hookup culture. I don't think that it really plays into like my own ideals in a relationship for my future. And I think that a lot of women actually get manipulated into hookup culture by men, personally, because I've been called prude. I've been told I don't put out, like, as a negative thing. So
I don't know. Is it a W for women to just like sleep with a bunch of men that don't give a fuck about you, that just want to use you for your body? Like, is that really a W?
It's
like, sure, in the short term, it's short-term pleasure seeking. And honestly, like, I don't know if this is too, like, do most women actually get, I don't know, sexual pleasure in a one-night stand? Like, are most men like preoccupied with like making you come, making sure, like, I don't know, like me personally, if the first time I'm with a girl, I want to try to make her come, but some guys just don't give a fuck. I don't know. So, like, you're not busting a nut. As a girl, you're not climaxing.
Yeah, is it even?
Is it
like
really a
worth it?
W to just fuck a bunch of dudes? Like, I don't get it.
I mean, not a W, but it works.
For what? What do you mean it works?
Validation.
But you should get. I think you should get your validation
I'm not saying that's
internally.
me. I'm not saying that's me, but like I can see.
Yeah,
like,
sure. It's bad though. To get your validation externally from some guy that doesn't give a fuck about you, he's just fucking you.
That's a part of the brainwash.
It's a part of like, I guess, issues some girls may have had in the past that affect how they get attention now.
Like daddy
TikTok
issues?
brain.
Yeah, probably like daddy
TikTok
issues.
brain.
Daddy issues.
No, it's just like
it's
it's
true.
this TikTok brain of constantly needing like attention or constantly needing like the shiny object.
Mike Davis donated $100. I'm a certified proud woman hater, but I'd choir you blaming
Davis,
this
you're gonna get me
basic plump
cancelled.
white bee for getting 6 dudes a night. Blame the 6 desperate trailer park goofballs for showing up. You're welfare boneheads putting these land animals on a pedestal.
I do think men are playing into it, definitely. Like, I think both men and women have a part to play here. Like, men should also not be sleeping with women that they don't want to pursue anything with long term. So I don't know. That's Mike Davis, by the way.
Wow.
He's very he's very angry because he works at Burger King. He lost all his Burger Kings. It's sad. He used to own Burger Kings, but he lost.
Did he lose them?
Yeah, he lost.
That's so sad.
Burger King
Mike.
has not been doing well, so now he's flipping
I'm
burgers.
very sorry to hear that.
It's unfortunate. I don't know. Look, I don't know where I was going with the. What were we talking about? Sienna, help me out here.
We're talking about
hookup culture.
Daddy
validation.
issues.
But like, this goes back to the body count thing. Like, if hookup culture is bad, having a high body count is directly related to hookup culture. So high body count, bad. Promiscuity, bad. hookup culture, bad. You can't have hookup culture if people try to suppress, like they're getting a high body count. If you suppress casual sex, and casual sex leads to having a high body count, a hookup culture is greatly diminished or does not exist. So it's all connected. So if we start shaming or judging high body counts, that is us proactively trying to fight back against the hookup culture that so many men and women are clearly dissatisfied with.
But then that's counterproductive, because then nobody's going to be open to having sex or sexual relationships.
No, I'm not.
It could
I'm not
lead to more
anti-sex.
relationships. It could lead to more
I'm not
relationships,
anti-sex.
and people might be happy.
If you're in a relationship, go to Pound Town. Go for it.
Yeah. But shaming people will, like, overall over time, shaming people for having sex or a high body count or partaking in hookup culture, which we shouldn't shame.
Should it be okay? But let's say somebody was having sex. Let's say there was a large cohort of people that was fucking 2 new people a week. I don't think that's a good way to move through life, whether you're a man or a woman. So if we as a society were to look at that and say, this is behavior unbecoming of a healthy society, should we maybe we shame it? And if it's a shameful activity, are people less inclined to engage in it? Like, how do you combat hookup culture? If we acknowledge hookup culture is bad, how do you combat that without shame? Because we're not going to legislate. Obviously we can't legislate this. We can't pass a law. No, you're only allowed to fuck one person a year.
I mean, for
felony, straight to jail.
Women
Nope.
just say no when they don't want to.
But young girl, I mean, the problem is that these, like, when you're 18, I think that it's like you go to college, it's like all these opportunities, and there's these frat parties, and there's these cute college boys, and there's just all these things, and you're not necessarily are any of you guys thinking about wanting to be married anytime soon? I mean, like, honestly, swear to God.
No.
I did with my
Didn't you
ex,
say
to be
babies
honest.
in 2 years?
Okay.
Yeah,
Baby's
so
been
yeah.
married. Okay, but like, so would you want a father? Like, would you want to be married before you have kids or no? Does it not matter?
It doesn't matter.
Okay, so if it doesn't matter, so let's just assume like you're not necessarily looking for marriage. Babies aside, you're not necessarily looking for marriage. So you're not thinking that far ahead. So then you get sucked into this culture, which is saying like, it's fine, everyone's doing it, no problem. And you're not developing the values that would make you a valuable partner.
I think you can change though.
So, are you saying spend your 20s just getting absolutely ran through
No, I'm
by
not
men?
I'm not saying
And then when
that.
you're 30, when you're ready to settle down, then you change?
You can do whatever you want. Like, I don't care.
But it's not
do what you
it's
want.
not wise. The problem, like, there's a lot of women in their 30s now who are saying, I wish I didn't do that. And if I had someone like an older sister, or if I could go back and tell my younger self, I would have warned her. And the thing is, a lot of times the younger self, I don't even know if the younger self would listen, but it's just so tempting and fun. And it seems fulfilling. But how many of y'all have like slept with a guy, you're in his dorm bed, and he is sitting there like snoring away or whatever. His room is disgusting. His bathroom floor is sticky. The toilet seat's up. There's pee everywhere. When was the last time he cleaned his bathroom? You know what I mean? Like, and you're just sitting there. He literally busted a nut.
Did this happen
took
to
him
you?
2 minutes.
This sounds very
No. My imagination is vivid. It took him 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Busted a nut, fell asleep. He was not worried about like your pleasure or anything like that. And then does he even like walk you to the dining hall in the morning? No. In fact, he might be so rude as to no.
This for sure happened.
No, but you're right though. Like, raise your standards as a woman. Like,
I know, but it's hard to do that when you're 18, and especially when the culture is saying like, get your bag, girl, be free, be you. It's so fun. Like, literally, that's what the culture says. The culture says that it's fun and it's good, and then then you buy into it, and then you're hurt, and then there's damage. So I think having a more sensitive, cautious culture would actually be better for more people in the long run.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Also, STDs, hello?
Right. You're allowed to do whatever.
We have,
Yeah, hello.
you want to remind us the threesome, what happened there?
Oh.
Tell us what happened.
Wow, I got chlamydia from
Not a W.
From
couple.
predators.
Oh my
They
God,
were
okay,
not
let's not go there.
predators.
Sorry.
Just like to say that
From
they were
mean
very
people. They didn't tell you about it. That's not nice.
That was fucked up. You know, I wish that never happened.
She got chlamydia.
Yeah.
But
She got
chlamydia
Jesus wouldn't do that.
goes around here, so
Okay.
everybody wear condoms.
Question,
Oh,
didn't use
I
condoms?
shouldn't have brought that shit up. Great.
Chlamydia goes
The no
around
condom
here?
thing? Wait,
Huh?
let's go into that. Of your 5 threesomes, did you wear a condom in any of them? Or, well, not you, but
Yes.
the guys, I guess.
Yes,
Good.
I did.
But in the other one, the guy didn't? Like
Just-
the chlamydia one? Just the
Yeah.
chlamydia one? You sure about that?
Sadly.
Okay.
But you've learned now, you know, and
I've learned.
that's the thing.
Bro,
you need
people,
to
I'm
learn.
gonna be straight up. I'm gonna be
That's why
straight
what
up.
Brian's doing is great.
People are fucking without condoms.
A lot of people.
What? I'm just kidding.
I was gonna say.
Come on. People are fucking without condoms.
Yeah.
Even like in
Yeah,
casual
no one likes a
condoms.
condom. We all know
Condoms
that.
suck. Condoms
So
suck. No, thank
I think
you.
it's good. That's why this message is good for more
Wait,
people to
Madison,
know.
why did you just laugh there in like a kind of guilty sort of way?
No,
Guilty laughter. Oh, Brian, you better put respect on my name. I'm not one of your beta male producers. One-on-one, man-to-man. If you were to ever get it on, I'd make easy work out of your soft ass. I'd flatten you worse than the Whopper. Sat on by that plus size blank you had on. Mike Davis, I love you, dude. Mike Davis. I wasn't calling you out. What did I say? What? I said that he got fired from his Burger King?
Yeah, and he owned a lot of Burger King.
No, but here's the thing.
Yeah, you went in.
Yeah.
In life, Mike Davis, I know you're upset about the Burger King failure. There's ups and downs. I spoke with Mike Davis on the phone the other day. He's going through it right now. However, he's going to get back on the train, he's going to get back on the line, and he's now going to make sure that he franchises a much more reputable franchise. Frankly, Mike Davis, Burger King
Try
is terrible.
McDonald's or something.
No, he's hitting Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A.
He's going with
Nice.
Chick-fil-A.
Big
The Lord's
step,
way.
Mike.
Chick-fil-A.
Everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
Closed
So,
on Sunday.
Make
yeah,
the
Mike
most per
Davis. Let me
square
just say
unit.
this though,
Per square foot.
Mr. Mike Davis. I just want to tell you one thing.
I will rain down on a godly fucking firestorm upon you. You're gonna have to call the fucking United Nations and get a fucking binding resolution to keep me from fucking destroying you. I am talking scorched earth, motherfucker. I will massacre you. I will fuck you up.
Watch out, Mike Davis. I'll do all that shit that thing said. Okay. What were we talking about? Fuck. STDs?
Guys,
Condoms.
don't use condoms.
STDs. That's a perfect reason. Imagine if it was herpes, though. Instead of the clap, it was herpes. Rip.
But she learned.
This is why I learned. I'm very
Yeah,
happy.
but even if you wear protection, you can still get herpes.
Oh, really? I did not know that.
Yeah, it's a thing.
I didn't know.
For real?
Yeah.
See, I'm terrified of the herpes.
That shit's for life,
shit's
son.
Teach
scary.
us.
That shit's for life.
Teach us, Brian.
Well, okay, herpes can be like on the base of your peen. It can be like on your thigh or some shit, like in the general genital area, vicinity area. And so if you have if you're shedding, like even before you have the thing, I don't know, some girl who we've had some girls on who say they have
Had
herpes,
herpes
who've had herpes. So they've told me so you can basically, even if with a condom, you can get herpes. Doesn't protect you from herpes.
It's just around the area.
So
Spreads.
herpes is on the rise. All these other things are on the rise. So.
And there's medication to prevent the flare-ups of herpes.
Prevent the flare, but it doesn't take it away.
You don't know when that shit flares up,
Yeah.
and it absolutely can happen.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
I do not have herpes.
Okay,
let's just say I'm familiar.
Yeah, we've all done research,
I've
right?
been
We've done
tested
research.
quite a bit.
Oh, okay. Ladies man over here.
Can I get some water?
What's that?
Tricare
Can I get
insurance.
Yeah, Nick, can you get her some water?
Yeah.
You need me some water too.
These girls are parched. They need water.
But it's dangerous. It's dangerous as hell.
It's dangerous out there. Also, like,
war zone.
This is why I don't think men should be like running like having a lot. Although it is like, okay, if you're a guy and you can sleep with a lot of women, to some degree that means that you have some game or charisma or some sort of riz. Good for you. But I don't think it's like you're rolling the dice with your dick.
You only get one.
It's more attractive to have discipline.
Only get one.
You have to have discipline because it's not a fucking W. It's not alpha. It's not high value. Yeah, you can sleep with a lot of women, but when you get herpes, it's not alpha. It's not high value to be bringing herpes to all your future relationships. What you're gonna have the disclosure conversation. You think like a good girl. I mean, some girls are gonna be okay with it, I guess, but like. Dating is hard enough as it is. Don't further handicap it yourself. Don't further make it difficult when it comes to dating by getting some incurable STD that you now need to disclose to future partners, and they're probably going to I'd say most people, men or women, are going to screen you out if you have that. So
For sure.
it's not fucking alpha to bring your future wife herpes. That's all or your future long-term girlfriend herpes. So. Oops, okay. They went to the bathroom to talk about how the podcast is going. Oh my God. Okay.
Brian sucks. He's so mean.
It's a misogynist.
Okay, I don't know where we were. We were talking about, I think we talked about body count enough.
Yeah.
Let me see. Let me do a couple chats here. Nick, can you pull up Twitch really quick? Guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime if you can. Zale, thank you for the Prime. Jewish Bear, thank you for the Prime. Slump, thank you for the Tier 1. Canadian Bear, thank you for the Prime. Achilles, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate it, guys. Twitch.tv/whatever. Let me do a couple of the chats here. Okay, we have Soul Caliber. Okay, the libertarian here, if we want to be between the right and left of this situation, Nick. Man and woman, both sides need to respect each other. This isn't between clubs and monogamy. It's about respect. A relationship is between two, not what?
I think that's supposed to be porn.
Both sides need. This isn't about clubs and monogamy. It's about respect. A relationship is between two, not okay. Soul Calibur. I like that video game. Thank you.
Me too.
Both sides need to respect each other. Okay. Agreed. We have Final Mode X. The issue with watching porn is one of moral consistency. If you find promiscuous threophobe behavior disgusting and degenerate, then you should find porn repulsive. How is watching a bunch of threophobes have meaningless sex arousing if one finds threophobes unattractive? I'm not sure I totally follow. Whoa, Jesus Christ! I'm not sure I totally follow the logic on that. Like. Consuming a product doesn't mean that
women aren't
you.
Products.
What?
Right? Porn.
Wait, what?
Consuming a product.
But you said women are products?
Are not products. So when you
Wait,
consume
what?
porn, you're consuming another naked woman's body, as well as another naked man.
Are you objecting to my use of the word product?
Yeah.
Porn is literally porn. The video. If I'm watching a YouTube video, I am consuming a product. If I'm go to the movie theater and I watch a film and I pay for a movie ticket, that is a product.
So you're not saying women in porn are products you're just saying porn itself is a product.
What were the words that came out of my mouth? Did I say women are products? I was talking about
if you're consuming a product.
Yes, consuming the product, aka porn. Are you saying porn equals woman?
I mean, if you're a straight man consuming porn.
Are you saying porn is not a product? Or
I'm just making sure you're not saying women are products. But if you're
thank you for derailing the conversation. Now I'm trying to remember what my point was.
You disagreed with the comment.
No, I totally forget my. Okay. What I was trying to say is that just because you consume a product does not necessarily mean that you automatically co-sign or want to engage in the product yourself. So no, to answer your question, I was not using product to refer to women. I was saying the product is porn. So just because you consume a product, porn, does not necessarily mean that you aren't allowed to have an opinion, broadly speaking, that porn could have a negative impact on society. Okay, the NFL. I acknowledge that the professional athletes that pay NFL give themselves brain damage. They get CTE. This is bad. I also enjoy watching football. The two can exist.
Okay.
Do you watch football? Do you watch any professional sports?
I do.
Do you acknowledge that the athletes that do that, while they're compensated very well, they are getting permanent brain damage and they're getting injuries and they're hurting themselves.
There's risk in playing, absolutely.
There's risk in playing. There are negatives of this being an organization that is widely consumed, and it's an incentive not just at the professional level but in college. And football is a huge sport here in the United States. Young children are getting concussions. Kids in high school are getting concussions. They're never going to get an NFL deal. They're never going to play in college. They're doing permanent damage to their brains. Can we acknowledge that, but also enjoy watching the sport?
Yeah.
Okay, so I guess that's the point I'm trying to make. Even if you consume porn, that doesn't preclude you from recognizing that porn does have some negative consequences to society, in the same way that we recognize that there are some negative consequences to these exceptionally talented people playing in the NFL, playing sports, getting concussions.
Okay, the logic of your argument, agree. I mean, my counter would be that I don't think watching football has that many negative consequences for the viewer. I agree that the participants, the talent, it is a risk.
It is
just
different.
Like with porn,
it is different.
There's a risk for the talent. But I think the viewer, there's more negative consequences for the viewer as well. But the logic of your argument, absolutely, yeah. I can't argue with it.
Your point's valid, though. The viewer is what we're talking about with porn, at least.
True.
In relationships or societally.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. I just don't get the whole derailment with I was clearly speaking about porn, and you were like, you just wanted to jump at an opportunity to be like, oh, he must be he's like clearly saying something misogynistic.
Me, because I said women aren't products?
Yeah, but you were, that's not what I said.
Oh, that's
So
okay.
you're trying to put words into my mouth to try to paint me in a negative way.
No, we moved on from the subject because you explained.
Yeah, but why? But if you were actually listening to what I say, you would not feel the need to just interrupt and derail by making a clarification that did not need to be made.
It did for me. So
we were having a conversation about porn, and I said, if you're consuming the product, how did it not logically follow for you that I was talking about porn and not women?
I don't remember what the comment was, but it was something in response to the comment. But you clarified it, so you're good.
Okay. All right. Whatever. I think it was the super chat. I don't know exactly.
It was a super chat.
Yeah, I think we got it. Let me get this. We have his intentions were to get next to 300. Okay, we did this one. Did we do this one? Can you read this one? Do you want to read this one?
They get TRICARE, that's about it, LOL. I mean, divorcing him, she could have taken half of his paycheck and get a free house. How long did you know this boot? Did you even know his rank? And if you do, I'm going to guess he was between
private or lieutenant corporal?
No,
Lance
it was a
corporal.
Lance
Corporal, excuse me.
And he was a Lance corporal, and I knew him for about 2 months.
So, if I can touch on this, I moved to San Diego in the Navy when I was 19. And
San Diego?
I was broke as shit. I was living on the ship for about a month, which living on the ship is like living in a coffin, where I had my work uniform, my PT uniform, and a little bit of workout clothes, and one set of clothes to go out to the clubs at in Gaslamp. And when I heard about getting married for BAH, which is the basic housing allowance, and they told me that I could move my paycheck from like like 15,000, 20,000 a year to 60,000 a year, I was actively hunting to try and get married. And I talked to a couple girls trying to get married because I was a salesman. I was like, hey, you're going to get insurance. I know you don't have insurance. I'll pay you $500 a month, whatever. And we can get a house. We can be roommates, or I'll get the house and do my own thing. I need money. So that's where he's coming from. And what did he say? They get Tricare and that's about it.
Mm-hmm. I know exactly where
it's
it's coming
okay.
from.
Speedy the Unsilent is a man with a body count of 1 and still looking for the one. That 6 a night is gross. 6 a night. Can we agree having sex with 6, at least agree on this, having sex with 6 different people in the night, kind of gross?
That's a bit up there.
Feral.
Yeah.
Is it a little common ground?
It's a bit much.
I think she actually is kind of like, oh, that sounds exciting.
No. Oh my God.
I'm
not. I mean,
You did that once?
No, I don't think it's good, and I just don't believe that anybody should call anybody gross as a person because of sex. I just think it's not good. I would not want to have sex with 6 different people.
The act is gross,
but the person herself is not gross for it.
I mean, well,
but I just don't like
disagree.
putting people down. So
I mean, let's remove sex from this conversation. Are there any behaviors that someone can engage in where you feel like it might be justified to call the person gross?
Yes, but we're not allowed to talk about them. So.
Okay, well, I think I know what you're trying to say, but what I'm...
If I ate worms for a living, that's gross.
Huh? What?
Like, if you eat worms for a living, like, that's gross.
Yeah, but I'm thinking of, like, PG things.
Oh.
If somebody never showered for a week straight, or, I don't know, a month, would that be gross? Could we call them gross?
Yeah.
You are gross?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gross, but I just wouldn't personally go up and be like, ew, you're so gross because you don't do this, because I just think that's personally rude. But like, if we're talking about that, yeah, I think I wouldn't have sex with 6 people. I wouldn't not take a shower for 6 days because it's gross, but I wouldn't go tell the person.
But I'm not sure exactly why you're making this argument, because he said that 6 a night is gross. It's not clear to me. He could be addressing the behavior, and he's not necessarily saying she's
agreeing.
gross.
I'm just saying that I'm making a point that I'm not saying the person is
Me
gross.
personally, though, I will take it a step further and say on the individual level, that individual is gross. That is gross behavior, and by proxy, you are a gross person. If you engage in gross behavior, that makes you gross.
I still personally
I don't
would
know
not call
if
somebody
you
gross,
have
but there are
multiple
gross things that a person can do. I just personally would not call a person gross because of it.
That's just not taking accountability.
I mean,
but
if
I get what you're saying.
If a woman has the seed of 6 different men inside of her, maybe this is a hot take, but yeah, that's pretty gross. I wouldn't want to be with a woman. I wouldn't want to have sex with a woman if she even had one other guy's. It's amazing to me that, like, this just seems like common sense to me. But, like, yeah, even just if another guy just had sex with you, I would find it gross to then have sex with you.
And I'm not disagreeing with you. I just made it an extra point to say that I'm not calling the individual gross. The act can be gross.
It's polite of you, I guess.
You're very slut friendly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
yeah.
All right. Hey, Greta. I'm running out of twisted teas. You want me to put some on the side for you? Johnny Saman? Is this one of your homies, or?
Yeah, actually.
Is it?
Yeah, put some on the side for me. Thank you.
Okay, he's watching it. The twisted teas are coming. All right, we have Billiam the Mars, LMFAO, case closed. That dude wanted out the barracks and $300 extra a month. He was playing you.
Damn, everybody's on this guy.
Yeah, he's really, Billiam is really about it.
He's pressed about me and my military boo. I mean, it's okay.
Pressed.
It's okay.
Oh, we have to Wait, what do we
He
have
can
to
be
do?
playing me.
What do we got to do?
Marine Corps barracks are bad. I don't blame them.
Dating.
What city was it?
San Diego.
Oh, okay, so
That's where I
Miramar
used to live.
or
No,
Pendleton.
Camp Pendleton.
Yeah.
We have to react to one of her dating profile things. Question. Do you guys think that communication is important?
Yes.
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 Do you think that men are bad communicators?
Yes.
Sometimes.
Here, going around the table, start with you.
Depends on the person, but yes.
I'd say depends on the person, but a lot of times, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have much experience with that. so
Okay,
I'm not
sure.
When they let their emotions get the most of them, yes.
Can you scoot your mic like closer to the edge, please?
I think more often than not, yes.
Okay. Madysen.
I think they execute not well.
Okay, so I'm gonna go around the table on this. Have you ever faked an orgasm?
Yes.
No.
Yeah. I mean, no.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Oh, and the guys. Okay. Okay.
How can you fake it?
Yeah.
Spit
what?
on the back.
What the fuck?
It's a thing. It's a
I-
thing.
Okay. All right.
That girl is
Hey.
clueless.
I feel like I'd be able to know.
Yeah, I feel like a
I'd
girl
be
would
able to
know. I feel like a girl
Well,
would
when
know.
you know when
Spit
alcohol's
on the
involved,
back.
yeah.
Yeah. Let me. I don't know if this is going to apply to some of you, but who here has, while on a date, reached for your purse, offered to pay for the bill or your bill, but you would be upset if the guy took you up on your offer to split?
Wait, what?
Like hypothetically?
Like, cause there's definitely this thing. I think some women will
Yeah,
like
where
do
you
a
go
token.
act like you're going to, but you
They're
don't
like,
actually want
"Oh,
to.
do you want me to get it?"
Yeah.
But then if the guy would be like, "Oh yeah, sure," you'd be like, "The fuck."
But is this hypothetically or if it's happened?
Well, I guess
Because I've
has it if
No.
it's happened to you, or what would if you were to put yourself in that situation, how would you feel?
Oh, I
Like, would
wouldn't
you do
care.
that?
Yeah. I'd pay for it. I wouldn't be mad if he like
Oh, okay.
took me up on it.
Yeah, I'd pay.
Okay.
I guess I'd pay.
I feel like that'd be weird. I don't know. I definitely would do the token, like.
But if the guy was like, "Oh, cool," would you kind of be like, "Oh"?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, if he asked me on the date, I'm not going to offer to pay.
But have you ever done the token? "Oh, do you want me to get it?"
No, because I'm not going to act like I'm going to pay if I'm not.
I have, and we settled on 50-50, and I was a little bit like...
It was like a little turn off for you?
I wouldn't say a turn off, but I was like, oh,
Negative
okay.
brownie points a little bit.
What is that word? I forget the word.
You're not mad, you're just
I
disappointed?
took note of it. I took note. I took note.
Okay. Madysen, what about you?
I only do the token if I'm actually willing to pay for it. So,
Oh.
but
Okay.
I wouldn't mind paying.
Are you able to scoot into the table like that way just a little more? Okay. So I asked you, do you think communications is important? I asked who here faked an orgasm. I asked about this whole perspective. Wouldn't you guys say, those of you who okay, with the fake orgasm thing, isn't that bad communication?
Yeah.
Like, that's you not
Yes.
communicating. That's you
And that's your
kind
fault.
of lying.
You can fix that by like telling them what to do, I guess. But
Yeah. Mm.
it's on you.
I mean, but
It's on you.
there's a few reasons why you fake an orgasm. You fake an orgasm because you want it to end, and you just want a quick, like, all right, let's get this over with. You fake an orgasm because you want him to feel, because you did enjoy it,
So, okay.
and you want him to feel good about his performance because it was good, and he should feel good about it. But you know, if he's really going to give you an orgasm, y'all are going to have to be there for 30 more minutes, and no one has time for that, and you want to go to bed. So, like,
Is it that difficult to make you climax?
I think for most women,
For women, yeah.
it's pretty. I mean, like, it's got to be.
Rip for you guys. Okay.
So yeah.
Rip.
Sorry about
So
you.
I just
Sorry about that.
in that in that scenario, you're actually yeah. You're communicating well because you're trying to reinforce his behavior. You want that behavior to continue.
I think that's
No, you're smart, bro.
Thank you.
so you want to reinforce what behavior exactly?
He did a good job.
Good job, boy.
Not
He
good
did a good
enough.
job. Look, it's.
job.
I think it's hard for the other partner to make a woman orgasm. It's hard. I mean, it's like
erroneous.
They're just not doing it right.
I'm
son.
sorry. I know
They're not
every
doing it right.
woman
I
you've
don't
been
know.
with, every time. I know, but I think it's
honestly most women I'm with. I'm not trying to gas myself up, or most of the women I've been with, I can make them come.
Really?
Yep.
Oh well.
What's the percentage?
Are you sure?
80-90%, I'd say.
I feel that.
How do you
But
know
I
if they
actually
were
make an
lying or
effort.
not?
Like I make an effort to do
You're
it.
a giver.
What?
How do you know if they weren't lying?
You know.
I mean, look, some women can be very
tell.
convincing, but like, there's different orgasm responses between different women, but
if she's faking the leg convulsing, then like props on her. She got it. She got
or
the
the okay, anyways. okay, whatever.
I
Look,
think there's times
some
when guys do.
women
It's like
struggle.
they do great,
But-
and it feels fun. And it's like,
okay, getting away from like that whole thing.
The impossible.
I guess what I'm trying to the impossible. The clitoris
No,
is the Rubik's
not
cube
impossible.
of the. Okay, huh?
Not impossible.
Not
just
likely.
rare.
Not likely.
It's rare.
From
Haven't you had like long-term boyfriends and they struggle to get you off? Rip.
Do you want me to be?
Yeah, be
obviously.
honest.
Yeah, I orgasmed like once, maybe twice. There might have been a
With all your boyfriends?
Okay. No, I've only ever orgasmed with one man.
And was it one time?
One time for sure, and then I think there were two or three. There was one to two other times that I was like, I think it could be. But there was only one time when I was like,
That's the.
I
other
just want to go to
difference.
bed.
That's the
no
other
one talked to
difference.
me. Like I was like, that was amazing. I just can sleep. I didn't care about his satisfaction. I'm sorry, that sounds selfish, but I
Sure.
was like,
Wait, okay.
he
so
knocked me out.
Question: How many? So there's only
I hope my
one
mom
guy
doesn't
who's
watch
ever
this.
made you come,
Mm-hmm.
and he only made you come a couple times.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have you had sex? Total. Hundreds, thousands.
I don't think 1,000.
Really?
I bet we had sex quite a bit. He and I. Oh my god! I hope my mom doesn't watch this. This is so embarrassing. We were frequently intimate, and
Hundreds of. I mean. if you have a
I would say
long-term-
I have a very high sex drive. I had a higher sex drive than he did,
Based.
and yeah, but I didn't mind. I mean, like it's okay.
No, that's fine. I mean, for some women have difficulty orgasming.
Well, I wouldn't say that because there's other ways, but with another
okay.
person.
Wait, with another person?
Like with another, or with in my
Wait,
case,
what?
guy. It's
But
it's a
you've
little
said
harder.
that there's only one guy who's ever made you come, and he was only able to do it like once or
Yeah,
a couple
no.
times.
Look, if I need to get the job done, I can do it really fast. Which might be the problem. That might be the.
Well, there's a couple problems. So, okay, when it comes back to you guys saying, well, men are poor communicators, I think I forgot the answers for all of you. A fair amount of you said that you faked orgasms. That's poor communication.
Okay.
Now, in response to what you were saying about,
You didn't ask if you thought I was a bad communicator.
well, I mean, there's a totality of different factors that would lead to an overall rating of poor or bad communicator. But when it comes, I mean, the fact that you were faking orgasms, though, probably has led to some degree to you not climaxing with partners.
Well, I mean, he knew that. Like, you could ask him. He would say,
He
"I made
knew
her."
you were faking
I made her come
orgasms?
3 times. Maybe. Yeah,
Wait,
he
what?
thinks 3. I think he thinks 3.
Yeah, but you also said you faked orgasms. Would you fake orgasms every time you had sex?
No.
But why would you? I'm confused.
Those 1 or 2 times. Well, first there
How many
was
times
like.
have you faked an orgasm?
Like when it was not with the other, like the early days. Okay, we're talking like 18 years old. It was, and I had the one college that he didn't do anything, so I might as well have been a dead fish. But yeah, you asked me if I faked orgasms. So the 1 or 2 that I'm like, I think maybe, I don't know.
I mean, but here's the thing. If you're dating a guy and you're not coming, and
But
you
it
can
feels
come by
good.
yourself, sure, yeah, sex still feels good,
it
even
feels
if
good.
even for men, even if we don't
So I was
climax, it still feels good.
responding to that, I was like, oh.
That's great, but wouldn't it be better if you did come?
I suppose, but that just seems like a big.
When is it ever a bad thing to orgasm? But okay.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Fine.
But it is. I mean, you are. you'll have women who are claiming to be sexually dissatisfied in relationships, yet they're faking orgasms, which you're not communicating with your partner that you're not climaxing. That doesn't give the man the opportunity to improve. We aren't mind readers.
Well, that's a great point.
Some women, their orgasm response is like very specific, and it can require a lot. Sometimes there's a lack of communication there. I mean, I think as a guy, if you can get it organically, if you can make her come organically, great. But if you can't, look, I think women should communicate about it. I think also it's fine if a guy says, hey, so what do you like? You like a little faster, slower pressure? Do you like left, right, up, down? What do you like?
Well, I love this podcast because I learn things every time, Brian. So trust me, that one's going in the books.
But like, if you fake orgasms, he's going to think that he's getting the job done, but he's not.
Right. You're
so
right.
You should, and I think it's a terrible one, in addition to just how that's going to negatively impact your pleasure on the sexual front, you're lying to the guy.
Well, I will say I was very happy with our sex life. Other than the drastic guilt I felt every time I had sex. But
you were happy with your sex life, but you were frequently faking your orgasm.
Is that because he was a bad communicator? You didn't feel comfortable communicating with him?
No, I felt super comfortable. No. I could have. I just wanted to. I just.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you're saying, but I get that you want to, because obviously for us men, like if we can make our girl come, that's a turn on for us. Like that's awesome.
100%.
It's a turn on for us. It's great. But I think you're kind of almost trying to cheat that by faking an orgasm.
But I feel like I'm sitting down the guy and saying, hey, you ready to sit down for a 4-hour project? Because that's what it's about to be. You know what I mean?
That's 4 hours to come?
I'm not saying, I don't know.
When you're alone, how long does it take to make yourself come? You said it's...
Oh my God.
What, a couple minutes?
Yeah.
So there is probably granted, like a guy's probably never going to have your body figured out as good as you.
Yes.
But there's probably certain things that he could do, and maybe that if it is really that difficult to get you to climax, maybe introducing toys into the bedroom.
Okay.
I don't know. But faking orgasms, that's just a no, I think.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't lie to me.
Don't lie.
And you said the same thing. We're going to be asking, or guys should be asking, what do you like? Say the words, what do you like? She's going to tell you. And if not, then she's going to fake an orgasm. And she's like, okay, I'm not down with this. I don't like it anymore.
Yep.
I have a question, Steve. Why did you fake an orgasm?
Oh no.
Like I just want to know, like, why would a guy fake an orgasm?
Because I wasn't going to come, and
you just knew.
it had been going. I was not going to come, and I think I was getting soft, and I was not. Not feeling anymore. I was tired. It's like 4 a.m. I'm trying to go to bed.
Okay.
And she already came, so it's.
Work's done.
Allegedly.
We have
in the future, I'm just gonna fake the orgasm.
Wait, we have something from you, the dating app thing. Let's pull up the dating app.
Oh no.
Image. My love language is telling me the event starts 10 minutes earlier than it actually does. Julia.
Facts.
So what do you mean by this?
I have many strengths, but one of my maybe areas of improvement would be like I'm a horrible judge of how long it takes to do things, which might account for the 4-hour orgasm. I'll think something will take me like 15 minutes and it takes me 2 hours. And
so you're late is what you're saying.
Men can be late.
I would say more generally, it's like I literally suck at judging how long things take. But that sometimes can result in me being late, which I'm sure you're going to say is a huge con.
I mean, but you're a grown adult. Time management is like basic adulting.
Exactly. So I've learned to get through it, but I'm just saying if you really love me, the best thing you can do for me is like tell me, like just say like, hey, it starts 15 minutes early.
No, the best thing that a partner could do for you is tell you you're an adult, get your shit together, if I'm gonna tell you to be on time, be here at this time, you should be there on time. You're an adult, you have agency.
I know, I made it here on time.
I'm sure. But
I
it
make
seems
it places
when
on time.
But are you talking just within your romantic?
Well, it's more, Brian, it's more that there's like this, I get places on time, but because of that misjudgment, I'm like rushing a little and it's a little stressful. So it would be like, I would be less stressed if I had an additional 15 minutes that I didn't know I had. You know what I mean? So that's why I say it's just tongue in cheek.
It's not even that hard to do, really. But
Thank
ask
you.
your partner,
Yeah.
hey, 15 minutes.
It's just cute.
Wait, ask your
For
partner.
those of us who are gifted with time management, who, in my opinion, are literally the superheroes of the world, you know, be friendly
Is
to
that really something?
Personally,
that
I think
sounds
it's
like
amazing.
me having to deal with a toddler.
Does
Oh,
it?
yeah, like, okay, here, let me accommodate your lack of, what's the right word? You're asking someone to accommodate your lack of, I guess, courtesy when it comes to timeliness by having to constantly tell someone to meet you earlier than the actual plan is? I don't know.
Yeah, I suppose if you want to read it the worst possible way you can read it, that's what you would get. So, okay, thanks.
But I don't think it's like, no guys, like, because this is on your dating app profile, right? Like, on a dating app, don't you want to, like, put your best foot forward and, like, try to paint yourself in, like, a good way? And you basically saying, by the way, I'm not punctual. Is that cute?
Well, first of all, it gets a lot of obviously it's not cute to you. It gets a lot of responses.
A lot of guys tolerate a lot of bullshit when it comes to dating. But yeah, lack of punctuality and disrespecting my time, yeah, I think that's not a good thing.
Okay, well, you want to hear the things I bring to the table? Because just because I might
That's great.
struggle slightly with that doesn't negate all these other like great qualities that I offer. And I think being honest about something that's like a legitimate, I mean, that you're not naturally good at. Like time management is a thing that people are naturally good at. Like I have a great job. I got 2 degrees. Like, do you think if I'm really that bad at time management and that discourteous that people would,
well, so what
that like I can't tell time? Of course I can.
But so, I mean, are you joking about the fact that you're late because either you're punctual or you're not punctual?
I'm
or you're
joking, and as it relates to, I absolutely do not expect my partner to carry me around like as a toddler, as you so endearingly said. I absolutely don't.
If I say something,
that.
if I need you ready at 5 p.m.,
yeah,
to me that's like infantilizing you that I need to tell you in each instance, 4:45 instead of 5 p.m. How about you just be on time?
Guess what? No one has ever taken me up on my 10 minutes.
We're already like an old married couple. We're already bickering about. Okay, go ahead.
No, because you would refuse. Anyways.
Refuse what?
You would refuse to tell me that you would say I'm an infant. And then we'd be late because we'd probably get into a big discussion about it.
No,
I don't think it's that deep.
So wait, you think this is my bad? This would fall on me?
No, I'm not.
If I was like, no, I'm not going to play your little game of me having to tell you to be ready by an earlier time because you lack the adult functioning to be ready on time.
Sorry, I just really don't think anybody reads into it as much as you
Well,
are right now.
But I can say from my experience when it comes to first dates, I'm on time. And I'd say 80% of the time with first dates, women are at least 10 to 15 minutes late. So for you guys, you don't care because men will tolerate your tardiness. But for me, I think it's disrespectful to be late on a first date because that's a first impression and you're already late. Okay.
Well, that's just your type of women, not women.
I always try to be punctual for dates. And
I think it's rude to be
Yeah.
15 minutes late to a first date, especially if you don't let the person know that you're going to be late.
Oh, yeah.
And especially if you
always
don't offer up an apology. But I get it. And hey, that's another thing that's wrong with society. People don't stick to their commitments. If I say it like, I don't know.
So,
look,
are you saying you would swipe left on me if you saw that?
That would be a little like.
All my
I get
my
it's
horse
cutesy.
photo.
I get that you're trying to be cutesy, but like, I don't know. I don't think it's like, oh, haha, my life is just so like I'm in the clouds. My life's a mess. Haha, it's so cute. No, I'd be like, okay. I told you I'm an
You think that's why I'm
authoritarian
still
dictator.
single? You think that's why I'm still single? That one?
No, I don't
if
think that's.
change
I
it?
don't think that's why you're single. That's probably very low on the totem pole of things that men care about. But for me, punctuality is important with a girl.
I know it. Guess who else cares about that? My job, my boss, and
Dope.
I'm not able to. I know guys don't care about jobs, but I am obviously able to be punctual in my entire life.
Okay.
But if you want to know what comes naturally, time management doesn't. So you should see how many alarms I set in the morning. I have like 100 alarms.
It's better to have a partner that understands you and what you need.
I'm pretty on
than
time.
Judge you for it.
No, it's better to just level up in all the ways that you can.
Well,
and
if I
be the
did, I would
best
be
person.
perfect, and that would be intimidating for too many people.
Being punctual doesn't mean that you can't have other flaws in other realms and dimensions, but I think just it's basic adulting. I don't want to have to, in the same way that you hear from a lot of women, oh, I don't want to have to like mother a guy. I don't want to have to like be his mom.
I see. So for me,
you want men that are self-sufficient.
Yeah.
We don't want to have to baby you. Okay, babe, I'm gonna lie and tell you something starts 15 minutes before it actually does, so you're on time. How about you just, if I tell you, plans at 5, or we have to leave at 5 p.m., be ready to leave at 5 p.m. Simple.
Yeah.
Don't make me have to, every time we have a plan, be ready at 4:45.
I'm not making you.
Bender the Offender donated $99. If I leave for work at 1:59 and my shit starts at 2 o'clock, I don't call my work and say, hey, I need like 30 minutes extra, okay, thank you. Just have some common sense and be more mindful of other people's time.
You know, if we were on TikTok, there's a thing that they call, gosh, what is it? It's like you have to, will you take accountability for, they say it's like a disability. They'll say, will you be accountable for my time management issues or something? There's a video. It's wild, but.
We're going to move on from that. We had a chat,
Okay.
and I forgot to get back to this, and we'll get into a couple of your things. We had the chat from 7 Deadly Sims about the whole feminist thing. You guys some of you consider yourselves feminist. You said that inequalities, and then you're feminist because there's inequalities between men and women. You said that you're a feminist because women are discriminated against. So Parisa, to hear from you first, what are some of the inequalities that you're talking about?
I think a lot of the inequalities today, I mean, we can look at something more recent, like, for example, like Roe V. Wade being overturned. Like, women now don't even have the right to control what they do with their own body, and the government is telling them, but, like, something like that would never be instilled for, like, a man. Or, like, you can look at the pay gap. Like, there's a very obvious pay gap. A woman and a man can do the same job, and, like, most times a man is going to be paid a lot better. Like, there's just still a lot of inequalities, and I think that feminism aims to like get rid of these things, so that's why I consider myself a feminist.
I mean, there's a couple things there. The wage gap's been debunked. There's no wage gap.
I mean, I would say that there is still, like, commonly, like, you would see, like, studies have shown that there is a wage gap in a lot of jobs.
Is that what your liberal professors tell you at Santa Barbara City College?
I've just seen things like rhetoric and literature that has proven that point. If you've seen other
Probably conducted by feminists that are they've already arrived at their conclusion.
I mean, what would you say about Roe v. Wade then? That
Sure,
being
I'll adjust that. Well, you said that you're feminist because of inequality between men and women. Now, I don't really want to get into a discussion about abortion, but what I would say is that the abortion discussion has very little to do with equality between men and women, because men don't have an abortion right. Men don't have reproductive rights. So you could actually argue, because men don't have, I mean, this is getting a little bit very specific, but I could make the argument that equality between men and women on the abortion topic would be no women in the United States can get an abortion. That would make it equal between men and women, because a man has no reproductive rights when it comes to abortion. I'm not really interested in having an abortion debate right now, especially because we don't have much time left. But I don't think the abortion rights thing has really anything to do with equality between the sexes.
Well, I understand what you're saying in the sense that like men do not have like the whole like reproductive rights thing, but I'm just saying equality in the sense of like having an equal right to control what you do with your body, having an equal right that the law is not telling you what you can and cannot do. I just think.
Oh, well, come to think of it, actually, it's difficult because obviously men don't get pregnant, so you know it's just like a biological reality. What I will tell you though is, when it comes to the government and your body, so this right here. Nick, if you can switch it to this camera. This is a draft registration card. Now, don't mind the colors, the bright colors, right? If I skip to this page here, so this is a draft registration card that only men in this country have to sign. It's called I don't know if you're familiar with the selective service system. So when it comes to men having control of their bodies, in the event of a war, bear in mind what's going on in Ukraine, bear in mind what's going on in the Middle East right now. This idea that men have control of their bodies, it's actually not entirely true. In the event of a draft, men would be forced to go into the trenches, into the front lines, and they wouldn't have a choice when it comes to that. Now, you don't see feminists in the streets really advocating for an equalization of the draft or getting rid of the selective service system or getting rid of male military conscription.
And I think that is a problem with a lot of like modern day feminism, is that it doesn't focus on equalizing things, and it has, I'd say I have seen a shift, especially on like social media, where feminism has turned into kind of like, I don't know, more so elevating one gender over the other, or like trying to like point out differences. But I think that it is important for feminism to also focus on like these differences or like these problems that occur for men too. I would not say that is something that it should not tackle.
Right, sure. I guess I'm just, again, it's not going to be productive to have a conversation on abortion, but again, I've just failed to see when it comes to inequality. So typically when you think of inequality, it would be something like some right or privilege that men have that women don't, but because men don't have any abortion rights because they can't have children, I don't think it's it's a woman's rights issue, but I don't think it's a inequality issue.
I just personally see it as that, because I see it as an unequal sense of control over your body. Because although like the war draft, like you bring that up, which is a great point, and I do think that is that does need to be addressed. I think that the lack of control that not allowing abortion gives to women is very, very different than that, because like in the event of a war, like that's a lot less likely than like a woman needing an abortion for like any reason. I think that like the case of a woman needing an abortion is a lot more like common, just for like right now. I mean, like if you count like what's going on in Ukraine, obviously, but like I'm just saying it's not like every single year that there's a new war happening.
I mean, we are every day. I would argue
Europe's been at war for years.
But there hasn't been a draft in 50 years.
Yeah.
So.
There's no
active. Okay, but there are men that would, in the Vietnam War, there are men that would still be, I see Madysen, there are men that would still be alive today had they not been drafted. There are men that are, there are men that died that would still be alive today had they not been drafted. There are men that are alive today that were drafted that are dealing with severe, like either they were a casualty of war, so they had an injury, PTSD.
Don't you think women get PTSD from having a baby they don't want to have?
Yeah, but are you really comparing getting an abortion to the PTSD that soldiers experience from war?
Well, you're comparing
PTSD.
getting an abortion to the draft.
Getting drafted.
I would argue that throughout human history, male military conscription is a bigger gender grievance than certainly the abortion grievance.
Since the beginning of time, it has always been men go to war, women stay home and take care of the family and kids.
Yeah, it's bad.
Across the board.
We're not saying it's not bad, but it's not like it's not the same.
So are you saying that forced male military conscription is not as bad as some women in some states?
It's bad. I'm not saying it's not bad.
No, but
I
that's
think
not really
she's saying that it's not necessarily comparable, which I do kind of see, because it's like it's not necessarily talking about like the same type of like right to do something, because one of them is saying like in the event that like there is a war, like men will be drafted, which obviously is still like a lack of control, but the other is saying like in your day-to-day life, like you will not have the ability to do this, like because like we're not giving you the right, like it's different.
I see what you're saying. Well, what I would say is, while currently here in the United States there hasn't been a draft in a long time, every single male in this country, once they turn 18, they have to register with the Selective Service. So that's a biased gender requirement that men have to do that women don't. Granted, it's rather easy to register. However, as a man, if you don't register, technically it's a felony. You can be imprisoned for up to 5. I don't want to misquote. It's either 5 or 10 years. I think it's probably 5 years. You can get a fine of $250,000. If you don't register for the Selective Service, hold on, it says it here. Let me read it. I'm going to read it just because I don't want to misquote anything. Okay. Let's see, hold on. What happens if I don't register? Not registering is a felony. Young men convicted of failure to register may be fined up to $250,000, imprisoned for up to 5 years, or both. In addition to being subject to prosecution, failure to register may cause you to permanently forfeit eligibility for certain benefits. Federal and many state laws require registration age men to be registered with Selective Service to remain eligible for applying for the following benefits. So as a guy, if you don't register for the Selective Service, it might bar you for life from receiving student financial aid, certain government jobs, government employment with the U.S. Postal Service, job training, and U.S. citizenship for male immigrants.
Ninja Smoke donated $99. Men have no choice in war.
That's true.
However, women choose to have sex. How is killing your child always being defended like it's normal? Make better choices in the men you choose to sleep with, so if you get pregnant they will stay around and be good fathers.
In any case, I don't really want to thank you, Ninja Smoke, for the comment. It's kind of getting away, if we get into an abortion discussion, it gets away from things. But I'm trying to remember. It stemmed from the inequality discussion. So I think you're making a bodily autonomy argument, and you were saying, well, men in the United States, it's unequal because women don't have an abortion right, and there's no corresponding thing that could take away a man's bodily autonomy. But that's actually quite literally not true, because we have male-only conscription in this country. So if there's a draft, only men would be conscripted, and their bodily autonomy would quite literally be taken away from them. They'd be forced to go to somewhere they don't want to go. They'd be forced to go to war. They'd be forced to fight. They'd potentially be forced to die. I think that that's worse than not having the right to an abortion.
And in the event of a draft, it's not will they die, people will die. A lot of people die. This isn't World War II. This is 2023. Whatever, it's going to be bad.
Women die during childbirth, though, too.
That is true.
What if...
Wait, I have a question. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Go ahead. Sienna.
Maybe I can't say that.
I think I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. My question to you, let me ask you guys this. What would you say to a guy... Let's say there's just some fuckboy out there, and he was just sleeping with a bunch of girls, and he gets a girl pregnant, and he's like, oh fuck, man, and she wants to keep the kid, right? What would you say to him? Like, what would you tell him? Like, and he doesn't want to have the kid. What would you tell him?
Get ready for child support.
Child support.
Would you maybe tell him, hey, if you didn't want to be in this situation, maybe you shouldn't have had sex? Would you tell him that?
Maybe tell him to use a condom, but...
Oh, okay. But what would you tell him? Like, tough luck?
I don't know. I feel like at that point, there's not much you can do as the man because
Right.
you're not the one like bearing the child.
Right. We have 0 reproductive rights.
I'd have to agree.
But would you just tell him to suck it up?
I mean, at that point, it's either like you discuss it with the girl and you try and like come to an agreement. I don't know, or like you can't.
She wants to keep the kid, and she's going to come after. She's definitely going to come after you for child support. What do you tell the guy?
I mean, there's nothing you can do then.
You tell him. What do you tell him though?
There's nothing you can do. Like you have to pay the child support.
Tough luck, right?
He has no say,
you
right?
shouldn't have done that, right? See, we only hold men accountable for their bad decisions, but
I wouldn't say you shouldn't have done that though. I'd just say like that is the result of an action that like was taken. I don't think that the same thing can
right.
be
So
said.
men have no reproductive rights, so there is no inequality.
I'm not. I mean, it's not necessarily like. I don't think like that plays into it in the way that like you're seeing it play into it. Because I don't think that like it has anything to do with the fact that like just because I don't know. I just don't think that situation holds relevance to like.
But I guess what's interesting is when, for example, if a woman wanted to get an abortion, and if we were to tell that woman, you should have just kept your legs closed, a lot of people would be very offended by that comment and say, well, women should still have an option. And whereas if a man gets a girl pregnant, suck it up, tough, enjoy 18 years of child support. You have no say as a guy. You have no option.
He may not have a say, but like how many deadbeat fathers are out there that like don't pay their child support, don't show up for their child or their baby mama?
Yeah, and then if they don't pay their child support, they get thrown in prison. Actually, we abolished debtors' prisons hundreds of years ago because we realized that putting people in prison for debt, for not paying fines or for debt is is bad. But the only way that you can go to jail for not paying a fine or not paying a debt is through child support. So basically men are exposable. Men are viewed, we are the wage slaves of society. That's it.
But do you think there could be anything to do with the fact, I mean, so you've made this point before that men can impregnate multiple women and women
Right.
can only get pregnant
I'm not
by
saying
one
that men
man
should be...
once every
Okay.
once
Go
every
ahead.
9 months. So do you think that could have a reason why there's no like, if there was legislation that gave men more rights, the fact that they're able to exercise that more, like it just could get more complicated? I'm just curious.
Wait,
I don't know what it would look like, but I wonder if that could play into why women are granted more rights legally in this sense, and if it has to do with the fact that men can get more women pregnant, like it just seems like it would be a nightmare, whereas a woman can only get pregnant by one guy at one time and then it's for 9 months, or I guess she could abort it and then do you know what I'm saying? Like,
no, but she was saying that there's a bunch of, even though like if a guy gets a girl pregnant, there are a lot of guys that aren't going to pay child support. Mm-hmm. They're going to be deadbeat dads, right? Sorry, it's getting late. My brain fuel is running out. But my counter to that is, well, there are consequences as a guy if you are a deadbeat dad. Mm-hmm. And if the woman wants to pursue it, you can get thrown in. If you don't pay child support, that you can go to jail for that.
Yeah.
So, and again, we abolished debtors' prisons long time ago. But the only thing where you can still go to prison for not paying some sort of fine or something is when it comes to child support, and that's like 97%. It's over 90% of child support goes from men to women. So, but it's interesting when men don't want to step up to the plate, when men don't want to be fathers, when men aren't in a financial position or don't want to financially contribute, they're called deadbeat dads. But when women want to get abortions, that like you go.
That is
Go for it.
That's really interesting.
against the man's wishes. 'Cause that happens
No,
too.
the women are called empowered.
No, but men are called deadbeats, so men always have to have accountability, but women, you have an out. Just get an abortion. You're not called if you're a woman who gets.
Why don't we allow abortion?
Huh?
Why don't we allow it then? If it's
We do allow.
Roe v.
abortions.
Wade didn't
States.
abolish. It just made it a state issue, which is interesting. I mean, you could
Go to
say,
California.
imagine if the draft was defederalized, so it became a state's issue, and certain states could choose if they have a draft or not. Then it would be more comparable comparison. But
I would say like both, not to get into politics, but like both people on the left and the right politically would say that a guy who's like not paying child support or isn't in that kid's life is a deadbeat father. And certainly like people, if you're Republican or conservative, you're obviously very critical of abortion. However, like it's interesting that there's this pressure on men on both sides if you're a deadbeat dad because you're not financially ready or you're not financially in a position to support a kid, but that's a totally valid reason for a woman to get an abortion. I just think that's interesting.
it is interesting.
It's an interesting thought. Okay, and then do you have any other things when it comes to the inequality?
No.
What other ways? Come on, I know you got more, Parisa. Did I say, sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, my bad.
Priest is good. Honestly, no, I just think it comes down to like, I don't know, like my stance on like the whole feminism thing is just, I think that historically there have also just been a lot of issues, and I think that there are just a lot of like remnants of issues in terms
Sure.
of like, I don't know, like the power struggle and also just like the power dynamic. And I think that
What do you mean by power dynamic?
I just feel like our society, although we've come like a long way, there is still like a sense of like power that we give to men that like women almost cannot get, or like there's a sense of like ease that comes with a lot of opportunities that it just seems like men get in comparison. And I just feel like, I don't know, I just feel like there's things that are uneven that feminism would address.
Such as what? Oh, hold on, sorry.
Bender the offender donated $99. Sometimes the mother won't
That's
even
very true,
let him
Bender.
see his
Very
child
true.
and he is called a deadbeat for it.
Yeah, that's messed up.
That's true. And then sometimes the mother will try to turn the kid against the father. And I mean, some of these situations can get very messy and very toxic. You were saying power dynamics, like women give men a lot of power or something? I don't know.
No, I just feel like the way that our society is placed, it's just like, I don't know, like a lot of power is given to men, and also just like,
what do you mean?
I mean,
which
if you
which
look-
men are given power?
I mean, I just feel like a lot of times, I don't know, just like politically speaking, you can look at like a lot of like our House and like our Senate, like it's largely been male based, and I feel like
Sure.
a lot of the opinions that are like dominating these like parts of our government are largely like male centered opinions. And I just feel like, I don't know, like we've never had a female president. It's legal now like for women to become presidents, but like we still haven't had that, like the level of like power that a woman has been given, although it's like said to be the same, it's not like in reality it's not necessarily like acted out.
But do you think power should be given, or should power be something that's earned?
I mean, I think it has been earned. I just think that the way that our society is like structured, it hasn't been like properly given where it has been earned.
I mean, Hillary Clinton has been a presidential candidate. Was it two
26.
separate
Yeah.
against Obama and then
yeah,
against Trump?
She was so close.
She didn't win.
But that's up to an election. That's against
Right.
the population voting. Nothing's put in place.
But
might
so
be.
I mean, so you're saying that because there isn't an equal representation in some of these top positions of power, that what?
I just think representation is also something that is very important, because like what we see represented and the opinions that are shared and whether or not they are diverse has a big impact on like society and just how it's governed.
Do you think that men and women are 100% the same?
I mean, no, like
Do you think that men and women have different proclivities when it comes to their interests or the types of jobs that they go into? And this is kind of related to the wage gap a little bit.
Like, what do you mean?
Well, is it the case that temperamentally men and women have different interests when it comes to various things? But like, I'm trying to think of
How
an
many
example.
women are in the oil field versus, is that what you're kind of getting at?
Well, a little bit, but could it be the case that generally speaking, like, women are less interested in pursuing a political career than men are?
I honestly would not say so. I'd say especially today that is not the case. I'd just say that if like you are, for example, like somebody who is a person of color and then now add on being a woman on top of that, like your chances of gaining that like position of power is going to be a lot lower than somebody who is
the second most powerful person in the world is a woman of color.
Well, now it is, but that's because of the fact that we were able to get a Democratic candidate in who was.
But does she deserve? I mean, like, what are the policies you love about Kamala?
I mean, personally, I was not the biggest like Biden and Kamala person. I was more of like Bernie. I was on that stance, but like
I think many would argue that Kamala was given power.
I have a question with this, right? So
sucked her power.
Just because there is a discrepancy, does it necessarily mean that it's due to sexism?
I mean, not necessarily, but I think that if there was not such a historical and like current impact of sexism, I think that this discrepancy would certainly be a lot less.
But I think the institutions that we've talked about have historically been where women have been oppressed or suppressed or whatever. I mean, so education, women now graduate with at a strikingly higher rate than men do. They have more degrees. They're even entering fields that have been historically dominated, like male dominated, such as like STEM careers. And so women are getting more opportunities within the job sphere to address the wage gap. In the major cities across America, if men and women for particularly like white collar jobs get equal pay, and if not, the woman gets like slightly more. So I think in a lot of ways we've addressed these issues, but so the narrative that they're still unaddressed is cancerous to the flourishing of society, because I think you need the flourishing of both sexes. And obviously we're seeing a large population of men feeling that they're now feeling oppressed and they're feeling upset and almost like forgotten, and it's leading to, in some ways, a toxic culture. So I think that if we look at what women have earned and been given, I think they've exceeded that. If we look at like the pay gap, the jobs, the education, the amount of degrees that they're earning, so they have achieved these things, and that's great. And so, but now we have to go back to balance. Like the pendulum swung, now it needs to balance out. Do you know what I mean?
I would argue so. The percentage of men that have power is a very small percentage of men. So this idea that all men are in power or all men have power over women is fallacious. So it's probably like what percentage of men are CEOs, what percentage of men are in boardrooms, what percentage of men hold political power.
And I wouldn't
compared,
say that it's
compared
more.
to the rest
I would just
of men.
say that the power is a lot easier to access, and it's a lot more, I don't know, I'd just say that it's easier to get to as a man than...
I think the opposite
I
of what
would
you said
actually
is true,
argue that most,
Really?
even male politicians, placate to the female voter base.
But that
Because
doesn't
women
necessarily mean that it's easier for a woman to...
Well, but that could come down to the innate differences between men and women and what the choices that they make when it comes to what they go to, what they choose to study in college, and also the career fields that they choose to go into. For example, there are more female nurses than male nurses. Is that evidence of a matriarchy and that women are oppressing men because there are more women who are nurses? Just because there's a discrepancy does not necessarily mean it's because there's sexism.
That's true, but a discrepancy in power and a discrepancy in what opinions are voiced and heard, I would say does mean that there is a discrepancy in like
Well, there's a whole lot of issues that face women that get a lot of attention politically, but it's not clear to me that there's any male-centric issues that really get much political attention at all.
which I think they should. I don't think that just because
I can't think of
But look-
anything when it comes to male-specific issues that gets attention.
Like his podcast is apolitical, right? How many? Can I ask? Do you have sponsors?
How's this relevant?
So if you were promoting like if you were a woman talking about being a moderate, like being politically moderate, talking to both sides, do you think that you'd have more advertising revenue or potential opportunities like that?
If
were,
I was a woman doing this similar kind of podcast, Call Her Daddy, Drew Afualo, both of these women have actually, or both of these groups of women have actually said much more controversial things than I've said. Drew Afualo has a Spotify deal. Call Her Daddy did a Spotify deal for $100 million, $200 million. I actually think I'm doing better viewership numbers than, I'm not sure about Call Her Daddy, but I'm pretty sure my podcast is more downloaded than Drew's. In any case, I could be wrong. And she says some real man-hating shit, that woman.
Yeah.
But because I'm a man, because I'm like, look, feminism is the mainstream. That is the status quo.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm kind of coming at it from more of like, well, here's the way men are struggling. Here's the way men are disadvantaged. Yeah, that's not mainstream. You can't really say that and then expect to be making 9-figure deals with Spotify or whatever bullshit platform it is. So
exactly.
It is what it is. I'm trying to remember. Okay, let me ask you a question. When it comes to power, right? Couldn't you also argue obviously men and women make different career choices and stuff. Couldn't you argue that women are attracted to men who have power?
I mean, in my case, like, no, that's...
Well, you're in college, so you probably just want a hot college dude or whatever. You don't give a fuck.
I guess that depends on the woman then, because I can't speak for all women, but, like, I haven't necessarily observed that, but
okay, fine. Let's remove power from it. This can also be related to the wage gap. Do you think that there's a greater proportion of women out there that want to be stay-at-home moms, that want to find a husband that pays for everything, versus the reverse, versus men who want to be stay-at-home dads and have the woman pay for everything?
I'd say you're seeing like a switch, honestly, and like men wanting to stay home more and then women wanting to be out in the workforce more. Like there is, I just think that a large part of that was also just like the unequal access to like a lot of these opportunities, but now that it's becoming
Do you think it's
more
a W? Do you really think it's a W as a woman to be a wage slave for 40, 50, 60 years and sitting and looking at a computer and dealing with annoying people? Then, like, is that a W to just be a wage slave?
Depends on your goals.
Okay.
It depends on your goals.
I mean, as
what
opposed
goals?
to what?
Some women don't want to like.
Most women will be wage slaves. Most men will be wage slaves. That's the reality of the economy. You're not going to have some like rock star career where you're out there saving the fucking world. You're going to be working for you're going to be some faceless drone at a corporation that doesn't give a fuck about you, and you're just going to be another cog in the machine making a corporation and billionaires rich.
I mean, that's true, but like at the end of the day, like your life is defined by like what you consider doing something meaningful. And like for me, yes, I'm a woman, but like I would consider my life a complete waste if I spent it like raising a child, and like that's what I did. Like I would.
Do you think that's a waste to?
For me personally, I'm not speaking for all women.
Sure.
At all, like that's completely different, but I'm saying like for me personally, like I would completely rather spend my life working at a job that I personally found meaningful, and like even if I am like a wage slave, you know, I'm just working for a corporation.
Okay.
I would rather do that than like, I don't know, be a stay-at-home mom for like the rest of my life.
Well, I mean, honestly, here's what I think this comes down to is I don't think it's a man-woman thing. I think it's a class thing. I think it's more of a rich versus poor thing. We've been sold this idea, and feminism has been wonderful for corporations because we've doubled the labor pool. it's not clear to me if the ultimate path to fulfillment and happiness in a life is working for some corporation that doesn't give a fuck about you, that would fire you at the drop of the hat when on a spreadsheet it was determined that you were no longer in some way benefiting the corporation despite your loyalty to said corporation for years on end. Being a worker drone to me is not what I think is particularly fulfilling.
Yeah,
but
and I would not consider that fulfilling either. But if the decision came down to it, like for me personally, I would take that over.
You'd rather be a
Girl,
worker
that's
drone
what I
for
said too
40, 50,
when I
60
was
years
18.
and not.
Just be open-minded that
I mean,
you
look, whatever.
might change.
I know I might change, but like personally, I don't know. I've never been big on like the whole like responsibility of like bearing a child and then raising it. I just feel like it's too much, and I don't want that level of influence on
I get that, but
like
let me tell you,
another
there's
life.
something weirdly biological that happens when you turn 27.
That's what my mom says.
That's what.
Yeah,
I
like
was
that
like,
exact
what?
thing.
It's weird. Just like don't sleep on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would just say that when it comes to power, it is a bit of an apex fallacy because you're only looking at the top percentage of men that have power. Most men have no power whatsoever. That most men and most women are in the exact same boat with a very small proportion of people who have power and who have a ton of money. So I don't think it's a gender thing. I don't think it's a man-woman thing. I think it's people who have power and people who don't. People who have a lot of money and people who don't. So I honestly think feminism is a psyop to distract the populace from... Anyways, I'm not going to get into that. But and we do need to wrap up here pretty soon, but let me see. So... Do you think really quick, Sienna, you said women are discriminated against.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Can I just can we move on from this? I don't want to argue about it.
No, let's argue. We can argue. Tell me one thing. How are women discriminated against?
Well, you already debunked her.
I didn't do a thorough job with the wage gap. I could have provided some more details, but actually there's a woman recently won the Nobel Prize in economics, where I believe, Nick, if you can look up the news article, some of the news sites are going to try to spin it a certain way, but a woman came out with she won the Nobel Peace, or not the Nobel Peace Prize. It was a Nobel Prize, I believe, in economics. If anybody in the chat could help us try to find it, she said that the wage gap the supposed earnings gap actually had more to do with women's choices when it came to taking time off from the workforce because they became mothers and had children. Yes, Claudia Golden wins Nobel Prize in economics for studying women at work. We're not going to read the whole article, but do a Control F and then say, look for mother in this. Instead, her research suggests that the earnings difference can be blamed, at least partially, on motherhood. Let's see. So it came down to, I think, parenthood, slow down, reduce their hours of work. So anyways, we're not going to go too far into that. But did you have anything? Women are discriminated against. How?
She already said all the stuff I would say.
Okay,
so
fine.
I don't know.
I'll ask a different question then. Do you believe, I'll go around the table, do you believe that we are living in a patriarchy?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Into the mic?
Yes.
I'm not sure.
No.
I don't know.
Yes, but not in a bad way.
Okay. So what does it mean to be living under a patriarchy? What is the patriarchy?
I just feel like...
Into the mic.
Sorry.
You can scoot it closer to you so you don't have to lean in so far.
I just feel like in the end it comes down to I don't know, just an uneven dynamic and just an imbalance between what you're able to do as a man in this world and what you're able to do as a woman in this world.
So what do you think? But on what do you mean? do you think you're unable to do what? What can you not do as a woman?
You can go be a Navy
just-
SEAL. They had a female Navy SEAL go through BUD/S. She failed, but you can go do it. That's the most badass thing in the military.
I mean, I just feel like, I don't know. That's just my personal opinion. Like, it's getting late. I feel like I'm just repeating the same things at this point. It's going in circles.
Okay, sure.
Because I'm like,
I feel like you're referring to more of like a feeling that women constantly get throughout life. Like if a woman is a boss, she's more so referred to as a bitch. Whereas if a man is a boss and he says the same thing the woman does, he's a boss. Like, and that's it.
Yeah, it's just like, I just feel like things, like no matter how you look at it, like no matter what lens you look at it through, like if you're a woman, your actions will be perceived differently as a man, and a lot of times there will be a lot more negative connotation to those actions, whereas if you're a man, it'll be just perceived as differently.
I'm not sure I agree with the premise, but okay, so let me ask this. So you said, let me ask a different question. My understanding of the patriarchy is this idea that women are oppressed, and they are oppressed by men. Men are the oppressors, women are the oppressed. Do you think that women are oppressed in the, let's say in the West or the United States, for example?
Yes. In the West, I'd say that we've done a great job of like eradicating a lot of the oppression, but I'd state that there is still
There's
some.
still oppression. Okay, what about you?
I'd agree.
No, I don't think so.
I think women have liberated themselves.
No.
No.
Okay. So I think it was yes, yes, yes. Are you oppressed?
No.
You're a woman though, but okay.
No.
I would say that not necessarily, but there are women who are oppressed.
In the United States? Okay, what about you?
I agree.
Okay, so women are oppressed, but not you guys.
Okay, but like, wouldn't you
How
say
are
like
these
a
women?
woman who is in a state where she legally cannot go like get an abortion? So
Boom.
like she's in a case where like there were circumstances that led to like her not wanting that baby. Like it
She
was
has the
not
freedom
much-
to move to a different state. She also has the freedom to drive to a different state that legally allows
like-
for it. She could even drive to DC. There's one of the few hospitals in America where you can get an abortion the day before you're supposed to give birth, like a 9-month-old baby.
But like that means
we have one of those
access
hospitals.
to a car,
But she-
access to being
she
able
has
to
access
do
to
all
Planned
that.
Parenthood will
she
pay
can
for it, too.
absolutely, if she wants to rent a car, all she needs is money, and that's not something that the patriarchy is like depriving her of. She just needs her own money. If she has a little bit of like the nth degree of independence, then she is able to go, and if she wants to kill that baby the day before it's supposed to be born, she can come to DC and do it. I regret to inform that, but yeah, sadly she can.
Okay, so is there...
I mean, killing a baby the day before it's about to pop out of the womb, that is
I mean,
like,
it's not born yet. It's like
Wait, why are you covering your mouth? Do you have something to say?
No.
Oh, okay.
That was pretty morbid.
it's pretty, that's like that's like even
Okay,
most
let's
We gotta stay away from this
let's-
topic.
let's
I'm
gonna
move
go
away-
in.
Let's move away from it.
all right.
So, but okay, so that's one example you're providing when it comes to how you think women are oppressed, even though it's not clear to me if it's an inequality. Well, okay, that's different. Besides that, even though you can go to another state to get one, is there any other ways women are oppressed?
I don't know. I'm sure if I like
Think
thought
about
about it, it's so late.
You got it. You got it. Get her a Red Bull. Get her a Red Bull. No, I'm kidding. Don't get a Red Bull.
I don't
It's
drink
fine.
caffeine. But
What else?
I don't know. I just feel like oppression, at the root of oppression comes like a historical struggle for like equality, and I feel like when like that historical struggle is present, there'll like that sense of oppression is like very hard to get rid of, and I think that like yes, we've gotten rid of a lot of it, but it's a lot more complex than that to like completely rid our society of like the oppression of women.
But so what right or privilege as a man do I have that you do not?
I mean, I would just say like like the reproductive right, like we disagree obviously about like the grounds of that, but I would say that like argue that that is a form of oppression because like women are oppressed to the point where like you're not, and yes, like you can go to another state, yes, like that's like case by case, but if you cannot go in your own state.
We're in California right now. There's millions of women in California. If they're so inclined, they can get an abortion. Let's talk about California then.
Yeah, which is why you asked me if I thought I was oppressed, and I said I would not personally.
So the only way in which women are oppressed.
I don't say the only way. I would just say that like
well,
off the
give
top
me another
of my
way.
head.
Give me what other ways are women oppressed besides the abortion?
I mean, I don't know. I'm like, it's literally like 10 p.m.
Just use your brain. You got it.
I literally like.
Okay, could it be from jobs? Could it be from education?
Could it be from social?
Okay.
Interaction?
Women have equality. There's total equality between the sexes. It's 2023. That's it. There is no right or privilege that I have that a woman doesn't. The only one I can think of, and it depends on some jurisdictions, it's different. I can go shirtless, topless, and some women, I don't know, it's legal in some places for women to be topless. That's the only right or privilege that I can think of that I have that women don't. That's it.
I mean,
I'm a feminist, I guess. I'm free the titty. Or sorry, free the nipple, I think.
I'm
that's
with
what
that.
Free the nipple. I'm for it. I'm a feminist. Okay.
I don't know. That just, to me, it feels like it's oversimplifying it because like oppression doesn't necessarily have to come from like legality and like a law that is oppressing you. I think
so
oppression
who is oppressing women? Is it men?
Well, I think that
is it the government?
Culture? Because the culture is
it would be like
largely in
to
favor
some
of
extent
women.
it is men, but like I'd say that because of the culture that has been created, it has turned into like a lot of times I've seen that like it is like a woman who is causing like her own sort of like oppression, or like she is sort of like playing into like a lot of these power dynamics that are like actually harmful to like women in general.
Robin just donated $99. Noodle hair saying a lot of nothing. Ask her how she would reform the oppression that women supposedly have.
I think like to reform oppression.
She's got nice curls.
I mean, okay, at the end of the day, I'd say that just comes down to like equal rights and like having equal access to things.
But women do have equal rights.
I know, but I would say like, equal rights to, and of course, like I'd say to completely eradicate oppression, that would come with equalizing these like fights for men and also like addressing a lot of these issues for men, which are overlooked, because in order to like properly get rid of it, you need complete equality. And like complete, like to properly, which I would say that plays into it.
I would argue that 99. Are you talking about the drafts again? Are you hinting at that or?
No, I'm talking about just other issues with men, which I feel like are often like overlooked, which now are starting to gain like more.
Because I'd argue that 99% of men do not want women in the draft. Would it be transgender men coming into women's sports? Is that oppressing?
I mean, no, I was just like.
Are you saying that men are better at being women than women?
What?
When I was 16, I did a cancer event where I did drag.
Oh.
I got like $400. Not with me, but I'll shoot you one. No, I look good.
I think you'd be a pretty hot woman.
Yeah, size 13. Yeah.
Based. Do you guys think you'd be a hot woman?
No.
Yes.
What?
I think you kind of look like Jon Snow.
What if you kept the beard?
The beard.
I'd keep the beard.
I had much longer hair, and I really wish I didn't cut it because Halloween is in 2 weeks.
That's a huge compliment.
Here we have a comment here from Benja the Offender. Noodle-haired has said like so many times that she must have her own foreign language or something. Do you have a response to Benja the Offender?
I actually get that a lot. I do say like a lot. So.
It's I say like too. It is what it is. I'm gonna try to wrap this up, guys, here pretty soon. Speaking of,
Robin that has donated $99. I know, but like and like, but like not like but and like, so in that case like.
Dude, did he really pay $100 to say that?
Yes, he did.
Damn.
All right, yo,
You down
Robin
$100.
Itius.
We love that.
Thank you, man. Do you want him to say more things?
Say something better.
Hey, girls, keep saying like.
Yeah, this is a reminder, guys. Champagne pop.
What is the champagne pop?
We pop champagne. It's pricey though.
How much?
It's $1,000.
If
It's
somebody
about-
pays 1,000, you pop champagne.
Yeah.
Please, someone do it.
What kind of
I really,
champagne?
that'd be
Do
fun.
we all get to drink
It is the most premier Trader Joe's
Hell yeah.
champagne, top of the line Trader Joe's champagne. All right, let's see here. Okay, body count. Really quick, want to touch on body count. Then no, we're gonna try to wrap here, guys. I think you guys were saying body count shouldn't matter, right? If I recall,
Yeah.
No.
should matter.
Wait, what are you asking?
Oh, do you object to men caring about body count?
Well, men can have their own opinion.
Sure. Okay. Do you think men shouldn't care about body count?
Well,
They're free to have their opinion, but you think, guys, it's not a big deal, guys. Relax. It's the
it's
past.
not a big a deal as they make it.
Okay.
It's never that serious.
Into the mics, guys, if you can.
It's not that deep.
Yeah.
I don't object to men having an opinion.
I care, so.
Yes, it should matter.
I care, and I understand a woman caring about my body count as well.
Sure.
I don't object.
Okay, so if body count doesn't matter, right? What's your body count?
God, you do this on everyone.
What?
Hey, do you want me to be like honest?
Wait, Madysen, you start.
Okay.
8.
Naomi, 16.
Okay.
1.
Okay.
5.
What?
I don't know. I'm just uncomfortable talking about this right now.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
0.
I'm not going to check. 'Cause
Range?
I think it matters.
Range?
Nope.
Okay, that's fine.
Less than 5.
Triple digits.
What?
I was in the Navy, okay?
Wait, are you counting men? No.
You're not wrong.
No,
I
I'm
mean,
kidding.
you are wrong with me, but Navy jokes, very accurate.
I know, it was just a Navy joke. I wasn't. And Madysen went. Okay, I'm a man of God, so I don't reveal my body
Oh, come
count.
on. Can you give us a
That was an
range?
option?
Can you give us a range? Please?
It's more than 1. Yep.
Can we delete that?
More than 1.
Can we do
Wait, so triple digits?
Yeah, how
Like 100,
do you
100,
have a
200,
preference
300?
on
1
girls?
decimal 01.
How are you gonna have
We're gonna go with that.
triple
Oh, okay.
How
digit
can you have
body
a preference
count
on
and then
girls
have a
that have a high
preference?
body
It was just
count
the tip,
if you
just for a
have-
second,
I
just to see
said
how it
I have a
feels.
preference, and I understand if women have a opinion on mine as well. I understand it's gonna rub someone wrong equally.
Okay.
What do you think's a high body count for a
Yeah.
girl?
More than
What
one.
I have.
What you have?
Yeah.
What if she had
like we said, I wish I could go back and be a virgin. I really do.
It doesn't make you less of a partner, though, you know?
No. But if I could go back, I see how my brother just had a baby. He's married. He's having a lovely life. And I'm over here 26 single. I'm like, maybe if I was single, things would, plan out a little differently. But I'm career focused right now. So
That's good.
I acknowledge that.
I just want to say this to everybody's body count here.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
You got to multiply by 3. Got to multiply by 3. So 15?
No.
Okay. Wait, 16. Do you count because you had a couple threesomes, right? Do you count the girls in the body count or not?
Yeah.
Because 2 times 5, so 10 of your bodies is from threesomes?
Yep.
So you've had more threesome sex than
Jeez.
just standard.
Well, I mean, once you start, it's kind of you can't go back. It's
Would
just more
once-
fun.
Would you ever go more than 3?
Have you had more than 3?
No.
Like the
3 is
6-person a
most
night
of
girl, would you ever do that, but all at the same time?
An orgy.
She's down.
Yeah.
She's
The term is called
oh,
orgy.
It depends on
Yikes.
state of mind I'm in.
Would you have an orgy with 100 women? That'd be kind of dope, but also kind of
That's
scary.
Would
That's
you?
some biblical stuff.
That's some gangster shit. That's some harem
Yeah.
shit.
No.
Okay.
There's a painting in the Louvre that depicts that.
Dope. Can we Google it? Actually, wait, no, that's probably
Yeah.
TOS. Never
I'm
mind.
not so smart. I just
Don't
went
do
to
it, don't do
Paris
it.
before.
We have a
I actually
couple
lived in Paris.
chats here. Did we read this one? Did we do this one? Wait.
Yeah.
Oh, we did that one. We did. Did we do this one?
Case closed.
Did we do this one? I don't think. Can you read this one?
Still cares. Not pressed, LOL. I just wanted you.
15.
No, he didn't have the feelings you thought he had for you. It was all a game. Thank you, Billiam, for letting me know.
This man's paid like $300 to share that.
I know, just
like 8 times the same thing.
But we love the support.
Thank you.
I work 50 to 60 hours a week. I try to hit my 70 hours I'm legally allowed to work during holiday times. I don't see a whole lot of women working that many hours at my job. You see that? Look at that thumbs
Dun,
up.
dun, dun.
Sienna's giving you a thumbs up.
Cool. Yeah.
Cool story.
Yeah, I mean, look, when it comes to the whole wage gap thing, I mean, there's a whole lot of things that men are more likely to do than women. Like men are more likely to work okay. If we're talking about gaps, right, we have to address a lot of different gaps. So there's the trades gap. There's the dangerous jobs gap. 97% of workplace deaths are men. I think we could argue there's something called hazard pay. Men are more likely to receive hazard pay because they're more likely to be working dangerous jobs to begin with. There's a more likely to die on the job gap, more likely to be electrocuted to death gap, more likely to be crushed to death on the job gap, more likely to fall to their death gap, more likely to be injured on the job gap, more likely to work in undesirable, disgusting, dirty jobs gap, more likely to work outside in heat, cold gap, more likely to work at night gap, more likely to relocate gap, more likely to commute gap, more likely to work overtime gap, more likely to work a job that props up the entire infrastructure of society gap. So you can sit in your cushy, air-conditioned office job gap, more likely to work in bumfuck nowhere gap.
Why don't you just choose a better job?
Huh? Because men are willing to go take these dog shit, difficult, dangerous jobs that put them in the middle of fucking nowhere because they want to make money for their family.
You can still make money with
Women
jobs.
are more likely to want to observe a healthier work-life balance, whereas men are prepared to like work like fucking dogs to make a ton of money. Women will prioritize a work-life balance much more than men, and that's a good thing. Women are smart that way. I'm not saying like, but I'm just saying this is why their men are like fucking insane psychos driven to these jobs, because men will do these insane jobs so that they can make a ton of money, so they can, and men will work I know they're laughing over there.
It's not about that. She just, the face she made. I'm sorry.
The face what?
She just looked at me and it got me so good.
Oh, we got the giggles.
They got the giggles. They got the giggles.
Such a long.
There's 10,000 people watching right now. That's wild.
No, it's not. That's a different number. Men are willing to break their bodies, risk their lives to provide for themselves and their family. I know they're cracking up. She just doesn't like the truth, I guess.
No, it's not. It's genuinely not that. Like, and the fact that like now you like made aware the fact that we were laughing, like it made it so much funnier. I'm so sorry.
Crying yourself on
I'm so serious right now. I'm so serious.
All right, cool. All right, did we get through all the chats? We got through all the chats. Thank you, Kyle, Kelsey. Appreciate it, man. Let's see. Oh, Julia, we didn't get into some of your stuff, but it's super fucking late.
I can keep going.
Okay, fuck it. We'll do 5 minutes, then we're going to 5-10 minutes, then we're going to wrap. So, which was what I said 20 minutes ago. Okay.
You're the one. You breathed in so
You're getting
this
a little
is like
delusional.
moved me to tears.
She needs some milk. Welcome to the Whatever Podcast. We're talking about hot button political or things, hot button topics. gets motherfuckers cracking up.
Yeah.
It's funny. What can I say?
With hot girls.
Well,
And
let's not,
men.
And hot
let's
guys.
not get ahead of ourselves.
And men,
Hot
Brian.
girls and hot guys.
All right, let's not get ahead of ourselves. Speaking of hot people, Stifler, ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10.
What a good
Starting with you. Go ahead.
I'd say like a 7.
Okay.
It's actually too late for this.
I got you. You got it,
I don't know.
Parisa.
You have 10 options.
No. Answer the question. Go.
I don't know. I'm just.
You got this. I believe in you.
Wait. You asked me. Hold on.
Draw energy. Have you seen Dragon Ball Z?
No.
Have you seen Dragon Ball Z?
No, I haven't.
Okay, Goku has a thing called the Spirit Bomb, where he raises his hands in the air and asks for the people to send him
Can
their
you
power.
raise your hands in the air to
I'm not
channel?
gonna do that. What you need to do is ask your curls to send you power to your brain so that you can get through this last 1 or 2 questions. On a scale of 1 to 10, what do you rate yourself?
Same as her 7.
Okay.
Wait, is it like physical?
Looks.
7.5.
That's so specific.
8. 10.
Last time I said 6, but I got so many nice compliments that said I was wrong, so I'm going to say 7.
I'm going to go 8.5 because Barstool Sports says don't do solid numbers.
Oh, okay.
Nice, that was good.
Maddie?
8.
Smart.
8.
I give myself a
Just like
6. I give myself a 6. Courtney?
What?
10?
Yeah.
Okay.
She knows her.
He doesn't think anyone's a 10.
Yeah, no,
Don't
my
flip
boyfriend's watching, so he would want me to say that too.
Aw.
Well, what if your
Period.
boyfriend wasn't watching? What would you say?
10.
You'd still say 10?
Absolutely.
Does it change if we have Leon here ask the panel to rate themselves based on how they think other people perceive them? Looks only.
Yeah, absolutely.
Still a 10?
No.
Oh.
Like a little puppy.
What do you think that
I would
be
rate
then?
myself a 10 because self-love, but how other people see me, I mean, that's
What-
going to range.
But if we lined up 1,000 people, they all gave you a number. Maybe some guy says 10, but maybe other guys say 6, whatever. If we had to average it out, what do you think the average would be?
Probably like a 7 or an 8.
Okay. All right. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Wow.
What does that mean?
So pretty.
Good times. Am I being passive aggressive?
If I don't get your joke, does that still make it funny?
Oh my god.
I don't know. That's a philosophical question.
Stop. Don't make me laugh more.
I'm trying.
You're playing with fire.
Playing with fire?
Literally.
I feel like you're a fiery individual, Parisa.
I would say so.
Do you have a fire astrology sign? Is that a thing?
I don't know.
Are there
I'm
fire
a Gemini
signs?
though.
Can we talk about signs?
What do you
Oh,
guys think
God.
about guys? What do you think about men who live in IV? What do you think about
And
the
oh.
Isla Vista here, like this city?
I don't know.
Do you SBCC boys? What do you think of them?
I don't know. I haven't had the best interactions, but like, I don't know.
What do you guys think of men?
I prefer women.
I prefer women.
No, just like what do you think of men in general?
Yeah,
Not
like-
even within a dating context necessarily.
They're super useful.
Are men trash?
Um,
I've heard that from some women.
Some are trash, some are whores, some are nice, some are
Okay.
good.
Okay.
Depends.
All right. Okay. Parisa?
I don't know. I don't really
What do you
spend my time thinking about men like that. Like, I don't know.
I don't know. You spend your time thinking about the patriarchy and the oppression.
But not about like
Women.
I think we live in the matriarchy. Women are in power, gynocentric society.
Gynocentric.
Yeah.
Does this have to do with the
I think-
labiaplasty thing from earlier? like
Wait,
5
what?
hours ago. I don't know. You brought
No,
up.
that's totally unrelated. But speaking of which, any women who have an Audi, DM me. My DMs are open. If you have an Audi. What, women are allowed to have a genitalia preference? Big labia matter. Women are allowed to have a genitalia preference. I can have a labia preference. Y'all like big dicks? I'd like big labia, huh? Stop hating.
I can get behind it.
Is that because is it easier to pleasure?
What the fuck?
Is it easier to navigate?
No, it's about the same.
More to eat.
Just
more
Prefer a
cushion for the
mouthful?
cushion.
Lips that grip. Yeah. Look, I like both. I like innies and outies. I like innies and outies, but
It's probably like
DM's open. Just saying.
stay.
Oh, okay, Julia. Yeah, okay, we gotta get through this. Jesus Christ. Okay, where are my freaking notes? Oh, you said you had a bunch of like virgin girlfriends that are just DTF.
I just know
You know
a lot
some
of
virgin
virgins.
girls that are just DTF and they can't find a guy?
I mean,
Start
yeah.
a service for
Let's
them.
see him.
I'm
Low key, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I feel like guys think that there are not girls out there that are actually like looking for guys and like don't have options, but like there are some. I think
cap.
it's
They're
less.
probably just like
it's
curving.
less, but
They're probably just like curving, like.
I mean,
80%
from
of
what I've
dudes.
seen, they're not. But I'm gonna give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they're curving.
How many
so.
virgins do you currently know that are like just dying?
How many
that are
virgins do
just
I currently know?
DTF that are just DTF? Because if I'm available, just saying. I'm free.
What if-
you said it's easy for men to. I'm literally offering them penis, but I want a relationship too. But also the penis is available.
Brian, have you been with a virgin?
I have, yes.
How'd that go?
Have you been
It's
with a
good.
born again virgin?
Did she stalk
Not
you?
real.
What's that?
Did she stalk you afterwards?
I mean, there's a. I'm not going to talk about that
Yeah.
one girl, but no, they've been cool. They're not like stage. What's that thing from Wedding Crashers? Like stage 5
Clinger.
Good movie, by the way. Okay, sorry, I didn't mean to. What was I saying? Also want a relationship, but also I'm available for dick appointments. Just saying. But also want a relationship. I'm not. See, my thing is like, and maybe I'm gonna like sound like a simp for this or whatever. I don't want to sport fuck. Like if I have sex with a girl, I want to keep seeing her. I want to pursue it for a relationship. So, yeah. You gonna play like matchmaker? What's up? I thought it was. I thought it was hard for women to get laid. I am here.
No.
I'm available.
Maybe I'll send them your way.
That's unlikely.
age gap will be-
Well, it's unlikely you'd send them my way just on the basis of the words that have come out of my mouth tonight. But because I've disagreed with you on things, which I think is fine. But
I mean,
age
it's
gap
okay to
is-
disagree.
The age gap would be a.
Yeah, probably.
Hey,
A lot of girls like older men, no?
I mean, that's.
We can talk after the show.
What is interesting to me though is when it comes to the age gap stuff, and I know you wanted to talk about age gap a little bit, is that a lot of like when it comes to age gap stuff, and I'm sitting here communicating like I would date a girl who's 21 who for a long-term serious monogamous relationship, a lot of women would rather see that girl go out every weekend, have indiscriminate casual sex with guys her age who don't give a fuck about her, just have sex with a new guy every single weekend, than see her in a healthy, loving, committed, monogamous relationship with a guy who's older than her. So I always thought that's kind of interesting.
Guys
but
will tell you that too.
tell you what.
How you probably shouldn't be in a relationship at a young age and take anything seriously until you're 25 years old or older than that. I've gotten that a lot.
That is true. Yeah. Like older people will tell you that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, what do you think is worse? A woman who's 21 who is dating a guy in his late 20s or early 30s who's monogamous with her, who wants to pursue a long-term relationship with her and he loves her and she loves him, or a woman who, and this is probably much more occurrence at this age, who's 21, sleeps with men her age, a new man her age every single weekend, engages in hookup culture, casual sex, has a bunch of sex with fuckboys that don't care about her, sleeps with 10, 20, 30 guys in a year. Never has.
Obviously, the former.
Okay.
Is better.
The first option, I would.
Word.
But if she I think it's just rarer to find a 21-year-old girl who has decided that that's the lifestyle she wants at that point. There are there.
Yeah, I'm not like hanging out.
And we love them.
I'm not hanging out at college parties, but if a beautiful 21-year-old girl DMs me,
is that the dream?
Oh, they do.
So what do you do? Do you go on dates with them?
Well, a lot of these girls are like in different parts of the country and shit, but
maybe they'll fly and on a plane to be on the podcast, and then you can take them out.
No comment on the flying out thing. But what was I saying? But no, I'm not like hanging out at college parties, like trying to like.
The old uncle.
No, I'm not going out.
Kids.
I'm not like going out of my way to try to date a 21-year-old. But if a 21-year-old, if a 21-year-old who aligns with some of my views, when like doesn't drink, doesn't go to bars, doesn't party, doesn't go to clubs, and she reaches out to me, I'm not going to be like, sorry, I don't want to date you because
you're 21. But tell me this: would you prioritize that over? Then let's say you meet like a 30-year-old and you have better.
It depends.
Dynamics, and so, but do you prioritize the 21-year-old because she's younger, or do you prioritize the girl who you have a better, stronger connection with, but she's?
Well,
older?
I mean, it depends. All things being equal.
All things being equal.
Well, that's.
Well, except for the fact that you have a better connection with the 30-year-old.
Why are you smelling the microphone?
She told me to smell it.
Does it smell weird?
It does. It smells like some breath.
It's probably your breath.
No, it was there before. I got the stench.
It low-key looks a little like different.
It's probably because
you want to smell it?
Some chicks are like making out with the microphone and shit.
Yeah, they're
Maybe
arguing.
having 6 guys the night before and then coming on the show.
I mean, so what's the question? Like,
the question was,
if the totality of circumstances, if the 31-year-old woman is in totality, when factoring in looks and when factoring in her personality, all these factors, if the totality is that she's better, yeah, I'm gonna probably go with the 31-year-old.
Yeah. And if her body is as good as a 21-year-old, that means she's actually like working out for it.
Well, not necessarily, but the totality of everything that she's bringing to the table, it could outweigh what the 21-year-old in totality is bringing to the table.
Yeah.
So it's not immediately the case that you would always go for the younger girl, because the 31-year-old in some realms could outperform the younger girl.
Yeah, I think normally she would.
But you'd have to like find me 2 people to compare to, but generally speaking, like when it comes to just purely physical attraction, I would say yeah, a woman who's 21. I can't think of any woman who at 21 is less attractive at 21 than she will be at 31.
I think me.
No.
I was a late bloomer. I'm not lying.
There's no way you're more attractive.
Bible, I'm more attractive now than I was at 19.
I highly
Bible.
doubt that.
It took me, I did not know. I can show you a picture.
Do you want show me? Yes, show me.
Okay.
Not to the camera, but
okay.
You can show me a picture. All right, she's trying to sell herself to me.
No.
Word.
All right.
Are you okay?
So that
Fuck,
one,
we gotta
I have to go
wrap
on
up.
Facebook to find it.
Yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Drop us a Prime sub. Bear, Peen, thank for the Prime. Nothing explains. Thank for the Prime. Appreciate it. Peen.
Oh man.
The peen. Stop shaming small peens, guys. It's rude. Small peens matter too.
Not pencil.
Hater. Hater's gonna hate. Oh, we can come back. Oh, fuck, man. We gotta. Okay. Julia, in the last show, you said you dated recently a perfect guy, but you didn't feel the click.
Mm-hmm.
He was the perfect person in every way. Attractive, had a good job, was nice, was pleasant. but you didn't want him.
Okay. Yes, I know this
He was
guy.
perfect in every single way, but you just didn't feel the click. You didn't feel the spark.
Yes.
Why is the question.
One of the
he didn't make the PQ, Brian.
Oh my God.
Oh, come on. You liked that phrase on Sunday.
What does that mean?
There was a comment about that, and
I'm so confused.
So the comment said, a wise man once said, most older single women have met their husband, they just threw them away.
God, I hope
That
not.
guy was probably husband material, but because you
He
didn't
for
feel
sure
the click,
was.
you didn't feel the click.
Maybe he's not your husband, you know? Someone else's.
Mm.
You didn't feel the click. There was no spark. The chemistry. That shit matters.
Well,
too.
he doesn't believe in that, but
I don't believe in that. I think that's something that can develop. I don't think it needs to be there instantly. That's why women.
I know, but I
that's
think
why-
I
hold
gave
on.
it a fair shot to
That's
develop.
why women fall for players, because players know how to talk to you in a certain way to elicit that click or that chemistry or that spark.
It's not true.
That's,
no, it
that's
is.
100%
It is true.
Because a player is able to elicit that thing, that excitement in a lot of women, most women. And do you think like the nerdy software engineer guy who would be a great partner and a great father elicits the click in any fucking woman? No, you're looking for a certain guy who's exciting to some degree, who has riz, who has charisma, but there are plenty of good men that would make fantastic partners, that would never cheat on you, that would be loyal, that would be great fathers, that don't have the riz, that you'll never feel the fucking click for, because the click is bullshit. How many guys that you've dated, you had the click with, and they ended up being toxic pieces of shit that treated you horribly?
Yeah. But
Do
there's
the
also,
atomic bomb.
All right.
But okay.
This is a blurry.
Okay, I'll show you another one. Here, let me. Okay, sorry.
You can tell she was
Probably
right.
the worst picture ever.
It's not the worst picture ever.
The lighting is like sepia tone
Hey,
lighting.
it was 2014. The phones weren't as good. Here's that. That's with Aaron Paul. Is that better?
Why are you holding a fucking pizza?
Because
Hello?
we got pizza with Aaron Paul.
Oh, I see.
He's the guy
Again,
from Breaking
it's like
Bad.
a grainy photo,
Okay,
but
here.
you look pretty. I mean, it's obviously you in the photo. I don't think you look better now than in this photo. That's
Really?
certainly the case. I don't know if it's that much of a difference,
What
but
a gentleman.
yeah, I'm such a nice guy, right?
I think you glue up.
If
I
guys
think
want
I
those to be for gentlemen,
glue up majorly.
dreams to get picked up at Trader Joe's, where every girl's dream, place to get asked out by.
Here you go, guys. What do you think?
He's like, it's grainy. I don't know. I don't think so.
No, glow up.
Glow up. Thank you.
Glow up. The highlights are doing
Bro,
it justice.
she's wearing a sweatshirt and sweatpants.
Look at her face.
It's
But
pretty
there's
One I'm
face
dressed
is
up.
not
There's ones
structured.
Look at her
there's ones
face.
I'm dressed up.
Like her face looks so much more
Different.
like mature and defined now. Like
Thank you.
It's
She looks like
glow up.
a yeah.
I agree.
Yeah,
I would
Thank
say
you.
so.
I learned about skincare. I eat a bag of spinach every day. I started working out. I'm just saying,
I don't know.
girls,
I like
don't
women.
give Steve. Give it, yeah, give it
Let
to
me my
him.
unbiased.
Let me just say this: I kind of like women with a chubby face. So you know, you had a chubbier face back then. So, you know, like the little.
Yes, I
little
had
chubby
baby
cheeks,
fat. I had
chubby
baby
cheeks.
fat.
I don't know.
It's a glow up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Disavow. Disavow.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I want to see you at 19.
Oh, I was chattily, studly man. I was a studly man. Wait, what's that from? Slap at the bass. Have you guys seen that movie?
No.
Slap at the
Borat?
bass, man.
Yeah, I've seen the
Borat?
movie. What movie is that from?
It's from I Love You, Man.
Oh, yeah.
I think. Wait, right?
Yeah, it's-
Slap
yeah.
at the bass, man. Okay, all right.
Paul Rudd.
Okay, Paul Rudd.
Dang, I can't believe you don't. Okay, everyone, it's unanimous.
I don't think we
Yeah.
have time to do. Fuck. Okay, I don't know. Do we have time?
It's your
God
podcast.
damn it.
We do.
Yeah, no, it's more so the
Run it.
downstairs neighbor. I don't want to make a lot. It's getting late, so I want to be courteous, and we've already gone a little bit late. So, okay, we should wrap up here. last thing, Julia, the vulnerable thing. We talked about that last show, right? We talked about the vulnerable thing. Yeah. Okay, whatever. We're going to wrap up. Any final thoughts here before we wrap up? Speak now, forever hold your peace.
Peace is held.
Yeah, I got nothing else to say.
Peace up, A-Town down. What?
Yeah.
Usher, hello.
Ladies, I am single.
She does know. Maybe this is even for you, Steve, because you haven't been nearly as toxic as I have tonight. She knows some virgin women that want to have sex tonight in your area. That's like one of those weird ads.
Not.
I see those ads all the time. They never pick up.
That's her. She has the ads.
I don't know people in Santa Barbara. I'm not gonna lie.
I wanna
The
see
crowd
them.
here is really different than where I'm from.
Oh, where are you from?
I'm from the Bay Area, but like a small.
People fuck in the Bay Area. Hello.
No, I'm
They
from
fuck
like
a
a
Oakland?
lot.
small
Are you from
town.
Oakland?
No, like a
Okay.
small town. I'm not gonna say it.
Are they part of the community, the LGBTQ community?
No, but I'd say that the town that I'm from was just a lot more conservative in general, and like the population there was like definitely way different than here. Yeah.
Is that, I don't know about y'all, but the gay people I know, they be fucking.
That's
Well, yeah.
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 They pull. My buddy.
Wait,
back
the
home-
women or the guys?
Both.
The
I
guys.
feel like
the guys they
Not
pull,
to
the straight
sexualize
guys,
the
they
community.
pull the
Guys-
girls that they want them, whatever.
Dude, gay guys be fucking. They get it in.
I know.
The stories.
Good for them.
And of course the Navy.
Good
song.
for them. Oh, right, the Navy thing, right? Good times. Last call if you want to say anything. If you want to be like, hey, Brian, by the way, patriarchy exists. Haha. I know you.
I'm just tired.
Wait, okay, last thing. Oh my God, the fucking mic attacked me. Did you see that shit? The mic came out of nowhere. Just fucking hit me. Okay. Have you ever had a sugar daddy?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No.
No.
I fucking wish.
Sugar
Maddie?
mama?
Okay.
No.
How did you meet him? Have you been on that website Seeking?
I tried it.
The sugar daddy website?
Yeah, I wasn't in the mood to go like out to dinner with anybody, so I didn't do it.
I
but
love going out to dinner.
he was my sister's sugar daddy, and then he found me through Venmo.
A legacy family.
And then he
Oh man.
That
messaged
is
me on
extremely
Venmo.
predatory.
Legacy.
Oh yeah, he's a creep.
Was that sub
He sends
18?
me some funny pictures. Oh, he hit me up first when I was like 15. I
Oh
didn't
my
answer
God.
him.
That's a yikes.
And
Wait,
then-
what were you doing on Seeking at 15? Don't you have to be 18 to be on that?
No, I'm talking about my Venmo sugar daddy.
Oh, wait, what? How did
Yeah.
you meet him?
Because he
Were you on-
found me because he was my sister's sugar daddy.
Oh, what the fuck?
Yeah, he's weird.
Wow, you were 15.
Hi, Dean.
That's a yikes.
You're a creep, Dean.
Exposed.
Yeah.
We all knew that from Gilmore Girls.
What about,
Dean was the
have you had a
creepiest
sugar daddy
boyfriend.
recently, though, like after 18?
Yeah, it's the same one. He
still...
hit me up at 15. I didn't respond to him until I was 17.
Yikes.
And then I just ghosted him because he wasn't paying up enough.
But he's still your sugar daddy.
money.
How much has he sent you total?
Probably like $3,000.
Oh.
Life on easy mode.
Life on easy mode.
Damn.
Life on easy mode. What
Damn.
about you? Sugar daddy?
Well,
Currently?
mine's not that much. Like,
Is it
my-
current?
No, I stopped texting him because he got a bit creepy. So he would like, he would refer to his like dick as a bulge, and he'd be like, "I'm bulging, I'm bulging." I just couldn't do it anymore. And you should see what he looks like.
How much did he pay you?
Like total,
Yeah.
like 350, like not
For-
that much.
for
But I
what?
didn't
Just to
do
talk- just to
anything. I
message with
literally,
it- with
yeah,
you?
I would message with him, but then, and send him like selfies.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's about it.
And hear about his
bulge.
Yeah, I hear about his bulge and.
So he just texts you. What would you say back? Would you?
I would
Was
try,
it like
I
a
would-
degradation thing? You would degrade him, like,
Yeah, he'd
fuck
like.
your bulge, motherfucker. Your
Yeah.
bulge is weak, son.
No, he sent me this photo.
Let me step on it.
No, I told him to never send me a photo of your dick. I was like, please. And then he sent one, and he was like, I'm so sorry, my bulge was too big. He sent me a picture of his dick, and it was 14 inches long.
Okay, that's from the internet, I'm sure.
No, it was on Snapchat. Like, it was a Snapchat.
You can still fake that.
You can see his face.
Okay, but I didn't. It looked unbelievably long. Like, no, unbelievably long. Like, I couldn't really
Third
skinny.
leg.
I don't care.
What if he photoshopped it?
He might have, because like that was
Oh
unbelievable.
yeah, maybe he photoshopped it.
Unbelievable.
And like his,
If I was a guy, I
if
might do
that's
that.
true, if that's true that his dick was that big, like I'd be really creeped out if I ever saw him in person. Like it's just like his face does not.
Yeah.
It's always it's the tall, skinny white guys that I've heard are packing the most.
Have the forearm penis?
Mm-hmm.
Pretty tall.
That's what I've heard. Word on the street.
No, I don't know. Okay, whatever.
All right.
No one's
Good.
ever heard that?
Good talk.
Yeah,
Good
yeah.
talk.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a thing.
That's a thing for sure.
Why are you doing that to the microphone stand, Parissa?
I'm just getting so
That was a little inappropriate. Like I think you just actually essayed.
Whoa.
You just
Too much
sexually
into it.
assaulted
I
my
feel like-
microphone stand.
I feel like you're sexualizing my
Let's go. Hit the
innocent
like button, please,
actions
on your way
and
out.
sexualizing me as a woman here because
okay, all right,
if I was a
reverse.
man, would you have still perceived my actions as that sexual?
Nice.
Actually, yes, I would. Yes, I would have. I think.
Well, you're missing a look at.
Whoa. Oh, whoa.
That-
Okay, please do not do that to the.
Wow.
You guys are abusing the microphones. Okay. All right, guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. Excuse me. Thank you to the panel. Any women who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. We will be. Well, we will be live again Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We have a very good panel for that show. Those of you on Twitch, I'm going to send the raid to Frostadamus. He is currently playing World of Warcraft. I believe he's leveling a mage in hardcore World of Warcraft Classic for the... I don't know if he's doing the Makara tournament, but those of you on Twitch, I'm sending you over there now. So those on Twitch, thank you for tuning in. All right, and I'm trying to think if there's anything else. I don't feel like we got enough into your whole situation with the 33-year-old virgin thing.
I can come back.
This can be arranged if you're down. Okay. We'll do that. All right, guys. 07's in the chat. Wait, let me just double check, make sure I'm not missing any. Okay, we're good. 07's in the chat. Thank you guys for tuning in tonight, and we will. Oh, wait. This is last thing. Okay, last thing. Brandon Tatum was here last week. He asked me to ask this again. I swear this is the last fucking question. Would you date a guy who owned a firearm?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, I prefer it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Would you date
A woman.
A woman.
She
yeah,
will.
a woman.
She will have a firearm.
Ooh,
Because I'm not with her 24/7.
You have firearms, right?
I have one in the car. I didn't want to bring it because I was afraid I was going to spook some people that I don't know.
Can we see it after?
Whoa.
No.
You want to
Just a
see
Glock
his,
19.
I have a knife collection. If anyone wants to see
do have
that,
a knife, though.
DM me.
I do.
That's fun.
Keep that on.
All right, guys. Thank you for tuning in tonight. 07